your Premier Challenge champion.
I can have a champion in Emily Golan. Fantastic play with her favourite Palkia team.
Check that off the bracket. Yeah, Don Check is your repeat champion this weekend.
And Brady Smith is your 2019 Daytona Regional
Another Mon that you don't see very often is Sinistra. He's got it set up as a support Mon with Magicka, Trick Room, and Protect, and also that Rage Powder to keep his team safe while he's got King Gambit and Ninetales and the Blood Moon Ursaluna to take up extra damage for him.
You definitely make a good point there, Adrian. And also, when we look at Jonathan's team here, look at that Arcanine Hisui, that fourth move, Temper Flare, which is Fire-type Stomping Tantrum. It is a 75 base power Fire-type physical move that if the move fails, it doubles in power to 150. And also that Ninetales Alola. Now, Jonathan is a very high proponent of Alola Ninetales. That's a life form on that Alola Ninetales.
Yeah, he's looking for quick damage very quickly. Maybe a freeze here and there with that Blizzard attack.
Or even the Freeze Dry, because Freeze Dry can cause freeze.
Yep, as well. But that Freeze Dry is also great into those water teams that are out there. Those rain teams like Pelipper, 4 times damage.
You are definitely right on that one. And then also looking at his team, that Sneasler, it's a close combat Dire Claw coaching and fake out. So there's no protect on this Sneasler. A very unique setup.
Yeah, you don't really see Sneasler without protect, so that's going to be interesting to see how he maneuvers that Sneasler around to try and get that Unburden proc with this Focus Sash.
We definitely will, but we're going to get into game number 1 here. It is Christopher Baez, the 2-time defending versus games champion here versus Jonathan Martin. Round 1, it is King Gambit and Sneasler versus Annihilape and Maushold for Christopher.
And Christopher's going right away with the beat-up strategy, but we do have fake out pressure into the Maushold here, so, you know, we have to be very careful with that. There's also a possibility that the Maushold could be Terra Dark to avoid that fake out and try and set up in front of this really quickly.
It is possible here, as the Maushold does have the ability to go for that beat up into the Annihilape here and start powering up that Rage Fist to make it even more powerful into that Sneasler, but also the Drain Punch into the King Gambit. Jonathan has a very interesting situation here because that Annihilape, that Drain Punch is 4 times super effective into King Gambit.
Yep. So we've got our moves locked in. We're waiting on, we got a Terra already on one side of the field.
Will be a Terrassalization on Jonathan Martin into that King Gambit, turning it into a pure fire type and turning off that 4 times weakness to the Drain Punch here. But it remains to be seen what goes on with this, as Maushold opting for Protect here, not going for that Terra Ghost to avoid a fake out. But the Sneasler does go for that fake out, and it will be going into Maushold. It protects. A good turn for Christopher Baez here, as a bulk up coming out on that Annihilape, really powering up the Annihilape. But it's also important to note that Kowtow Cleave could be the move choice, but it's actually
Swords Dance.
Ooh, Swords Dance, powering up this King Gambit to +2 attack right on the first turn.
So Sora was very mindful that the Annihilape might go for a bulk up, and he set up himself while keeping himself safe.
He definitely did. Here comes the Sucker Punch into the Maushold, bringing it down almost to its Focus Sash here. But the Dire Claw, it's a double up into the Maushold, and the Maushold is down.
And there's no more beat up here, so this Annihilape is going to be on the field by himself. He's better bulk up again, always. Going for the Rage Fist, though, into the King Gambit. This is not going to do that much damage, though.
It is not going to do much damage at all there because it was only base 50 power, even with the boost to its physical attack by 1 stage due to the bulk up here, and bringing out that Blood Moon Ursaluna now.
Okay, that Blood Moon Ursaluna is in a bad position, but it does have its Terra available because Sneasler is a lot faster. Close combat can easily just drop it very quickly, but we'll see what happens. We're looking to see maybe if the Annihilape can get another bulk up because it's going to need to pump out a little extra damage if it's going to have any chance in the rest of this battle.
It most likely will need to get another bulk up because by going with the bulk up strategy, you will increase your physical attack power and your defensive capabilities on the physical side. But again, without King Gambit being weak to Drain Punch, it doesn't really matter taking the Drain Punch damage here. And Sneasler with a poison type resists that Drain Punch.
Correct. And now it has, as we got another Terra here, it looks like it's going to be the Ursaluna Blood Moon. We're hoping for that. And it is. We got the Terra Water Ursaluna Blood Moon coming out. This is going to keep it safe from those fighting type moves from the Sneasler. So let's see if Sora made the adjustment and made the prediction that this might happen.
And it's going to be a Protect into the King Gambit here. Let's see what happened. Where did this Annihilape target? Oh, no, it's a coaching. Now, that's a very interesting situation there, Adrian, because coaching goes through your ally's Protect and gives you a +1 to your attack and defense. So this King Gambit is now at +3 on its attack.
And I love how Sora's playing this so far. He's playing a little direct, but a little passive at the same time. It feels like he knows what Christopher's going to do the first couple of turns, and he's taking advantage of those turns.
He is definitely taking advantage of these turns right now. And Christopher is trying to figure out the best course of action to try to claw back into this game, switching out Annihilate here instead of the Blood Moon Ursula, and it's the Incineroar.
Oh
no. The Incineroar coming out here. It's going to activate that Intimidate. So King Gambit will go to -2 attack, or +2 attack, and with Defiant +4.
Yeah, now we have a +4 King Gambit with Sucker Punch, and here it comes. And oh, there's Ursula just lives.
It did live the Sucker Punch, but it won't live this double up. The close combat coming out. Ursaluna is down, and Jonathan is up 4-2 in this battle.
This looks like a little bit insurmountable here coming up. This King Gambit is set up for everything here. We do have the possible fake out turn here for the Incineroar, but King Gambit can just protect through that, and it looks like it's set up for just a sweepage here.
And seeing that, we might see a forfeit here on this game one here, because Christopher is in a very disadvantageous position here, and that is going to be game number one. What a game by Jonathan right there, Adrian.
Jonathan was fantastic. He did everything he needed to do. He played nice and calmly, but he knew everything Christopher was coming at him with. He what to prepare for, set up that King Gambit. He got out of that weakness early, and he got the mouse hold off the field so that the Annihilate couldn't get going.
And that's also something to note about with that mouse hold. It was still slower than the Sneasler. Now, Sneasler does have a base 130 speed. If I'm correct, it's either 130 or it's 120.
Yeah, I believe it's 120.
Okay, it's 120 is the base speed. Mousehold, it's a fast Pokemon, but it's still not faster than that Sneasler. And with the Sucker Punch and the Dire Claw into the Mousehold, it was able to go and get knocked out, preventing that Annihilate from really getting set up with that Rage Fist. But what's also important to note is that Mousehold could have gone for something like a Follow Me on that Sucker Punch play, but it could have gone Follow Me trying to predict a Kowtow cleave into the King Gambit.
Yeah, the one thing that does tell us more or less is we could kind of assume that the Sneasler is Jolly, because Mouseholds in this situation are usually max speed, and Mousehold's base 111. So if it was Adamant, the Mousehold would go first.
That's a good point. I didn't even consider the fact that Adamant versus Jolly, Adrian. So now it comes down to what will Christopher be able to do here to potentially force a game 3 against a player like Jonathan.
I don't think the Mouse-Ape lead was a bad idea, but I think if he's going to go for it, he needs to set it up right away. He needs to predict that Sora is going to be passive turn 1 and try and set it up immediately. Or if he doesn't feel comfortable with the lead, maybe change it up, see what he can do to maybe force the King Gambit off the field, because if that King Gambit gets set up again, it could be curtains.
It very well could be curtains, because we saw how that King Gambit was, and it very much enjoyed getting intimidated by the Incineroar.
Yes, it did.
Because even with the Incineroar being, with the Intimidate getting it to +2 attack, Defiant said, I'm going to take that +2 and I'm going to multiply it, so we're at +4.
Yeah, with the +1 defense, there was nothing other than the Blood Moon that could take it out. But because the Blood Moon is so slow, it was an easy double up, easy knockout.
It was also important to note, though, +4 King Gambit, it did not knock out the Ursaluna in one hit with Sucker Punch.
Which is pretty wild. That's a very, very strong attack from King Gambit.
It is, but we're going to get into game number 2 here, and it will be Jonathan switching it up, actually. He is leading Sneasler and Alola Ninetales versus this Mouse Hold and Annihilate. So here's a really interesting situation here, Adrian. Jonathan really likes using Alola Ninetales, and it does have that Moon Blast with the Life Orb. That is going to do big damage into the Annihilate without a terrestrialization here.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could happen on this. He could be very aggressive with the Sneasler Ninetales, go for a fake out into the Mouse Hold and just press Blizzard, but no, Sora's going to switch out the Ninetales. Feels like it's not in the right position right now. He's going to bring out King Gambit.
King Gambit coming out once again for Jonathan here. Annihilate actually switching out on Christopher's side. Very interesting here.
Goldango, okay.
Okay, here's a little bit of a change up. Goldango making a play out here as Mousehold goes for that protect, trying to call the fake out once again. But no, it's a coaching.
Oh, boy.
The coaching has come out on turn 1, and Jonathan once again is setting up this King Gambit. early in this battle.
And Jonathan with another fantastic first turn, setting up King Gambit. He's got King Gambit in a perfect position here. Both of these mons do not want to deal with King Gambit whatsoever.
They definitely do not want to deal with King Gambit, especially a King Gambit at +1 attack. If it potentially got to +2 or even +3 with that Swords Dance, it's in a much better position as well.
Well, now Christopher really needs to get this Gholdengo set up and quickly if he wants any chance to win the game. He does have the mouse hold. The mouse hold can follow me to stop that sucker punch. Yeah, it probably would go down to a double up, but he would be able to get his Gholdengo set up and maybe put himself in a position to try and bring this back.
And it's also important to note that Maushold with the Friend Guard ability, it lowers the power of attacks on its partner by 25%. Meanwhile, that's another coaching into this King Gambit. It's now +2 attack and +2 defense. A Super Fang coming out, bringing King Gambit down to 50% of its max HP.
And there's the nasty plot from the Gholdengo. I do like the Super Fang though. Get that big damage onto King Gambit, but Kowtow keeps going into Gholdengo, and that's going to be a one-hit knockout every time.
It is a one-hit knockout into Gholdengo. Gholdengo is down, and this King Gambit once again is in a very, very advantageous position.
But here comes the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Now it's a little different. He's got Mouse Hold next to it. He doesn't have Annihilate next to it. He might be able to do a couple things here. And the Terra's not going to help King Gambit this time because Earth Power, whether he Terras or doesn't, is going to be super effective into that King Gambit slot.
It's going to be super effective into the King Gambit by virtue of that Terra Fire that we saw in game number 1, Adrian. But what's also important to note is that Jonathan Sneasler has that Focus Sash item, and it's still got full HP, so the Sneasler can take 2 hits here unless Maushold goes for someone like a Super Fang and the Hyper Voice here. But we're going to see a Protect from the King Gambit here as a Follow Me comes out on the Maushold.
Now the question is, what did the Sneasler press? Dire Claw. Okay, Dire Claw. Here we go. 50-50. And it's a poison.
It's a poison from that Dire Claw here. It is not a paralysis and it is not sleep, but it is poison.
And Ursaluna going for the Hyper Voice, trying to get that extra damage onto the Sneasler while picking away. And that, wow, a critical hit coming in.
A huge critical hit there from the Hyper Voice, but it did break the Focus Sash on Sneasler. And now King Gambit, it could go for something like a Sucker Punch or a Kowtow Cleave into the Maushold slot here, but it also remains to be seen if King Gambit will be faster than Ursaluna normally.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting interaction, but the good thing about this situation was they didn't take them on to Focus Sash, so the Unburden proc never activated.
That is true. The Unburden proc did not activate on this Sneasler by virtue of that Focus Sash item, and also if it were to get knocked off, it still wouldn't matter because I think a knockoff onto that Sneasler would knock it out.
Yeah, I would believe so as well. There's a possibility that maybe a vacuum they might pick up from here. Sneasler's not the very bulkiest of Pokemon here. We've got a Follow Me coming in from Maushold.
It is going to be a Follow Me here. It's a Dire Claw into the Maushold, which will take it down, but now the Friend Guard is gone for this turn. So where did this King Gambit go? But it's not going to matter.
Ursaluna's faster. Okay.
Ursaluna is faster than King Gambit, and King Gambit is down, a huge threat off the field for Christopher.
Well, this is still a bad situation for Christopher because that Sneasler is still the fastest mon on the field, and we know about the Alolan Ninetales in the back, who's also faster.
That is true. Alolan Ninetales is faster, and it does have that Life Orb for its item. But what's also important to note here is the fact that it does not just have Moonblast and Blizzard. It has Freeze Dry. It's normally super effective into Blood Moon Ursaluna by it being a ground type. But if Ursaluna terastallizes into that water type like we saw in game 1, it's still super effective.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 times effective. It's going to be even worse. So it's going to be big, big damage, and that's going to be big trouble for the Ursaluna.
So now it remains to be seen what will Christopher potentially try to do here, because he could go for something like a Drain Punch into the Ninetales, but Ninetales does have the Snow giving a 50% boost to its physical defense.
I think the Vacuum Wave is going to probably be the play here, because if he doesn't take out the Sneasler before it gets to move, Dire Claw could be a big problem, and Close Combat could be a big problem into that Ursaluna slot. So he needs to try and get rid of that Sneasler quickly.
He definitely needs to find a way here, but we're going to see a Terastallization come out on the side of Christopher here, and he is going to fire his Terra Orb out at Annihilate. So Annihilate is taking that Rage and increasing itself and turning it into a pure Fire type for the remainder of this battle.
And that looks like a good play for Fire here. I think that's the right call. You can't Terra Water here in front of him. Oh, Close Combat is still, he didn't Vacuum Wave it, he lived!
He did live the close combat here, but it also remains to be seen, what did Ninetales go for? It
went for freeze dry.
It's a double up into the Ursaluna slot, and Ursaluna is down.
That was a smart play by Jonathan. He covered the Terra by pressing freeze dry into that slot, making sure that if it did Terra, it would be punished for it.
It would be punished for that, but in comes his Rage Fist, and it does enough to knock out the Sneasler here. So now it is Jonathan down to his final 2 Pokemon, and Christopher only has this Annihilate, but the snow has just stopped Adrian, and now Alolan Ninetales does not have that 50% boost to its physical defense.
Oh, but here we go. We got the Blood Moon on the other side, and we know about Earth Power already, so this is not looking good for Christopher here.
It's not looking good for Christopher right now, but where there's Annihilate, there is a way.
Oh, definitely. Annihilate is one of those mons that exact safe play. He's trying to avoid either the freeze from Freeze Dry or the freeze from Blizzard. There's the Blizzard.
It's going to be a Blizzard here. It will be protected by Annihilate, but let's see what the Ursaluna went for here. It went Earth Power as well.
So the real question is going to become, does Drain Punch kill Ursaluna?
It will be very interesting to see what happens here with this Drain Punch, but I'm willing to surmise, we're going to get a Blizzard go first. Life Orb take damage. It will not be frozen, and it does just under 50% onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna here. But where will this Earth Power, how much will it do?
It's going to be close.
It lives on 6! It lives on 6 HP, but now it comes down to if he goes for Blizzard again, but the smart play would just be to go for like a Freeze Dry or a Moonblast here.
Yeah, you don't take any chances here. You play Vacuum Wave, that works too.
Or Vacuum Wave. Ursaluna Blood Moon with a Vacuum Wave finishes off Annihilate here, and Jonathan Martin takes down the defending Versus Games champion 2-0 in round 1.
Jonathan played that set fantastically. He put himself in a position to win both games. He knew exactly what Christopher wanted to do. He played around that, set himself up for victory.
He definitely set himself up for victory there. Getting the King Gambit with the coaching early in game 2, that was a really interesting development that Jonathan went for. He did not opt to go for the fake out and Swords Dance play like we saw in game number 1. He just went straight for the coaching and get King Gambit set up. I did like how Christopher adjusted and did not bring Incineroar, but ended up bringing Golden Go in game 2. But unfortunately, Golden Go couldn't do much of anything. It was nice to try to get that nasty plot off. It just didn't work out.
Right, he did get the nasty plot off, but unfortunately, even through Friend Guard at +2, you're not living Kowtow Cleave.
I would be very remiss to see Golden Go live a +2. Now, if it did Terrasilize, there may have been a chance, but with super effective Dark type, I don't foresee that.
That early, if you lose your Terra and it still dies, you're kind of on the back foot. As you saw at the end of the game, he did live the Earth Power on Terra, Fire, Annihilate, so that's a good calc to go forward, moving forward, to have in the back of your head. Even though he did lose, he can take some solace in knowing there are some calcs that he has that he can maybe abuse later on in the tournament.
That is true, and it was also important to note that in this matchup, Christopher's Annihilate, it was not faster than that Alolan Ninetales, but it still was faster than the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That is a good piece of information. And also, Chris's Ursaluna was faster than King Gambit.
Yes, it was, and that almost brought Christopher back in this game. Getting that King Gambit down was big, but I think the one turn that I would have loved to see was try the Vacuum Wave into the Sneasler, see if it picks up, because you let your other Mon on that slot, you let Mousehold die there. If you had picked up there, you're in a bit of a different situation. You may have a chance to bring it back.
I definitely think you have a point there, because if the Vacuum Wave would have KO'd the Sneasler through the resist, suddenly King Gambit is on the field. You have Alolan Ninetales and the Ursaluna Blood Moon in the back, but it helps out because you get the board positioning back into your favor.
Correct, and now you're in a position where you know exactly what 4 Pokemon he has on the field. You know what he brought. You can kind of make an adjustment there, and as you saw, we were really close to a game 3 even still. So that one play, that Sneasler dies, you keep the Mousehold. Now the Mousehold's on the field, and now Ursaluna's taking even less damage from that Kowtow Cleave that it took the turn that it almost died.
You make a good point there, Adrian. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break from round 1 here. We're going to be back with round 2, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Versus Games for the September League Cup here in Oviedo, Florida. I'm Joe Carlino, and I'm joined now by Ryan Gordon. Ryan, how you doing today, man?
Scale shot missed round 1, so.
You used scale shot?
Yeah, I used scale shot, and it cost me the game 3, but.
Oh, and in game 3, too. That 90% accuracy comes back.
Yeah.
But how are you enjoying yourself right now, man?
I mean, I like Reg H. I like the team that I've currently got, so I'm enjoying it so far.
Well, I mean, that's always a good thing because Regulation H, as we do know, no Paradox Pokemon, no restricted Pokemon, and no legendaries. So the fact that you're using Dragonite makes me think you were probably using it with a different Pokemon in previous regulations.
I have enjoyed Dragonite with Shinpao in previous regulations.
Ah, that beautiful snow leopard. And now it's in brown.
Yeah, Chenpu.
Yes, Chinpo. Yes, that was a great one. And I have to go off on that real quick. I'm actually surprised that Chi-Yu had the lowest amount of Terra Raids defeated.
I think it just became like an overdone thing, like back to back to back. People wanted to break from doing them, but it is the best shiny.
Oh, it's definitely the best shiny because 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
Yeah.
And you guys probably heard that in the background, so we know how that works. But in all fairness, how are you enjoying your cup experience so far today, Ryan?
I've been enjoying it. I had to play against one of my friends here, so.
And that's honestly the best part about playing in locals, ladies and gentlemen, is that you have the opportunity to play against people that you know, people that you call your friends, and even people that you've never met before in your life. And you gain new experiences, new competitive experiences, and just overall new friends.
Yes.
Because Pokemon is for everyone.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
But honestly, I'm actually looking forward to this matchup now, Ryan, because we're going to have Landon Moorhall, who most people don't realize when Patrick Connors won NAIC in 2024 out of nowhere, that Cinderella run to the championship, Landon was one of the people who created that team.
That's pretty cool. I know he ran Ice Rider a lot.
He did use Ice Rider. He actually did use it at a local when him and I faced off. And I didn't even think about it until a few weeks after Patrick won when he said Landon was instrumental in helping him out with creating that team. But you do see who is facing him across the way. That is Riley Factura, who had the most, or either he had the most or it was Joe Ugardi, I forget which one right now, who had the most championship points in North America for the 2025 season.
Yeah, and also, we're leading right into Pitt. This is the guy that won not last year, but 2 years ago, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he did win Pittsburgh against Wolf Glick in an incredible 3-game set with that Cresselia getting the Ice Beam freeze in the Landorus Therian.
So,
but we're looking at Landon's team here, and we saw the Blood Moon Ursaluna have the Assault Vest in round 1, Ryan, and Landon is doing the same thing, but that's Terra Electric on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Very interesting.
I did see some Terra Electric on the Frankfurt stream.
So it was in Frankfurt.
Mm-hmm.
But then we also see that he had Head Smash and Rock Slide on that Hisuian Arcanine with that Choice Band. So that Arcanine is going to be hitting like a tank with some of those attacks.
And watch out, Rock Slide Flinch could happen. Could be a game-changing move right there.
Rock Slide flinches are possible, 30% chance if it hits 90% of the time. And I also have to throw it out there, there is a Loaded Dice Dragonite on Landon's team.
Yeah, Landon's team was actually pretty close to what I'm bringing. So, I really like Landon's team.
And when we look at Riley's team, Riley running the Adaptability Choice Scarf variant of Basculegion. So he does not have a rain mode to power up with Swift Swim, but he does have Aqua Jet, Flip Turn, Last Respects, and Wave Crash. Last Respects, a great move, depending on how many of your partners have fainted here. And needless to say, with Riley Factura, he is known to not use a single move with less than 100% accuracy. Do you see a move with 100% accuracy or less on there?
I do not.
That is a Factura special. And honestly, I'm actually really curious to see how he works with that Kamo-O, because it is Terra Fairy with the Citrus Berry alongside its signature move of Clangorous Soul to give itself a Omni boost to all of its stats at the cost of 33% of its total health.
I will say one thing about Kamo-O is it doesn't have the greatest matchup into Dragonite, especially with the ones hazing. So that can be some very like, will we see Komodo for that reason?
We probably could, and we also have to look at on Riley's side. His Golden Go is the Choice Specs Golden Go with that Terra Steel Make It Rain Choice Specs. That is a very powerful combination right there.
I think Golden Go has to be like the MVP here for Riley.
It could very well be, because also the fact that Landon has a Hisuian Arcanine on his side, that does throw a little bit of a detriment into bringing Golden Go because of that Arcanine. That Choice Band Flare Blitz will hurt Golden Go no matter what it wants to do.
All right, it looks like we're just about to get into the fight.
We are about to get into game one of this set between Landon Moorhall and Riley Factura. Which one of our trainers is going to move to 2-0 in the Versus Games League Cup? We're going to get into game number one, and it starts right now. We're going to see Basculegion and Incineroar as the lead for Riley, and Rillaboom and Dragonite for Landon. So Riley's Incineroar will get that Intimidate off onto the Rillaboom and the Dragonite here. Very nice turn for Riley.
I will say that is pretty massive, because without the Intimidate, Grassy Glide with the Metal Plate would one-shot Basculegion.
It would one-shot the Basculegion here, but it's also important to note that the Dragonite has multi-scale, which will lower the power of moves from an attacking Pokemon while it's still at full HP. That is a very common ability being seen on Dragonite.
Although Dragonite does not appreciate Fake Out users, because that can immediately just break the multi-scale. So let's see how they start.
It will be interesting to see where Riley opts to go here, because every Pokemon, I believe, on the field right now, it does not have Protect, but we are going to see Incineroar just opt to switch out here and bring in that Whimsicott. So Whimsicott coming out onto the field for Riley as a Flip Turn comes out into the Dragonite here, breaking that multi-scale with a critical hit. That critical hit could go a long way in doing damage down the line here, because now that Basculegion has switched out here, it remains to be seen, and it will be Incineroar once again lowering the attack on this Dragonite from -1 to -2.
And I will say, the Whimsicott basically gets a free Tailwind up here.
Does get a free Tailwind up here as Rillaboom going for the U-turn into Incineroar here, doing a little bit of damage, but switching out and resetting those attack drops.
Yeah, save that Rillaboom for later. It is needed for the Basculegion later in the fight.
It is needed for the Basculegion later in the fight, and we're going to see Landon bring out Maushold here as Dragonite going for that Tailwind to double the speed on his side of the field for the next 4 turns.
Ooh, interesting moveset on the Maushold right there.
It will be interesting to see what the Maushold and the Dragonite go for here, because Incineroar does have access to the Fake Out here, and Whimsicott does have that Prankster Encore, which could lock Dragonite into Tailwind for the next 3 turns.
Very, very interesting. Will we see a Tailwind, or will we see an Encore?
We're about to find out here, because Riley is a very meticulous player. He does not allow you to just get a move off willy-nilly. He finds a way to really take his time and figure out the best course of action, identifying the board here as optioned by there with the Incineroar switch out once again and bringing out that Basculegion again.
Okay.
We're going to see a Super Fang come out, but it's going to miss the Whimsicott. And the Haze, actually, very interesting. The Haze coming out here to reset those attack drops. And Moonblast going into the Maushold, actually.
I was fully expecting, not when I didn't see Tailwind, I was expecting the Moonblast right into the Dragonite.
I believe I was looking at the Moonblast into the Dragonite there as well, because the Moonblast with the multi-scale broken probably could have knocked out Dragonite from that range. It would have probably been a damage roll.
It would have been close because of Friend Guard with the Maushold, but still a lot of needed damage on that Dragonite.
It was definitely a lot of needed damage here as Basculegion switches out again for Riley here, and that Incineroar once again returns to the battlefield.
Oh, Incineroar.
We're going to see the attack drop on the Maushold and the Dragonite once again. Encore has made an appearance. So now this Dragonite is locked into haze.
Do you see a Thunder Wave?
Interesting, though, but we also have to remember that Thunder Wave, it works on Maushold into Incineroar because Maushold is not a Prankster Pokemon. It does not have the Prankster ability, which would negate it because Incineroar is a Dark type.
But now we might see some fake outs not happen because of this paralysis.
We could probably see that, but we also have to keep in mind that Whimsicott on Riley's side does have access to Tailwind of its own, and Riley could potentially stack the Tailwind turns here because Dragonite is locked into haze for the next 3 turns, and we're going to see Thunder Wave coming out again on Landon. Both Whimsicott and Incineroar are now paralyzed.
That also means that Whimsicott is going for an attack right here.
Whimsicott is going for an attack here. The haze comes out once again. Moonblast goes into the Dragonite slot here, and with that Friend Guard, like you said, Ryan, it prevents it from being knocked out, but the parting shot comes out, and Incineroar does gets a switch out here while also lowering Dragonite's attack and special attack by 1 stage.
Luckily that doesn't matter because we might just see another haze next turn as well.
We very well might be, because in comes Basculegion once again.
There goes the Tailwind.
Tailwind petering out is also very interesting as well, because now the Maushold is in a very interesting position here with that Choice Scarf Basculegion on the field.
I will say, this next play looks very scary, I would say, for Landon.
I would tend to agree with that, because when you look at how the board position is right now, the Whimsicott is in a good position even though it's paralyzed, and Basculegion is still at relatively full health with that Choice Scarf. But in comes Golden Go here for the Dragonite as Maushold opts for a Protect here and potentially trying to go for that. Oh, we're going to see a flip turn though, and it goes into Golden Go. So Choice Scarf Golden Go takes damage here from that Basculegion, but Incineroar has a chance to come out.
We will probably see Incineroar again. If we've seen it do all fight, is switch in and out right here.
And Incineroar once again comes out here, but now it is important to note that it is paralyzed, so even with a Tailwind up, it will not be faster than Golden Go here. A Moonblast comes out, not very effective into the Golden Go with the Steel type, and no special attack drop.
And I don't think we haven't seen a Tailwind from Riley yet, have we?
I don't believe we have seen a Tailwind from Riley here, but it's important to note that with Landon with that Golden Go, having the Choice Specs item means it basically has to risk something on the Golden Go here.
Let's see. What was the Whimsicott running? Do you remember?
I might have actually messed up. I think Landon might be running the Life Orb variation on Golden Go instead of the Choice Specs variant. No, it was Riley who was running the Choice Specs. My apologies.
Yeah. I think Whimsicott is Sash, right?
Whimsicott is Sash on Riley's side here, but then goes that Encore here. So Encore into the Maushold here. Now it has to go for Follow Me, but Incineroar paralyzed. That's big.
The huge paralysis.
We're seeing Landon potentially trying to go for more of the Nasty Plot here. Just keeps setting up that Golden Go, because Golden Go having the Good as Gold ability negates it from being locked into Encore as long as it has that ability.
That is true. How many Nasty Plots do you think it'll take to knock out Incineroar with Make It Rain?
The world may never know.
Or we might find out in a couple turns.
I mean, we very well could find out in a couple of turns here, because Riley is in a very interesting position here now that Incineroar was paralyzed, as Whimsicott going for a Protect here just to try to stall out a turn, as Maushold, because of the Encore, it is locked into Follow Me. What will the Incineroar be able to do, as Golden Go going for that Nasty Plot again, setting up to +4 on its special attack. The knockoff, it does break through and removes the Focus Sash on the Maushold here.
Now, is this the turn that this Golden Go will go off and attack?
It very well might be here, because I honestly wonder how this Whimsicott will work, because It does have the Protect. It just used Encore, and it has the Moonblast, but we haven't seen Tailwind yet.
We have not seen Tailwind yet. We might just see a Moonblast to maybe take out the Maushold and let Incineroar get a free hit into Golden Go. But we do see the Maushold swap out.
And it's going to be back into the Rillaboom for Landon to activate the grassy terrain once again and give Golden Go some passive recovery at the end of every turn.
And next turn, it is a free Fake Out.
It is a free Fake Out here on either Pokemon here. Whimsicott stays paralyzed, though. It might have been going for that Tailwind. And it's going to be a Flare Blitz into the Golden Go slot here, which will be protected. And now Golden Go gets some HP back, virtue of that grassy terrain.
Okay. This is the big damage turn that we need right here from Golden Go.
It will be +4 Terra Steel Life Orb. It is going to do big damage because Landon has activated his Terra Orb into the Golden Go slot here, and it is going to be that Terra Steel.
Terra Steel +4 Life Orb boosted. Make it rain right here.
So we're about to find out what happens. It will be a Grassy Glide to break the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott. Good play by Landon here, and it gets encored into the Grassy Glide.
Which I don't actually think is a bad thing with Basculegion sitting in the back.
I agree with that. Here comes that Life Orb +4. Make it rain, and Incineroar survives.
This is massive, and if Incineroar gets to attack right here,
if it goes for something like that Flare Blitz, it might actually KO the Golden Go here while taking itself out as well. And it's going to be that Flare Blitz into the Golden Go slot here. It is super effective. It knocks it out.
does Incineroar also go?
It will be very tough to see because Golden Go has fainted. The Terra is gone on Landon's side, and Incineroar goes down.
Have we seen Riley's last Pokemon?
I do not think we have seen Riley's last Pokemon here. We know it's Basculegion with that Choice Scarf, but he also has a fourth Pokemon that we don't know what it is.
Like, does Dragonite beat this last Pokemon? Because I will say, Rillaboom,
and it's Kommo-o. Ooh. All right, it's the Kommo-o here and that Basculegion. So now it remains to be seen because the Kommo-o has that Terra Fairy here, so it could potentially stall out a Dragonite in the back for Landon here. But we also have to remember it does have Clangorous Soul to get that Omni boost. With Clanging Scales, a spread type damaging Dragon type move.
And it is not an Assault Vest Rillaboom, so it can't just tank hits from the Kommo-o either.
It cannot, and we're going to see the Aqua Jet coming out into the Maushold slot here, which did protect. So now it becomes the Grassy Glide into the Basculegion, and it does enough to KO the Basculegion.
Like I said, those grass boosting items on Rillaboom just absolutely destroy.
And in comes the Clangorous Soul from this Kommo-o. It gets the +1 to attack, +1 to defense, +1 to special attack, +1 to special defense, and +1 to speed. But it will lose 33% of its HP that it will get some back due to the grassy terrain set up by Rillaboom.
Say what I kind of want to see from Landon here is a swap, because Rillaboom is trapped into just Grassy Glide, and the Maushold can kind of play protect the Dragonite here.
Honestly, I understand that play here, Ryan. My thing is, because Landon doesn't have that Terra Fairy anymore, the Kommo-o can just go for Clanging Scales, and it will do big damage and probably knock out both Pokemon in one hit.
That is true with it being a spread move. Let's see.
So it is possible here that the Dragonite might actually be in a disadvantageous position here in the back. And we are going to see what Landon goes for here. He tries to protect on Maushold. It will fail. He's going to get the Grassy Glide into the Kommo-o here, which doesn't bring it down below 50%. But in comes that Clanging Scales. Does just over 50% to this Assault Vest Rillaboom.
That is quite a bit of damage. And what, +1 Kommo-o is faster than Dragonite, right?
+1 Kommo-o is faster than Dragonite, but we also have to remember, though, that I believe this Rillaboom still has one more turn of that Encore, so it can go for the drum beating, potentially, and lower that Kommo-o's speed until the next turn.
So it looks like Landon might need this double protect here. We get the first protect, obviously.
He does get the first protect here. It will be the Grassy Glide into the Kama-O here. It will bring it down below 50% to activate that Citrus Berry, but it really remains to be seen what the Kama-O will go for here, and it is that Clanging Skills once again into the Rillaboom slot here.
And it is enough to knock out the Rillaboom.
It's enough. Rillaboom goes down, and now it is just a Dragonite versus a Kama-O, the battle of pseudo-legendaries we didn't know we wanted.
And I'm pretty sure Riley still has the Terra option here.
I believe he does still have the Terra option here on the Kama-O, but the Kama-O does have that +1 to speed, so he doesn't even need to use the Terrassalization here. He goes for that final Clanging Skills and takes game 1 of this best of 3.
That was a really nice fight right there.
That was a really intense fight because Riley, early in that game, all he was doing was just positioning. He kept switching out Basculegion. He kept switching in Incineroar. He kept switching them out and switching them out just to position himself perfectly and get that Kama-O with the Clangorous Soul late and just go to town afterwards.
Yeah, and the Whimsicott never clicked its signature move, basically, Tailwind.
It never clicked that Tailwind once in that set. Very interesting for Riley here, but we also have to throw out the Thunder Waves really came into effect.
They did. I will say I would like to see Arcanine in this fight.
I think that actually would be a good adjustment from Landon on this side, bringing in that Arcanine here. The only problem, though, is the threat of that Basculegion.
The Basculegion and the Incineroar just getting those Intimidates off are big problems, but if you can get rid of that, I think Hisuian Arcanine can just absolutely tear.
It is definitely a possibility to see because the Arcanine does have access to not only Flare Blitz and Extreme Speed, it has Rock Slide and Head Smash. And I'm not sure, Ryan, but have you ever faced a Choice Banded Hisuian Arcanine Head Smash?
I've used one, so I know it does a lot of damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of Pokemon that it very much enjoys just bopping. Now, granted, 80% accuracy and 50% recoil, but depending on the opponent, worth it.
And the other part I like is Landon has that mouse hold to protect the Hisuian Arcanine against the Basculegion. So,
that actually is a good pickup there. And if Maushold keeps that Focus Sash, it could potentially go for something like a Wave Crash into the Maushold, which would still do big damage. It just wouldn't go into the Hisuian Arcanine, and the Basculegion would take recoil damage from the Wave Crash.
and then whatever Hisuian Arcanine goes for, it could just do enough damage to knock that Basculegion out.
We're going to see what happens here, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get into game number 2 between Riley Factura and Landon Moorhall. It is going to be the same lead for Riley here, the Basculegion and Incineroar, but Landon switching it up by bringing in the Blood Moon Ursaluna alongside the Rillaboom.
I will say, this Incineroar, I would say, has to go for the Fake Out. Rillaboom, Grassy Glide, we saw how much damage that did against the Basculegion last time. The Intimidate does come out, but it's still going to do a ton of damage.
It's still going to do a ton of damage here, but we also have to keep in mind that Basculegion is super effective into the Ursaluna if it does not terrastalize here, while still having the threat of that Rillaboom with Grassy Glide and Drum Beating, plus the Metal Plate to boost the power of those Grass-type moves alongside the grassy terrain.
Let's see. What do they all go for?
It's going to be very interesting to see what Riley opts for, because as we saw in Game 1, he was just switching out. He wasn't leaving his Pokemon out on the field. And it's going to be a Terrastalization on Landon's side here. He's going to fire it at the Blood Moon Ursaluna and turn it into an Electric type.
Terra Electric. Will it live the Wave Crash now?
It might potentially live the Wave Crash now. And we're going to see Fake Out come out from the Incineroar, but a Flip Turn comes out into the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So it was Flip Turn and not Wave Crash.
I mean, still important chip damage here against the Blood Moon.
It is important damage into the Blood Moon Ursaluna here because the Rillaboom, I believe it went for like a U-turn potentially to switch out and reset the attack drop here.
I think I saw Drum Beating.
Ooh, if it's drum beating, that is going to be very interesting because drum beating will lower the speed of whatever comes in, and it's going to be that Kamo.
Okay.
The drum beating comes out here into this Kamo, boosted by the power of the grassy terrain, but more importantly, getting that speed drop.
And this AV Blood Moon is going to tank these hits from the Komodo, even with this chip damage.
It is going to tank these hits, but it's also important to note that the Blood Moon Ursaluna here, it could go for something like that Blood Moon into the Kamo here. However, if Kamo does get the clanging scales off, I think right now it would go down below 50% and activate the Citrus Berry.
That would be a good move, and it would basically reset the drum beating speed drop that it just got. So, what will we see?
We're about to find out here because Riley is thinking long and hard about what he wants to do in this battle because, again, that Kamo, I believe it also has access to Aura Sphere as its coverage move. We're going to see a U-turn come out into the Incineroar, switching out Rillaboom here, but wisely resetting the stat drops here. And Landon, we do see the adjustment. The Hisuian Arcanine has made an appearance in this battle.
A shiny one, too. Like I said, this thing can do some massive damage.
And it gets the attack drops here. Clanging Scales is the move of choice, and it bounces off of the Assault Vest Blood Moon Ursaluna, but Incineroar going for that knockoff to remove the Assault Vest. And a Blood Moon comes out, and it actually goes into the Incineroar slot, and Incineroar survived.
Dang, Incineroar tanked that hit.
What a survival from Incineroar there.
But now we have Hisuian Arcanine in a spot just to do some damage with the Rock Slide here.
There is a possibility for the Rock Slide here. Choice Banded with a 30% chance to flinch. Even though that Kamo will resist the Rock Slide, it will not resist a flinch.
It will not resist a flinch. Look away, old VGC players, thinking about those Tyranitar flinches from back in the day.
Regulation B, the Tyranitar Rock Slide with Lycanroc Rock Slide.
And even in previous years, back when Thundurus's Thunder Wave just did so much paralysis.
Because it worked on electric types.
Yeah.
So it remains to be seen, though, what Riley Factora will opt to go for here, because that Kamo could potentially go for a Terra Fairy here, but that would actually make Rock Slide a neutral hit here. And we are going to see a switch out from Riley here, and Golden Go is the fourth Pokemon for Riley in game number 2 here. So Golden Go with those choice specs, it will be locked into whatever move it wants to, but it will get that power boost. And in comes the Rock Slide. It's Choice Band, good damage through the resist.
That is some solid damage, but no flinch.
No flinch. The Clanging Scales comes out once again, and this Kamo is now, I believe, at -2 on its physical defense.
Now, also, the Friend Guard preserved Arcanine's HP quite a bit right there.
It did preserve its HP here, but we also have to remember that Golden Go has that choice specs. It could go for something like a Terra Steel choice specs, make it rain here. It will take down that Maushold even through the Friend Guard, and it might even take down that Ursaluna Blood Moon through the resisted Electric Terra due to losing its Assault Vest.
Yes, this Golden Go is in prime position to do just so much damage, take out both Pokemon currently on the field, I would say.
But it just remains to be seen what will Landon go for here, because, again, we did see how much damage Rock Slide was doing. There's that possibility for the flinches on this turn for both targets here. And we're just going to see a switch out from Landon here, and it's going to be the Blood Moon Ursaluna once again. And it's a Thunder Wave into the Kamo. Ooh, a Thunder Wave into Kamo to really lower its speed output.
And we see the Make It Rain, which will lead into a special attack drop.
But also, very important, that Blood Moon Ursaluna survived the choice specs Make It Rain, so the terrestrialization probably would have been the real problem here. And in comes that Clangorous Soul into the Kamo. It is going to get the Omni Boost, getting its defense up to -1, but all of its other stats to +1, except for speed. I think it resets the speed now.
The speed does get reset, but with the paralysis, it is going to be slower than most things here.
But it did go below 50% HP, so it did get its Citrus Berry activated on that turn. and Golden Goat getting a little bit more recovery, but Blood Moon Ursaluna, that was an incredible survival for Blood Moon there.
Without the AV, that was insane. Could you imagine how much damage that would have done with the Assault Vest?
Probably a little bit. It probably would have done a little bit there, but but now Landon has the Hisuian Arcanine there, and it is under 50% HP. It does not want to take a Clanging Scales in this turn.
It does not. But I will say the Komodo is still slower. But who is faster, Arcanine or the Golden Go?
That is actually a very interesting situation here, but we also have to remember, Ryan, that now with this Komodo being paralyzed, Rock Slide has a chance to paralyze or flinch this Komodo. So even with all of the boost that it just got off that Clangorous Soul, it doesn't want... This is up to chance now. This really is a chance battle.
It's like we're playing in Vegas early.
Well, I mean, hey, we bet all on red.
Let's see.
We're going to see a switch out here from Riley here, and it's going to be that Incineroar to lower the power of Arcanine's physical attack by 1 stage with that Intimidate ability. But then it really comes down to what Arcanine went for here, and it's going to be a Vacuum Wave actually into Incineroar.
That's one tanky
And
Incineroar.
a head smash!
And
It barely
Komodo
survives! It barely survived, and the Clanging Scales comes out, and that is a double knockout for this Komo!
And now just one Pokemon versus what, 3 or 4?
I believe it is Rillaboom against the world. I think Riley still has all 4 of his Pokemon remaining.
Now, Rillaboom's good against a couple of them, but not the Incineroar. It's okay against the Golden Go.
For the most part here, I mean, the Rillaboom does have that ability to go for the Metal Plate boosted attacks here, but again, that Komo, it's back to neutral speed here, and the Incineroar is in a really good position.
It is, and
Landon has seen the writing on the wall. He has decided to concede this battle, and Riley Factura, what a performance in Game 2, moves to 2-0 in the Versus Games Cup.
that Game 2 was incredible. Just a masterclass right there.
That was absolutely one of the best battles I've seen, and it just showcased how good Riley is. We know how powerful he has been as a trainer and what he stands for, but the way that he was able to position his Pokemon against Landon, he just set it up perfectly, and then the Choice Banded head smash. It still wasn't enough. That Intimidate did just enough for Riley to allow his combo to survive and get that double knockout with the Clanging Scales.
The Intimidate plus getting the Omni boost to make sure the defense was only -1 instead of -2.
And that's another thing, by doing that Clangorous Soul, and it even got down below 50% HP to activate that Citrus Berry item, which that is a wonderful setup for Riley there.
Absolute perfection. Played exactly right. Now, the paralysis would have changed it if that happened, but still, it was played amazingly right there.
It was played amazingly there. Hats off to Riley Factura for moving to 2-0 here at the Oviedo Games versus League Cup. I messed that up real quick. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break here from round 2, and we will be back with our next round of Swiss, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Oviedo, Florida, and versus games for our League Cup here in September. We are getting set for round 3. My name is Joe Carlino, and wow, look who actually made an appearance here. MT Chair, the legend MT Chair, has come out of retirement to cast round 3 with me. I am so honored to be casting with you, MT. How you doing today, man? Wow. Man, okay, all right. I get it. You know, you were retired, you were on the coastline, you were kicking back with a little pineapple juice, and well, now you're back for round 3, and we have a phenomenal round 3 for you guys. We are going to have Dylan Stone versus Brady Smith, 2 of the greatest players in the Florida VGC scene, and it is going to be an incredible matchup between these two because they are both currently 2-0, so one of them will move one step closer to top cut here. We will have 6 rounds of Swiss. We are now officially at the halfway point between this League Cup here, and honestly, when it comes to these two teams, I honestly am going to be very honest, ladies and gentlemen. They are some of the best teams out there because Dylan and Brady have worked together. They have trained with each other, and they know each other's ins and outs, but that also is a testament to how VGC is. The camaraderie and the developmental of the game itself. You will find more opportunities to battle and more opportunities to gain friends no matter what the realm is. And that's going to be the instance here with Brady and Dylan because they have battled each other multiple times in Florida. I think they might have even cast it at a local once before. So it does remain to be seen how Dylan and Brady will go about this battle here, as they are getting situated here at our stream table for round 3. And I believe we are going to be getting Dylan's side of the stream, which will be interesting because Dylan has a very unique build on his team, whereas Brady has very interesting combinations. And we will be getting into that momentarily as we are going to showcase you guys the teams for Dylan and Brady as they are getting set up for round number 3 here. And it will be, honestly, it will be very interesting for round 3 because when we look at Dylan and Brady's teams, it is very interesting here as Dylan does have the Volcarona, King Gambit, Sneasler, Rillaboom, Electabuzz, and Dragonite here. So that is very interesting with Dylan's team here, as he does have access to one of the more uncommon Pokemon in Regulation H in that Volcarona with the Covert Cloak as opposed to the leftovers or the Citrus Berry that sometimes is seen on the Volcarona here. And it does have the Terra Fairy as well, which will it will turn off its weaknesses to water and rock type, but it will also make it weak to something like a steel type like Brady has here with his Golden Go here. The Life Orb Golden Go said Terra Water with the Make It Rain, Shadow Ball, Nasty Plot, and Protect. He does have that Mouse Ape combination with the Beat Up and Rage Fist combination. He has Dragonite with that Scale Shot and Loaded Dice with the Terra Fairy. And he rounds it out with an Ursaluna Blood Moon with Hyper Voice, Blood Moon, Earth Power, and Vacuum Wave. But it is Terra Normal and not Terra Electric like we just saw with Lana Morehall, or Terra Ghost like we saw in round 1. But then we look at Dylan Stone's team here, and he has that Volcarona as we previously mentioned here with the Covert Cloak, Heat Wave, Terra Blast, Fairy, Quiver Dance, and Protect. So he gets the Quiver Dance off here and possibly can get the +1 to his special attack, special defense, and speed. But he also has a King Gambit with Terra Dark, Black Glasses, Kowtow Cleave, Sucker Punch, Swords Dance, and Protect. He has the Sneasler with the Terra Stellar and the Focus Sash, alongside that Close Combat, Dire Claw, Coaching, and Fake Out here. The Electabuzz with Vital Spirit and not Static to avoid any spores from the Amoonguss or even Sleep Powder. from the, well, I mean, no, not just sleep powder. It could be just the spore, but it would also prevent it from being put to sleep by a Sneasler's Dire Claw. But we also do see he has the Dragonite with Scale Shot and the loaded dice, but he opts for Extreme Speed over Tailwind to get a little bit more damage on his opponents with that +2 priority. We are going to get into game 1 of this round 3 here at Versus Games. Will it be Brady Smith or will it be Dylan Stone who moves to 3-0? Game number 1 between these two trainers is about to get underway. And we're going to see that Dylan opts to lead with that Volcarona and Electabuzz. Meanwhile, it is the Dragonite and the Blood Moon Ursaluna for Brady. So Brady, right off the bat here, could potentially get something like a Tailwind off and get his Blood Moon Ursaluna faster than everything on the field. But we have to keep in mind that the Electabuzz does have access to Thunderbolt. It does not have Electro Whip to lower the power of the speed of Dragonite by 1 stage. That Scale Shot would then increase back to neutral. And meanwhile, the Blood Moon Ursaluna with that Assault Vest, it definitely will take some hits from this Volcarona here while dealing major damage into the Electabuzz here with that super effective Earth Power. We are seeing that Brady is opting to really ramp up the power here, but we're going to see Dylan opt for a Terastallization into his Volcarona here. Volcarona is terastallizing into a Fairy type here. And instead of being the Fire and Bug type, it is a pure Fairy type. But Brady has also decided to activate his Terror Orb into the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And Blood Moon Ursaluna becomes a pure normal type. So it will get even more powerful with the same Terra type as one of its normal types. And it's going to be a taunt, actually, from the Electabuzz here, potentially trying to call a Tailwind here, and a Quiver Dance coming out from Volcarona here. So we'll get that +1 to its special attack, special defense, and speed. And Dragonite going for the Scale Shot actually into the Electabuzz here. It hits 2 times, but with that loaded dice, it will guarantee a 4 hit. But will it get that all-important 5th hit into the Electabuzz? It will not. It gets only 4. But Dragonite does lower its defense by 1 stage and gets a speed boost. And in comes this Terra Normal Blood Moon into the Terra Fairy Volcarona. And it still does well over 50%. Doing well over 50% there. That is huge damage for the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Now it cannot go for the Blood Moon once again. However, it is now a pure normal type. And suddenly Electabuzz on Dylan's side can go for something like a Thunderbolt into the Blood Moon Ursaluna here. Even with that Assault Vest, it will still take damage here. It won't take a lot of damage due to the Assault Vest offering a 50% boost to this Blood Moon Ursaluna special defense stat, but it will take damage now instead of being immune by virtue of it being a normal ground type. We're going to see Dragonite switch out on the side of Brady Smith here, and he's going to bring in that Maushold, which will activate the Friend Guard ability for this Ursaluna Blood Moon, and we are seeing Dylan switch out his Electabuzz as well into what appears to be the Rillaboom. So Rillaboom comes out and sets up grassy terrain with its Grassy Surge ability. The Volcarona going for a second Quiver Dance to really power up itself. And this Blood Moon Ursaluna, because it used Blood Moon that last turn, it cannot use it again. It goes for that Terra Normal Hyper Voice, and it will do big damage into the Volcarona, but not enough to knock it out. We do see Volcarona get the Grassy Terrain recovery here, and the Rillaboom could potentially go for something like a Fake Out into either slot, into the Maushold or the Ursaluna slot here, but we do see that Volcarona is very low on its HP here. So it really comes down to where the Rillaboom goes for. It goes Fake Out into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and a +2 Heat Wave comes out and brings Maushold down all the way to its Focus Sash. The Maushold survives that hit and goes for a Super Fang into the Rillaboom slot here, cutting its HP in half by 50% of its remaining HP, but Volcarona getting that all-important recovery. We also have to remember here that the Maushold on the side of Brady Smith here, it does have access to Follow Me. And while the Rillaboom can go for something like a Grassy Glide here, it wouldn't really be the best situation here for Dylan, I believe. By going for something like a Heat Wave and a Wood Hammer, that would be the preferred option here, as we're just going to see a Protect come out from this Volcarona here, and Maushold opting for a Protect as well on the side of Brady. So the Rillaboom going for that Wood Hammer into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, who survives thanks to the power of Friend Guard. And a Blood Moon comes out, and it will go into the Volcarona. So Volcarona protects itself from the power of that Blood Moon and prevents Ursaluna from being able to use it again on the concurrent turn. So now Brady is in a very interesting position here, as he could go for something like that Hyper Voice, but both of his Pokemon are very low HP right now, and the Volcarona on Dylan's side is at +2 to its special attack, so it will be doing even more damage to both of these Pokemon, and possibly could even knock out both Pokemon on this turn. Brady is thinking long and hard here about what he wants to do. He cannot use Blood Moon twice in a row due to using it that first turn. He is opting to switch out Maushold here and bring in the Dragonite on this turn. So Dragonite still has its multi-scale activated, as Dylan opts to switch out the Rillaboom here and bring out his Sneasler as the fourth Pokemon. Heat Wave comes out, and Dragonite avoids the attack, but the Ursaluna will go down to this Heat Wave. And most importantly, while Brady did lose his Blood Moon Ursaluna and his Terra for the remainder of this battle, Dragonite still has its multi-scale ability active for this next turn. But the other thing to note here is that the Dragonite's only ability is the Scale Shot here, which is very interesting here, because the Dragonite could potentially go for a Haze like Brady has on his team here to remove those boosts on the Volcarona, but it still can't touch the Volcarona at all. We're going to see what Brady opts to go for here alongside Dylan, because Dylan does have access to Fake Out into both slots here, into the Maushold or into the Dragonite here. Brady opting to protect his Maushold here, trying to call a Fake Out into the Maushold, but it will be a Fake Out into the Dragonite to break that multi-scale, and another Quiver Dance into this Volcarona. So now the Volcarona is at +3 to its special attack, special defense, and speed. But more importantly, it is getting more and more recovery here. However, the grassy terrain has just expired on this side of the field, and Volcarona could potentially go for something like a Heat Wave here, but it probably wants to go for something like a Terra Blast Fairy into the Dragonite here. However, there is a Follow Me from Brady, redirecting any moves that Dylan goes for, and it is a Heat Wave. It will miss the Dragonite again! Dragonite misses the Heat Wave. That is huge damage missed off. But in comes the Dire Claw into this Dragonite. What will the status condition be? It's the sleep! The Dire Claw gets the sleep! So Dragonite is now having to take one guaranteed turn of sleep there. Brady was in a wonderful position there by Dragonite missing that Heat Wave, but instead the Dire Claw has opted to put that Dragonite to sleep for that first turn. Oh my goodness, that was incredible. By getting that Dire Claw into the Dragonite and putting it to sleep, the Dragonite is forced to take that one turn as Annihilate opts for a Protect here on Brady just to stall out one more turn. But in comes that Terra Blast Fairy into the Annihilate slot here. Very interesting decision from Dylan as the Dire Claw brings Dragonite down to 6 HP, and Dragonite stays asleep. It stays taking a nap And because of that, Brady sees the writing on the wall and surrenders game 1 to Dylan Stone. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a full-on example of why Dire Claw is absolutely great. The 50% chance on Dire Claw to cause either poison, paralysis, or sleep. And we just saw in this battle why sleep is the preferred status condition that Dire Claw activates, because it put Dragonite in such a disadvantageous position because it couldn't go for something like that haze into the Volcarona and remove all of those Quiver Dance boosts that it had received in the battle. And then with Annihilate being out there, it was trying to stall out the Protect, and hopefully that Dragonite was going to wake up after one turn of sleep. But unfortunately, it could not. And that was the ultimate deciding factor for Brady, allowing Dylan to gain the first match in this set. But now it remains to be seen how Brady will opt to adjust. And the way that it could potentially adjust for him is he could go for something like a Follow Me and the Nasty Plot. I believe going with the Golden Go could be a possible switch up here to allow him to get extra damage into all of Dylan's Pokemon here. Now, he would have to risk the Volcarona not getting any Quiver Dances up here, because Heat Wave will do big damage into the Golden Go, and also the Terra Water on Golden Go could be beneficial for the Heat Waves. However, it would not want to take either a normal Terra Blast or a Fairy type Terra Blast in game number 2. We are going to see that our trainers are currently thinking long and hard about who they want to bring to game number 2. Brady is finishing his choices, and Dylan is thinking as well. They have locked in their teams. Game number 2 between Brady Smith and Dylan Stone is about to get underway. Will Dylan advance to 3-0, or will Brady Smith force a game number 3? We're going to see Dylan lead once again with that Electabuzz and Volcarona. Meanwhile, on Brady's side, he leads the Mousehold and the Dragonite. A little bit of a switch up here from Brady, but also keeping that Volcarona out onto the field. And we're going to see what happens here with this Volcarona, because as we did see in game number 1, the Volcarona does have access to the Terra Fairy here, which would allow it to avoid any damage from the scale shots here on the Dragonite. Meanwhile, we saw the Electabuzz go for Taunt in game 1 to prevent any Tailwinds or Hazes from going up. So now it remains to be seen if Dylan opts to go for that route again, or if he goes for, say, the Thunderbolt and break the multi-scale. But we are going to see a Terra come out again into the Volcarona to make sure that it wins the 1v1 against Brady's Dragonite here by virtue of that Fairy Terra. We're going to see a Super Fang come out into the Volcarona slot here, bring it down to 50% HP. There's the Taunt from the Dragonite here on the Electabuzz. And it will be a Quiver Dance into the Volcarona slot. The Volcarona will get its special attack, special defense, and speed boosted once again. But Dragonite going for that scale shot. It hit 4 times in the last game against Dylan. Will he get the 5? It gets 2. There's 3. Here's 4. Will he get the 5? It does not. It gets 4 hits once again. But the defense drop on the Dragonite and the speed raise. We're going to see the scale shot potentially come out once again from this Dragonite here. Just get more damage into the Volcarona here. Actually, into the Electabuzz, it would get the scale shot. I forgot the Terra Fairy actually turns off the weakness to the Dragon-type moves and makes it immune. But we do see another Quiver Dance come out from this Volcarona. It is now at +2. And we do see scale shot come out again. This time it hits the 1, 2, 3, 4. Will it get the 5 and knock you out? It will not again. Dragonite does not KO the Electabuzz with Scale Shot. Super Fang comes out once again into the Volcarona, lowering its HP, but gets the Flame Body into Maushold, which will actually remove the Focus Sash. But we do see Thunderbolt come out from the Electabuzz into the Maushold, and it also breaks the Focus Sash. So either way, Maushold's Focus Sash got broke on that turn, and the Dragonite here potentially can go for another Scale Shot here and just try to survive another hit from this Volcarona and this Electabuzz combination, because Volcarona still has the +2 to its special attack, but Dragonite has the multi-scale still intact, so he can definitely survive one hit from this Volcarona even at +2. We're going to see Brady thinking long and hard here. He is opting to protect his Maushold here, but Dylan is switching out his Electabuzz and bringing in Rillaboom here. He's bringing in the Rillaboom here, activates the Grassy Surge to give Volcarona a little bit of passive recovery here, as Maushold opts to protect here on this turn. And it's going to be a Heat Wave coming out. It will potentially break the multi-scale on Dragonite if it hits, and it does hit this time. It hits the Dragonite. Dragonite going for the Scale Shot to do more damage to Rillaboom here. It hits 2 with a critical hit on the second one. Here's the third hit, and 4. Will it get 5 this time? It does not. That is 3 for 3 on the Dragonite, not getting any of its Scale Shots to hit 5 times in this battle. We are going to see Maushold take the burn damage here, while Volcarona and Rillaboom on Dylan's side get a little bit of recovery here. But there's the taunt. The taunt has shaken off on the Dragonite here. But now it remains to be seen what happens, because Brady has that Maushold here, and it could potentially go for Super Fang and lower Rillaboom's HP a little bit more alongside the Volcarona here. But Volcarona does have those speed boosts by virtue of the Quiver Dance. And in comes a Protect on the Dragonite here. And the Fake Out comes out into the Dragonite slot here. Very interesting on the Fake Out into the Dragonite, but it's a Heat Wave, and it will be protected into the Dragonite. Will it hit the Maushold? It does hit the Maushold, and Maushold goes down. Maushold is down for the remainder of the battle, and this Volcarona is still in a very advantageous position here with the +2 to its special attack, special defense, and speed. And in comes Annihilate now on the side of Brady here. He could potentially go for something like a Scale Shot or a Haze here to remove those special attack boosts, but the Annihilate here, it could go for something like that Terra Fire to negate any damage from the Volcarona here. But more importantly, if Annihilate terastallizes into a fire type here, it would not be able to get burned by the Flame Body ability of this Volcarona. And on the side of Dylan, though, he does have high horsepower for the Rillaboom here, as we do see a switch out from the Rillaboom here, and out comes the Electabuzz once again, as we are going to see a terastallization come out from Brady. He is going to activate it into his Annihilate and turn it into a fire type. In comes the fire type from the Annihilate here, just to get a little bit of resistance here, as the Haze comes out, and it actually works. The Haze comes before the Volcarona, and the bulk up comes out here from the Annihilate, so it removes the boost from this Volcarona here. Now this is just a neutral Terra Fairy Terra Blast. Will it go into the Dragonite slot? It will, and I believe this will be enough to knock out the Dragonite. It will! Dragonite goes down! Meanwhile, Electabuzz gets recovery, and Volcarona gets recovery once again. But now Brady has that Golden Go as his 4th Pokemon, and Golden Go is in a really good position here, because Golden Go can go for that Make It Rain and just get a bulk up here, potentially into the Annihilate, like, really get its defenses up a little bit more in this battle. And on the side of Dylan, he does have high horsepower for the Rillaboom here, as we do see a switch out from the Rillaboom here, and out comes the Electabuzz once again, with the +2 to its special attack, special defense, and speed. And in comes Annihilate now on the side of Brady here. He could potentially go for something like a Scale Shot or a Haze here to remove those special attack boosts, but the Annihilate here, it could go for something like that Terra Fire Terra Blast. Will it go into the Dragonite slot? It will, and I believe this will be enough to knock out the Dragonite. It will! Dragonite goes down! Meanwhile, Electabuzz gets recovery, and Volcarona gets recovery once again. But now Brady has that Golden Go as his 4th Pokemon, and Golden Go can go for that Make It Rain and just get a bulk up here, potentially into the Annihilate, really get its defenses up a little bit more in this battle. We're going to see Brady opt to go for that bulk up here, but Dylan does have access to the taunt on the Electabuzz here, potentially to stop any more bulk ups from coming out into that Annihilate here. But however, he could even go for something like a Thunderbolt into the Annihilate. However, that would actually affect Brady because it would power up Rage Fist from 50 base power to 100 base power. As Volcarona switches out here, and in comes Rillaboom, bulk up once again from this Annihilate here to get it to +2 on its attack and its defense. And Gholdengo going for that Make It Rain, and it will do big damage, knocking out the Electabuzz and bringing Rillaboom down to just a sliver of its HP remaining. And Gholdengo loses some of its HP by virtue of the Life Orb. However, it gets more HP back by virtue of the grassy terrain. However, the Annihilate now, because it is a fire type, it is susceptible to Fake Out from this Rillaboom here. And the Volcarona could potentially go for a Heat Wave or a Terra Blast. But however, the Terra Blast would not work into either Pokemon on Brady's side, as they are both resistant to the Fairy type. We're going to see the fourth Pokemon come out, and it will be the Sneasler in for Dylan here. The Sneasler is the fourth Pokemon of choice for Dylan Stone here against this Gholdengo and this Annihilate here, who is a Fire Terra. We're going to see Brady opting to just go for that Life Orb, Make It Rain here. It is -1. However, there's the Fake Out into the Annihilate slot here. Annihilate flinches, and Gholdengo goes for that Make It Rain. It is -1 with the Life Orb, and it will knock out the Rillaboom. The Rillaboom will go down here, and now it is a 2v2. This Gholdengo and Annihilate versus a Sneasler and a Terra Fairy Volcarona. Because the Volcarona is now a Terra Fairy, it will be, it will not want to take the Make It Rains from this Gholdengo here. The writing is on the wall for Dylan. He's in a very unfortunate position here, as Dylan potentially will be going to a Game 3. Brady with that ferocious comeback and identifying that Annihilate with Terra Fire was the perfect counter for Dylan's team, as we do see a Dire Claw come out into the Annihilate. It will get poisoned. It won't go to sleep. So Annihilate will get the Rage Fist powered up here at +2. It is 100 base power, and the Sneasler is down. And Gholdengo going for the Make It Rain here into the Volcarona. It does enough. Volcarona is down, and we are going to Game 3 between Dylan Stone and Brady Smith. And that was a ferocious comeback from Brady. He identified that Gholdengo was the Pokemon of choice to help out with the Terra Fairy on the Volcarona. He identified that Dylan very much enjoyed getting that Terra Fairy off early in that battle and getting those Quiver Dances off, but getting the Haze was very important for Brady there, as we saw in Game 2. By getting those boosts removed from Volcarona, Volcarona could not do much to any of Brady's Pokemon, and it made it susceptible to something like that Life Orb, Make It Rain, alongside the Annihilate's Rage Fist getting powered up. And it also remains to be said that Sneasler going for that Dire Claw, it attempted to get another sleep on Brady's Pokemon, which would have put Annihilate possibly down for the count. However, the Volcarona was not faster than the Gholdengo. But now both of our trainers are going to be thinking long and hard here. How is Dylan going to possibly adapt for Game 3? He used the Volcarona effectively and the Sneasler, but we have not seen the King Gambit or the Dragonite here. And King Gambit could possibly be a Pokemon to use in this battle here. The reason why King Gambit is because of that Swords Dance and the Black Glasses. Something like the Electabuzz for Follow Me, he could potentially go for a Swords Dance with the Follow Me and then go for something like a Sucker Punch into any of Brady's Pokemon here, because the only Pokemon that wants to resist it is that Maushold with the Focus Sash and Follow Me to prevent any Pokemon from getting hit by that Sucker Punch. But he also has the Dragonite with the extreme speed on his side. He did not bring Dragonite in either game or King Gambit. It has just been the Volcarona, Sneasler, Electabuzz, and Rillaboom. Meanwhile, we've seen Brady bring all but his Rillaboom to these 2 games. So it remains to be seen if Brady will use the same 4 Pokemon or if Dylan will adapt. We're going to get into Game 3. One of these trainers is guaranteed to move to 3-0. Will it be Dylan Stone or will it be Brady Smith? We're going to see it is going to be Sneasler and Dragonite for Dylan and Dragonite and Rillaboom for Brady. So both Dragonites are on the field. But meanwhile, we do see that it is Rillaboom and Sneasler, so Brady bringing his Rillaboom activates that grassy terrain. However, on Brady's side, his Dragonite does have access to the Terra Fairy, and Dylan's is a Terra Steel on the Dragonite. So by looking at this board positioning here, the Dragonite on Brady's side has a little bit of an advantage because of the Scale Shot immunity if Brady opts to go for the Terrassalization in a Terra Fairy. However, because Sneasler is out on the field for Dylan, he can't risk the Terra Fairy because the Dire Claw suddenly becomes super effective into this Dragonite slot here. We're going to see Dragonite switch out here on Brady's side, possibly calling that Scale Shot here, and it's going to be Maushold in for the Dragonite, and actually it's going to be a double switch out. Rillaboom switches out as well, brings out the Annihilate. Annihilate showing its appearance on the field here. A Fake Out comes out into the Maushold to break the Focus Sash, a critical hit too, and the Scale Shot comes out. It goes into the Annihilate, so now this Annihilate has its Rage Fist, 150 base power, 200 base power, 250 base power, and 300 base power. However, there is the Citrus Berry on the Annihilate, and it gets back to over 50%. But the Dragonite lowers its defense by 1 stage and gets the speed boost. Maushold gets a little bit of recovery, as does Annihilate, but this Annihilate now has a super powered Rage Fist. It is now base 300 by virtue of those 5 Scale Shots hitting on the side of Dylan's Dragonite into the Annihilate slot here. And with the Friend Guard, it also helped out because it didn't do as much damage as it probably could have if the Friend Guard wasn't lowering the power by 25%. Now it remains to be seen what Brady wants to go for here. It is going to be a Protect into the Dragonite here. And Maushold going for a Protect on its own side here. But where did this Sneasler go and attack for? And we'll find out after this, because Annihilate also protects. So every Pokemon on the field protects. And it's a Coaching into the Dragonite. So Coaching breaking through the protecting of its ally and giving Dragonite a +1 to its physical attack, but it negates the loss of defense due to the Scale Shot there. So now Dragonite is neutral with its Scale Shot drop, and it has +1 to its attack. But now Sneasler and Dragonite are in a very good position here for Dylan. Meanwhile, the Maushold and Annihilate are there. In comes this Follow Me from the Maushold, and it will take over the Scale Shot at +1. It does 1, 2, 3, and 4. Knocking out the Maushold here with the 4 Scale Shots, getting it to +2 on its speed, but once again the physical defense will go down to -1. And it's going to be another Coaching from the Sneasler. Sneasler coaches again into the Dragonite. Dragonite is now at +2 on its attack and its neutral defense. In comes the Rage Fist, 300 base power through the multi-scale, and it does well over 75% into that Dragonite. And in comes Dragonite on the side of Brady here. So Brady could potentially go for another Rage Fist into both of Dylan's Pokemon here. However, that Sneasler does have access to that Dire Claw into the Dragonite here. And we do see that Brady is opting potentially to go for that Terra Fairy into the Dragonite here. Try to set up a Tailwind potentially and make his Pokemon faster for the remainder of this battle. And we're going to see the Terrassalization come out on the side of Brady Smith here. It will be into that Dragonite, and it will turn into a Terra Fairy, turning off its weakness to the Scale Shot here and making it immune. But did Dylan potentially go for it here? We do see a Protect on the Annihilate from Brady, potentially trying to go for a Scale Shot into there. But it's a Scale Shot into the Annihilate. The Annihilate comes and protects itself, and Sneasler going for the Dire Claw into the Dragonite here. Super effective, breaks the multi-scale. But no, there is no Paralysis, Poison, or Sleep, and the Tailwind comes out into the Dragonite here. So now the Dragonite can go for a Scale Shot into Dylan's Dragonite here, and the Annihilate can go for something like a Rage Fist into the Sneasler because Sneasler is not unburdened. At least not yet it is not unburdened. It still has access to its Focus Sash, so Focus Sash will allow it to prevent from being knocked out from this Annihilate at least for one turn here with that Rage Fist. However, the Dragonite on Dylan's side has the +2 to its attack, so this Annihilate will not want to take any Scale Shots from the Dragonite here. As 4 hits, possibly it could survive, but 5 it will not. We're going to see a Protect actually come out from the Dragonite on Dylan's side as a Rage Fist comes out into the Dragonite. The Dragonite has come out, and it is a Scale Shot into the Sneasler. It will break that Focus Sash, and it hits 2, 3. Will the 4th do enough? And it will! Sneasler is down on Dylan's side. So Dylan is down his Sneasler, but his Dragonite is still at +2 to its attack and its speed. But meanwhile, that Annihilate, it wanted to go for that Rage Fist into the Dragonite. Now it remains to be seen what Dylan wants to bring out for his next Pokemon here. As Dragonite, it does not have that multi-scale anymore because of the Rage Fist on that first turn, but the Annihilate does not want to take a Scale Shot here. So it remains to be seen what Dylan opts to go for here, because the Dragonite on Brady's side with that Terra Fairy, it does become immune to the Scale Shot here. However, there's the Electabuzz. Electabuzz as a third Pokemon for Dylan here. That can potentially get a Follow Me off into the Dragonite and the Annihilate. So Dylan potentially calling for a sacrifice here into his Dragonite here with the Electabuzz to get another Scale Shot or even an Extreme Speed up into the Dragonite on Brady's side. His Extreme Speed is going to be +2 into this Dragonite, +2 attack with a -1 defense. In comes Follow Me from this Electabuzz. And there is a Haze. It's Haze! And the Dragonite on Dylan's side does not have its attacks anymore. In comes the 300 base power Rage Fist. And Electabuzz barely survives. But in comes the Scale Shot. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3. That's 4. Will it get 5? It gets 5! It gets 5 hits. There's the defense drop and the speed raise. But the Tailwind is still up on the side of Brady Smith here. And this Dragonite is in such a beautiful position on Brady's side, alongside that Annihilate, who now has its Rage Fist at a maximum power of 350 base power. So it just remains to be seen what Dylan wants to do here, because both of his Pokemon on the field right now, they are very low HP alongside the Dragonite and Annihilate on Brady's side, alongside that Rillaboom in the back, potentially as a chess piece or a win con here, as we do see Annihilate switches out here. Now, what's important to note about that Rage Fist boost is that it does not remove itself because Annihilate switches out. That Rage Fist power is still there. It will still be 350 base power, as Dragonite going for a Protect on Dylan's side here. And it will be a Protect on the Electabuzz as well, just trying to stall out one more turn here as the Scale Shot comes out into the Electabuzz, actually. We're going to see Dragonite get a little bit of HP recovery on the side of Brady here, but the Tailwind peters out. And Brady is going to opt to go for something like a Fake Out here into the Rillaboom here, and just make sure Dragonite cannot attack on this turn. So now looking at this position here, with the Rillaboom going for something like a Fake Out to make sure Dragonite cannot attack on this turn for Dylan, and the Electabuzz is just on a sliver of its HP remaining. Electabuzz does not want to take a hit because Electabuzz will be slower than the Dragonite on Brady's side due to the Scale Shots, and the Fake Out barely misses the KO into the Dragonite on Dylan's side as a Taunt comes out on the side of Dylan. Electabuzz into the Dragonite here as the Scale Shot comes out and knocks out Electabuzz. With Electabuzz being hit one time, there's the defense drop and the speed raise on the Dragonite here. So the defense is lowered, but the speed keeps going up and up and up for Dylan here. And the fourth Pokemon is Kingambit. Kingambit has made an appearance for Dylan. So now with Kingambit as the fourth and final Pokemon here for Dylan. The problem with Dylan's Kingambit, though, is it does not have any fair Steel-type move to be super effective into the Dragonite. It only has Kowtow Cleave and Sucker Punch. However, because Dragonite is locked into Scale Shot on Brady's side due to the only attacking move, it can only go for Scale Shot here due to the taunt, and Kingambit can just go for Sucker Punch. We're going to see Annihilate switch out, and we're going to see a Terastallization come out on the side of Dylan here. It's going to be into the Kingambit here, removing its quadruple weakness to fighting. It will still be weak to fighting by virtue of it being a Terra Dark for the remainder of this battle. And Dragonite goes for Extreme Speed into the Dragonite on Brady's side, but the Annihilate does not take any damage. Grassy Glide coming out into the Dragonite, and it will knock out the Dragonite here as Kowtow Cleave, Terra Dark, Kowtow Cleave into the Rillaboom here, doing a whole chunk of damage. And now it remains to be seen, what will the Kingambit go for here? Will it go for something like a Sucker Punch into the Annihilate, or could it go for a Sucker Punch into the Rillaboom slot here? Because Rillaboom having the Grassy Glide priority would actually negate Sucker Punch from working on this turn. It remains to be seen if Dylan will go for something like a Kowtow Cleave, or even just try to protect and stall out another turn here as a Sucker Punch comes out. Did it go into the Rillaboom? It goes into Rillaboom. So Rillaboom goes down to the Sucker Punch here, and this Annihilate gets to go for a Drain Punch, super effective, and does just under 50% HP to this Kingambit, but more importantly, gets much recovery by the Drain Punch and the Grassy Terrain recovery. And then all that's left is the Dragonite and the Annihilate for Brady here, and it is going to be a scale shot potentially into the Kingambit. It will be neutral now due to the Dragon type not resisting the Dark type and the Steel being removed from this Kingambit, but it will fail the Sucker Punch as Annihilate going for that bulk up. It is bulking up here to get an attack and a defense raise here, but Dragonite going for that scale shot. It will hit. 1, 2, 3, 4, and it will get the 5th. It finally gets 5 hits on Brady, bringing the Kingambit down to just a sliver of HP alongside a defense drop and a speed raise. But this Kingambit is very low on HP. Annihilate is now over 50% HP by virtue of the Grassy Terrain recovery, and suddenly the Kingambit is in a very problematic position here, as it can just go for one final Sucker Punch potentially, and it will be that Sucker Punch. Terra Dark Black Glasses into the Annihilate, and it barely misses the knockout. And with one final scale shot, Brady Smith pulls it out against Dylan Stone 2-1 and moves to 3-0. That was an incredible set between Brady and Dylan. They both were playing that absolutely incredible. The Kingambit as the 4th Pokemon and the Terramon on Dylan's side barely almost pulled it out for Dylan there. The Sucker Punches were incredible, going for that Kowtow Cleave into the Rillaboom, getting enough damage on Rillaboom to put it into range. That was absolutely incredible. But what a comeback there by Brady. He identified the Dragonite going Terra Fairy and allowing him to get the 1v1 against Dylan's Dragonite there. That was just incredible battling from both of these two trainers, and it showcases why they are two of Florida's best trainers. Brady had to dig deep to force Game 3, and then in Game 3, he made the necessary adjustments, and he got those scale shots off. He managed to take out the Electabuzz. He managed to get rid of the Sneasler. He forced the Terra on the Kingambit to remove its quadruple weakness into the fighting type and make it only double weak by virtue of the super effective, and that allowed Brady just enough of a piece to get the win. And congratulations to Brady Smith, moving to 3-0 here. We're going to take a short break here at the Versus Games League Cup, so don't go anywhere. We will be back with round 4. Welcome back, everybody, to Versus Games here in Oviedo, Florida. We have just gotten through the halfway point of these Swiss rounds, but we're getting set for round 4 here. I'm Joe Carlino, and I'm joined by Caden Owens. Caden, how are you doing today?
Hello. Good enough. Good enough. We don't talk about the run today. We don't talk about the run, but I am here.
I may want to talk about the run today. How was your run today?
It was pretty unlucky. There was a lot of stuff that happened where it was like rolls didn't go in my favor. Plus, like, some own misplays because I'm a little rusty, especially on cart.
Did you have any scale shot misses?
Heat wave misses.
Heat wave misses, eh?
Heat wave misses I did have.
Okay, a different type of 90% accurate move that
yeah,
misses.
Right? Different type of one, but it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, it's all good. But Nate, now you're joining the casting team. So
yes.
you're getting in for a really fun matchup here because we've got Adrian Herdia versus Chris Dawson. This is going to be a really fun matchup here.
Oh, I think so, too. They have a lot of interesting pieces, especially... We allowed to talk about the pieces they have yet, or?
So we can actually talk a little bit about Regulation H. Like, what are you looking most forward to? Are you going to any events coming up?
I'm going to Pittsburgh.
You're going to the Pittsburgh Regional Championships?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that should be fun. You get to go to Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah, it'll be a good time.
Yeah. Sure. And how funny is it that, and I mean, this is from my background of NFL, the first event of Regulation H in 2025 and 2026, they started in a city that an AFC North team plays in. Last year it was Baltimore with the Ravens. This year it's Pittsburgh.
With the Steelers, yeah. I remember last time they did a tournament in Pittsburgh, I think the Steelers game was happening that day too, or that weekend.
I think it was because I was at that Pittsburgh championship, 6-3 finish.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. But we're gonna get into it, guys. We do have Adrian Herdia and Chris Dawson here, and they have some very interesting teams here. And Caden, that's Male Ndidi.
Oh yeah, it's Male Ndidi on both sides. One thing that's important to note is I believe this is mono psychic types. So any dark types that Adrian has, he cannot touch. So Dark Sneasler and Mirko are just not touched by Ndidi at all.
They are not, and we do see here is Adrian's team. He has that Psychic Seed on the Sneasler here to activate its Unburden with his own Ndidi, but on Adrian's side, you see that Terra Blast fighting. That is good for the King Gambit matchups and potentially Incineroar matchups. Alongside, that's, Life Orb on the Sinistcha here. You don't really see Life Orb on Sinistcha.
You really don't. A lot of the Sinistras are mainly like Rage Powder and Trick Room or some sort of supportive set. But he decided to opt for a more offensive set with Life Orb, which is interesting because actually the chip that you get from Life Orb happens after Matcha Gacham proc, I'm pretty sure. So he can actually attack and then kind of ignore the issue that Life Orb comes with.
He can, and then also Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or is that a Cleavor?
That is a Cleavor. It's an interesting Pokemon. StoneX is going to set up the Stealth Rocks, so his hyper offense style is a little harder to switch into and pivot. Just because I think Incin is really good into this team, right? It matches up well against Indeedee, Sneasler to an extent, Angoldango, and Sinistcha. But with Rocks, it's hard to pivot it like it likes to do.
And also on the side of Adrian, the Murkrow does not have access to Haze. Now, while Haze would remove the Psychic Seed special defense boost, it would also remove the attack drop, and suddenly a Sneasler close combat into Incineroar would have a shot at being a one-hit knockout.
Sure, but he's opting for Taunt and Sunny Day. Sunny Day, I'm not 100% sure, but Taunt is very strong in this format.
That is true, and when we look at Chris Dawson's side, he does have the Whimsicott with the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it was kind of a standard Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Life Orb, Terra Normal, Blood Moon, Earth Power, Protect, Hyper Voice, the Electabuzz here, Terra Dragon. I can't remember seeing a Terra Dragon Electabuzz in a while.
It's been a minute. I think early format, a lot of them were trending towards Dragon just because it does really well in the Fire, Water, Grass cores. But I feel like a lot of comps started to pivot away from that. This is kind of a callback more to the early format where it helps a lot against like Volcarona balance and things of that nature.
And then we also did identify that both our trainers have the Indeedee male, and on Chris's side, you did identify it is just mono psychic. So Murkrow doesn't want to. Murkrow can just take it head on. Sneasler, if it terrestrializes, it can take it head on. But there's a Hisuian Typhlosion on the side of Chris's team. And how many times have you faced Tailwind, Terrifier, Eruption from Hisuian Typhlosion?
Oh yeah, that's Overworld Ladder. That's always going to be a comp for sure.
Yeah, it's a very powerful combination, but at the same time, it can be exploitable depending on the situation.
Yeah, it's very tricky. What I will say is nice about his team is with Psychic Terrain, one of Typhlosion Hisui's main weaknesses is priority, especially Sucker Punch from like Gambit, for example. But with the Psychic Terrain, it's a little less susceptible to that.
We're going to get into it, guys. Round 4 is about to begin between Adrian Herdia and Chris Dawson. Who will advance? We're going to get into game 1 here. Chris leading with his male Indeedee and Sneasler, and it's Cleavor and Murkrow for Adrian.
This is interesting. I don't know my Cleavor calcs, so I don't know what it lives. I don't know if it lives Psychic. I don't know if it lives Expanding Force. But I will say I do think the advantage is a little bit in Adrian's side here. Only because he's able to get Tailwind pressure and he's able to get his rocks up fairly safely. It seems like that's what he's going for.
And it's also important to note here that the Sneasler does not have access to Fake Out on Chris's side. By Murkrow being a flying type, it would still be susceptible to a Fake Out on this turn.
It would, but luckily he doesn't have it. It's just 3 attacks with Psychic Seed. Pretty common set, especially paired with Indeedee's male.
We're going to see a Tailwind come out from this Murkrow here, doubling the speed of Cleavor and Murkrow for the next 4 turns. A Dire Claw comes out into the Murkrow here, well over 50%. No status condition, but the Stone Axe brings it down to the Focus Sash here, and more importantly, sets up the Stealth Rocks, which will affect the Typhlosion if it's in the back.
Yeah, Typhlosion coming in at about 75% is going to mess with his calcs quite a bit.
And we're going to see the Expanding Force do a huge amount of damage into the Cleavor, but it will not knock out the Cleavor here. Very interesting for the Indeedee that it almost knocks out that Cleavor in one hit despite the Stone Axe connecting, bringing it down to its Focus Sash.
Yeah, this is an interesting board state because the Indeedee can't really touch the Murkrow. So if Chris wants to get it off the board, he has to swing it into a Sneasler. But if he swings it into a Sneasler, then the Cleavor gets another attack off. So it's going to be a choice of how they want to preserve their resources here.
Would be very interesting because the Indeedee on Chris's side does have access to that Protect, which it goes for here, trying to preserve itself for one final turn as Sneasler going for the Dire Claw into the Cleavor and knocking it out.
It's going to be the Pokemon advantage for Chris here. Curious to see what this Murkrow goes for.
Murkrow goes for the foul play into the Indeedee. So Indeedee protects itself for this turn and allows the Sneasler on Chris's side to be the fastest Pokemon on the field for this turn.
Yeah, and it's a little tricky because even though that Adrian has Tailwind due to Sneasler's Unburden ability being procced by the Psychic Seed, it's still just faster than his entire team, so it's a little tricky for him here.
And now, because Chris still has that Terrestrialization in his back pocket here, actually both trainers had the Terrassalization in their back pocket here. With Adrian having that Terra fighting, which would be super
he's going
effective.
for the read.
It would be super effective if Sneasler decides to Terrasalize into a Dark Terra, but it would simultaneously turn Indeedee weak to the expanding force from Chris's Indeedee.
It would, although there's a chance that his Chris's Indeedee might not go for it. I could see him going for maybe a helping hand here.
I mean, it's very possible, and we're going to see the expanding force be moved on Adrian's side after Murkrow switches out into the Sneasler on Adrian's side here, as the Psychic Seed will activate, give it a special defense boost for this turn. And in comes that Terrassalization on Chris's side, and it will go into the Sneasler, turning off its weakness to this expanding force.
Yeah, now it's completely immune, unless he decided to read it and go from Terrified and Terra Blast.
And we're going to see a Dire... It's going to be Dire Claw into the Sneasler on Adrian's side. No status condition on that Dire Claw. That is, I think, 3 Dire Claws, even though one was a knockout into that Cleavor, but 2 Dire Claws, no status condition.
Yeah, no status at all, losing all of his 50-50s there. This is a good offensive position for Adrian, because now he can close combat into the enemy Sneasler. That's super effective. That should be a clean one-hit KO. Just curious to see if Chris is going to be able to prevent that.
And Chris is down to his Whimsicott and Sneasler. Meanwhile, it is Sneasler and the Indeedee, but the Pointed Stone's digging into the Whimsicott. Now, it is the Covert Cloak, which means that it would be... it wouldn't get hit by the... I mean, it would be super effective with a Dire Claw, but it wouldn't have to worry about the Poison, Paralysis, or Sleep as a secondary effect.
Yeah, now he can't task it with Dire Claw, although Dire Claw would just do a one-hit KO on it. Important note here, though, is even though all the speeds of the Pokemon are incredibly high right now, due to Whimsicott's Prankster ability, it's actually able to set Tailwind before anything else, which should match the Sneasler's speed to Adrian's on this side.
You are absolutely right on that, and we are going to see a Terrassalization come out on the side of Adrian here, and he's going to Terrassalize his Indeedee into that Fighting Terra.
Yeah, this is going to let him hit the enemy Sneasler, although it does still have that Spinef boost from the Psychic Seed, so honestly, I'm not sure how much this is going to do here.
We're going to see a Tailwind come up on the side of Whimsicott here, stack the Tailwind turns on this last turn, and it's going to be a Terra Dark Throat Chop into the Sneasler on the Indeedee, and it will not be very effective, but a Dire Claw will knock out that Whimsicott.
Now it's just a matter of seeing how much this Terrified and Terra Blast does to the Sneasler here. Has pretty good special defense, top of the Psychic Seed.
And here comes that Terra Blast. Will it do? How much damage will this do to the Sneasler? Well over 50%.
Another important thing to know is Adrian's Tailwind just ran out, so now Chris's Sneasler is the fastest thing on the board. Oh, and Typhlosion Hisui is now hitting the board as well.
So the fourth and final Pokemon for Chris was that Hisuian Typhlosion, but it's also important to note that Eruption now, even though it has the choice specs as its item, it still will be doing big damage, even though it won't be doing as much as it would be if it was at max HP.
What I will say here is that even though Chris does have Tailwind up, Adrian Sneasler is still faster due to that Unburden ability. I'm curious to see if he's going to throw a Throat Chop. Instead, he decides to play defensive and go for a Protect. Maybe scouting to see what the Typhlosion goes for.
We're going to see a Dire Claw come out into the Sneasler spot here. And Sneasler will end up protecting itself. In comes that Eruption, 75%, but the choice specs boost. I believe it will do enough to knock out this Indeedee here, and it will.
100%. That kills like 7 Indeedees. What I will say though is now Adrian gets to go back into Murkrow, right? So he can reset his Tailwind. Although I think this comes down to whether or not Throat Chop is gonna end up killing on this Typhlosion boost here.
I wonder how as well, because if it does go for Throat Chop into the Hisuian Typhlosion, suddenly Typhlosion, the Eruption will not be doing any damage to either of these Pokemon, because Eruption is a move that does more damage the more HP you have. The less HP Typhlosion has, it doesn't want to take any Eruption.
Oh, none at all. What I will say though is that those rocks that were set at the very turn 1 of the game actually come into play here, because I don't think that Throat Chop normally kills. Due to the Stealth Arch, it does.
Yes, it does. The Throat Chop does come out and knock out the Typhlosion. The Dire Claw coming out into the Sneasler again, and there's the sleep!
Oh, the sleep is so bad.
Oh, the sleep is huge for Chris. He gets the sleep the one time that he needed the roll on the Dire Claw, and he gets the sleep. So Sneasler on Adrian's side has to take one guaranteed turn.
Yes, he does. The only lag I can see for Adrian here is he's probably going to go, I assume, Dire Claw into Murkrow. We'll see here, though.
We also do see that Sneasler goes, that the Sneasler on Adrian's side, it looks to be faster than Chris's with a Tailwind.
I'm curious to see if Foul Play picks up here because Sneasler does have a pretty high attack stat. It is Terra Dark, though.
And it
does! Adrian
Oh
gets
my
it.
god, the Sneasler on Chris's side falls to the foul play. And, well, unbelievable. Adrian comes back and wins game 1.
A slight misplay from Chris at the end there. If you go for the Dire Claw into the Murkrow, it does not have Protect. You can get a guaranteed kill with Dire Claw, and then assuming that the Sneasler does not wake up turn 1, you should have a guaranteed win there. I think he didn't see it, or maybe he just didn't expect Foul Play to kill there, so he decides to double into the Sneasler.
I think he definitely did because, as we saw in that last turn there, Caden, the Sneasler on Adrian's side, it moved first despite the sleep because the Tailwinds were still up on either side. So it might have been possible that this was a speed tie.
It's possible. I think a lot of Sneaslers right now are max speed. These might be adamant mainly because of the Unburden boost, but even then they could still be the same speed stat because they're the same.
It very well could be here. And how about that Cleavor? It got the Stone Axe off on that first turn and managed to ensure that Typhlosion, while it did do some damage with Eruption, it wasn't doing as much damage.
Hey, I'll give it up. Cleavor put in the work. He did what he needed to do. He came in, he got his rocks, he broke Sash, and then he ended up putting Typhlosion Heat in the late game into Throat Chop range. So you know what? I'd say that's the best you're gonna ask for Cleavor there.
I would agree with that because the Cleavor managed to do its job. It got out of a problematic position here. But again, Chris had 3 Dire Claws in that game 1 that did not get a status condition. The one time it did, it got a sleep.
Yeah, the sleep was massive there. Unfortunately, he didn't quite capitalize on it on the way that he needed.
But we're going to see, will Adrian win this and move to 3-1, or will Chris force a game 3? Game number 2 is about to get started here as we're seeing a little bit of a switch up here from Chris. He is leading the Electabuzz and Blood Moon Ursaluna versus the Murkrow and Cleavor on the side of Adrian.
This is interesting because, truth be told, I think it's going to be a little hard for Adrian to break through this Electabuzz. He's going to be able to taunt it with the Murkrow here, but I don't really see how much damage Cleavor's going to be doing to Ursaluna, mainly because it actually resists both Stone Axe and X Scissor, the stab moves for Sneasler, or for Cleavor here.
It does resist the Stone Axe here, which would actually prevent the Cleavor from getting those Stealth Rocks up, which were very important in that game 1 to negate some damage on Typhlosion here. But I think we actually did just see that Adrian is opting to Terrastalize this Cleavor.
It's an interesting call. Sharpness boosted X Scissor is a lot of damage. Terra Bug increases it even more, so we'll see how much it's going to do here.
We're going to see it here because there is that Terrastalization into Cleavor here. It becomes a pure Bug type for the remainder of this battle, which turns off its resistance to normal and makes it completely not very effective against the ground moves of that Ursaluna.
Indeed.
And in comes the taunt on the Electabuzz, turning off the Protect, Taunt, and Follow Me on the Electabuzz here. Here's Terra Bug X Scissor with the Sharpness boost. And it almost knocks out Electabuzz in 1 hit!
So close there. Cleavor does live the Hyper Voice, but it's just not quite enough damage. What I will say here, though, is now that Taunt has been hit into the Electabuzz, it cannot follow me this Cleavor here. Which is actually interesting because maybe it might be better that the Electabuzz lived. Because now that it's still on the board, it's kind of a dead slot. It doesn't really do much here.
And we're going to see Ursaluna go for a Protect here, potentially trying to call a move into that. In comes a Tailwind here from the Murkrow, doubling the speed of the Cleavor and ensuring that it can go first here. The Stone Axe goes into the Electabuzz, knocking out this Electabuzz and setting up the Stealth Rock.
Yeah, Adrian calls it there perfectly. The Protect on Ursaluna is a little strange because I feel like in that position you have a lot of opportunity to honestly kill or get rid of both of the Cleavor and the Murkrow here, but unfortunately with the Protect he just calls it perfectly and goes for the Electabuzz Stone Axe.
He does, and he gets that KO and he sets up the Stealth Rock, which turns off the Indeedee's immunity with the Focus Sash here if it was coming out. And in comes Sneasler. So Sneasler is the third Pokemon for Chris, but it does take a little bit of damage due to those Stealth Rocks.
Exactly. And unfortunately for Chris here, since Indeedee's not on the board yet, then Sneasler is actually slower because he set Tailwind up last turn. So if he wants to outspeed the Kleavor here, he has to swap into Indeedee and break the Sash.
And he will switch out Ursaluna here. Is the fourth Pokemon that Indeedee? It is. So Indeedee comes out, and it will set the Psychic Surge and the Psychic Terrain after losing its Focus Sash due to those Stealth Rocks. But Sneasler getting that Psychic Seed and increasing its special defense by 1 stage.
Exactly. Although Chris has to be careful here, he decides to get rid of the Kleavor instead of the Murkrow. Although we learned last game, this Foul Play actually does quite a bit of damage, even resisted into the Sneasler, so I'm curious to see if Adrian went for it again.
He did go for the Foul Play, but it went into the Indeedee, and it knocks out Indeedee!
Yeah, now he has a huge Pokemon advantage here. This is going to be tough. Now with Indeedee gone, he has no way to deal with the Sneasler in the back.
He doesn't have any way to deal with the Sneasler in the back. However, Chris does still have the opportunity for Terastallization on his side of the field. It could be this Blood Moon Ursaluna into a pure normal type, or it could be the Sneasler into a dark type again.
Honestly, I don't think either Terastallizations are good for Chris here. Because with Sneasler, you have this close combat in it, and due to, oddly enough, the Stealth Rock chip, I think Ursaluna's in range, and Sneasler doesn't want to Terra to Dark either, because if you Terra, then you're again weak to close combat, so I'm going to be curious to see how Chris decides to play this one here.
I think it'll come down to, once again, those Dire Claw rolls, because the Sneasler on either side, they want to go for one of those status conditions, and at least on both sides, there is a Pokemon that could get one of each 3. On Chris's side and Adrian, if they target each Sneasler, it would only be Paralysis or Sleep that you're going for. But we are going to see a Terastallization on this Blood Moon Ursaluna. It is trying to power up those Hyper Voices and Blood Moon with that Terra Normal.
Here to see if Adrian decides to swing into it with the close combat, and he does this kill.
It does! The KO into the Ursaluna! So Sneasler loses its defense and its special defense boost from the Psychic Seed, but more importantly, Ursaluna is down! And Chris is down to his final Pokemon, that's Sneasler!
So Dire Claw doesn't get the status.
And there is no status. No status.
Do a lot of damage here. Ooh, almost 50%.
Almost 50% into that Sneasler here, but now the Sneasler is the only Pokemon left on the field, and Chris has decided to cancel the battle, and Adrian Herdia wins this set 2-0 and advances to 3-1 here at Versus Games.
Yeah, amazingly played by Adrian. Able to use the fact that both Unburdened and Sneasler doubling its speed, but with Tailwind, it speeds it up even again, up to, like, I believe 4 times speed. So him having the fastest Sneasler just gives him the advantage in the mirror.
He definitely had the advantage there, but how about that Kleavor?
Kleavor put in work.
I'm very impressed with how Adrian was able to pilot that Kleavor. He went with the Terra Bug. He actually risked his Terastallization on a Pokemon that most of us probably wouldn't have in our own situation. We probably wouldn't have done Terra Bug on a Kleavor, but it did the work. It got the KOs that it needed, and it set up the Stealth Rocks to break that Focus Sash on Indeedee. That was massive in Game 2 for Adrian.
I think it was massive in both games. Game 1, the Stealth Rocks was able to chip down the Typhlosion, so it was in Throat Chop range. And in Game 2, it broke the Sash on Indeedee, so when it swapped in and took the Foul Play, it was just gone immediately. He couldn't do anything with it. I think had Chris been able to maybe prevent or just take down the Kleavor as fast as possible, he may have been able to have a bit of a better game plan, but it just was able to get rocks up both times and he couldn't do anything.
And it's important to note that we didn't talk about this with that Kleavor. It was a clear amulet, so even if Chris went for that Electro Web, it would have done damage into the Kleavor, but it wouldn't have lowered the speed, which would have been helpful for Chris to be able to be faster than that Kleavor. And that was something that Adrian correctly identified in this set.
100%. In that game too, when he went for the Hyper Voice, it actually put Kleavor, I think, with only 20 hit points left. If he went for the Electro Web, I believe that picks up. So he wouldn't have had to deal with the Stealth Rocks and would have been able to bring that Sash Indeedee in, but unfortunately, it's not going to be the case.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just a little cynical part. Hisuian, Typhlosion, and Whimsicott. We did say that was a little exploitable.
Yeah, it's just because the lines with those two are very, very linear. You know what it's going to be. It's going to be Tailwind, it's going to be the Eruption. If your opponent has ways to either reduce Eruption damage without trading too much in return, it ends up being not that great of a strategy.
But honestly, after that said, Caden, I'm actually curious. What do you think the usage of our Pokemon are here? Because it is Regulation H, so we won't see any... I mean, I think I heard there was a Flutter Mane in Regulation H. I think I heard from a little birdie that there was a Flutter Mane in Regulation H.
It's called Rabombi.
Yes, it
Rabombi
is.
is the truth.
Yes,
Rabombi is the truth.
Rabombi is the truth. But I'm actually curious about what our usage is. Are you?
I would assume Sneasler has to be way up there. Yeah, no
Oh, look at
surprises
that.
there.
Look at that. Sneasler at 57% usage.
Yeah, and there's also some other interesting picks here. Ursaluna Blood Moon, it's been going up a lot in usage recently, and no surprise to see it here as well. On top of that, you also have Sinistcha and Maushold Annihilate at the bottom there too. Very interesting picks from the players here today.
There definitely is. I mean, the Ursaluna Blood Moon, we have seen various Blood Moon Ursalunas. We've seen the Assault Vest, we've seen the Life Orb, but we've seen various terrestrializations. I think we've seen Water, Ghost, Normal, and Electric in 4 rounds.
There's a lot of different ways you can run the Ursaluna. I think that's what makes it so strong in this format. We've seen success with Life Orb, we've seen success with AV, and the most recent regional that happened won with Leftovers Terra Electric. So it's a very unique Pokemon the way that you want to build it and how you can slot it in on your team.
And I believe it had Yawn too, right? The Blood Moon Ursaluna?
It did. It was Yawn, that was a tech that was created at the very beginning of the format, and then it kind of fell off, but it was piloted success at Frankfurt earlier today.
You know what I am noticing though, at least in our top 12 usage? Where's Alola Ninetales?
Nowhere to be seen, which I'm honestly surprised. Fun fact, we don't see any Weather Setter in the top 12 here at all. No Pelipper or Torkoal or even Tyranitar.
Honestly, I completely forgot about Torkoal. And I probably faced like 5 of them in the Global Challenge.
And it's interesting because the regional before Reg H ended, Toronto, something that was really cool is that the top 4 teams had all 4 weathers. You had Ninetales, Alola, you had Pelipper, Torkoal, and Tyranitar. So it's interesting to see that the players are starting to veer away towards weather and more towards Pokemon that can excel in the weathers themselves.
And that's honestly something, Caden. Like, I don't know how you are with your battling style, but at least with me, I'm not very good at actually using weather teams. I'm actually better at finding out a way to weather the storm.
Yeah, I can pilot them to an extent. The thing with weather teams is you're almost on a timer. Your teams typically is going to be built around the weather. The Tyranitar and Ninetales to a lesser extent, but the Sun and Rain teams are all filtered around the weather. If you're able to stall it out, you can typically, again, weather the storm. You're not that worried about it. And it seems that the players here in today's Cup, they've decided to completely forego the weather and just go for more balance-esque comps.
And the irony of it all is that we're in Florida. We have sun and rain. When do you see sand or snow in Florida? I got you,
You
right
don't.
there.
You don't.
Yeah, you just don't. You just
I'm sorry. No sandstorms here. No sandstorms here. Snow, good luck. You're not going to get snow.
But maybe a trace in the Panhandle area. Maybe a trace.
You get a little frost at the top, but outside of that, it's just mainly sun and rain here, neither of which we're seeing here at the top 12 usage.
No, we're not seeing any of that. And honestly, it would be nice to see if we do have any of them here, but that's a story for another time.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break here from round 4 at the Versus Games League Cup. We'll be back with round 5 momentarily, so don't go anywhere.
Noah. I am not used to hearing myself.
Hello guys and welcome back. We are currently starting up round 5 of the Versus Cup local today. My name is Caden. I am joined by
Noah Curtis.
Welcome to the casting. Right now our players are in the back. They're just ready to get into the games here. We have Alex versus Elise. Haven't quite seen the matchup just yet. Waiting for those to pop up. In the meantime though, how you been doing today?
I've been doing good.
You were also doing a run today, right?
Yeah.
Okay, how'd your run go? What'd you fight today?
I fought a Komoa with the cleaning scales.
Yeah, Komoa is a very interesting Pokemon. Clangorous Sail lets it boost all of its stats by 1 with the cost of some of its HP. It's an interesting Pokemon to build around. Dragon Fighting is also a very unique typing. It has a lot of resistances, but it is very...
Oh, here we go.
Yep, now we're getting into the match here.
Oh, speaking of Komoa.
Yeah, we have Komoa. Is Elise Johnson versus Alex Ortega here. Two pretty interesting teams.
Oh, I've spotted Primarina.
Yep, we have Prim Komoa with Talonflame, Rillaboom, Sneasler, and Electabuzz on Alex. Elise now has some interesting picks. Instant Volcarona, Sneasler, and Grim are all fairly standard.
Is that an Oricorio?
That's what I was gonna mention. We have an Oricorio and a Golduck. Curious to see what the sets are. Let's see. Here on Elise's side.
I'm still not used to listening to myself.
Yeah, no worries. No, this is an interesting matchup. I'm curious to see what the Golduck set is, because Golduck's abilities, we have Swift Swim and Cloud9. It seems we have Cloud9 on the Golduck here. This prevents all weather effects on the field from affecting.
Oh.
It's interesting though, because the way that it works is it doesn't get rid of the weather, it's just the effects of the weather disappear. So if Golduck swapped off the field, the weather is still there. And it seems we have the Ghost Flying type Oricorio. Oricorio does have different forms, and it changes the type depending on the form. This one's going to be the Ghost, so that Revelation Dance is actually going to be
Oh, I never knew that.
Yes.
I do see Giga Drain.
Yep, so it's going to be a Terra Grass Leftovers Volcarona. This is a set that was pretty popular early format. The advantage of Terra Grass and Giga Drain is with Leftovers is it makes the Volcarona very bulky. It's really hard to get rid of. Especially with Quiver Dance, it boosted speed, special attack, and
Oh, hang on, I do see something. Grimmsnarl is playing defensive. Look at this. It's Thunderwave, Widescreen, and Reflect all in the same one.
Yeah, it's a pretty standard Grimmsnarl set with Reflect Light Screen. Foul plays good damage, especially because it's stab off of Grimmsnarl's dark typing, and Thunderwave gives at least a good form of speed control as well. See, now we're swapping over to Alex here with the Komoa. Oh, it is indeed Clangorous Soul and Playing Scales.
Oh, there it is.
That's gonna be the centerpiece of this team, I assume. Throat Spray actually activates off of Clangorous Soul, so when he uses it, it boosts all of his stats. That includes speed, attack, defense, special defense, and special attack. Throat Spray increases special attack once more, so it's gonna be at +2 for that stat specific.
Brave Bird. I see Brave Bird.
Oh yeah, Talonflame's got the Brave Bird with Sharp Beak, so it's actually
Brave Bird is actually kind of scary because if I remember correctly, doesn't Brave Bird damage yourself?
It does, so you do get a 33% recoil off of Brave Bird, and Sharp Beak boosts the damage even further. And in this matchup in specific, Elise, if you notice, doesn't have any flying resist without Terra. So this Talonflame could do a lot of damage in this team.
Does she even have a flying Terra?
Or a type that resists it.
No, but does she even have one?
I'd have to double check. You also have Electabuzz and Prim here. Those are pretty important. Those are pretty standard pieces on these teams. Typically, Como likes to have some sort of redirection, so Talonflame and Electabuzz give it the support it needs. You also have a Fake Out with the Rillaboom and Terrain.
Oh,
You also have the Sneasler as well.
Alright, it's starting.
Yep, now the match is getting into it. Let's see the leads here from Elise and Alex here.
Electabuzz and Sneasler.
Yep, we're gonna have Electabuzz and Sneasler on Alex's side, and we have Instant Grimmsnarl on Elise's side. This is an interesting lead, mainly because on Elise, right? You're able to get the Intimidate off the Sneasler, so it's not gonna do that much damage. And if you set up a Reflect here, then it's reducing the damage even further. Elise also has the choice of going for Thunder Wave, which would reduce Sneasler's speed stat by 2. However, Electabuzz can redirect it so he doesn't get Thunder Wave, so I'm curious to see how Alex decides to play this.
Alright, so he's withdrawing Sneasler.
Curious to see who he goes out into here. We are going to get the Primarina.
Primarina.
Okay, this is interesting. I actually like this position for Alex, because now he does not have to resist the Hyper Voice.
Oh, and he's using Reflect.
Yep, and the Reflect goes off. That's going to reduce any physical type damage.
Oh, and Taunt.
Huge taunt from Alex here. I actually like how he plays this.
On Grimmsnarl, exactly.
Yep, because now I can only click Foul Play, which I don't want to do.
Yeah, Foul Play's the only offensive move.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's knockoff.
Yep, and we also got a knockoff into the Electabuzz. Now it loses a lot of its bulk because without the Eviolite item, its defense and special items don't get the boost now. So I'm curious to see how Elise decides to play this out. I think Alex has a good start here.
Looks like Incineroar's trying to use Parting Shot.
It would seem that that's what Elise was covering here. Alex decides to go for the taunt and the instant. Taunt on both slots here, so no shenanigans.
Oh!
Huge Hyper Voice from Alex here. Primarina doing big damage to both sides.
And he's using the berry now.
Yep, Instant is going to get its berry procced. It's going to restore it to almost 50%. So goes for Foul Play. Does decent chip into the Electabuzz. A little bit
Oh,
more
it can't
than
use it.
Yeah, that's a really good play from Alex. He cannot get the party shot off into the Primarina because it's haunted.
That means it can't, like, retreat now.
Yeah, and also can't pivot out. It has to manually switch, which isn't great here. Alex is an amazing position.
I just realized Oricorio has Dancer as its ability.
Yeah, it's interesting because on Elise's team, the Volcarona has Quiver Dance. So if we were to use Quiver Dance, then
Oh, what is he switching now?
I'm about to see here.
The third one is Oricorio.
Yeah, this is interesting here. Let's see what Alex decides to go for.
Electro Whip.
He reduces speed on both sides. Good chip into the Oricorio and the Incineroar here. This should let Primarina move before both of them. Gonna have another Hyper Voice.
Oh, double KO!
A double kill. That's gonna kill the Oricorio with a crit. I'm not sure if it matters, to be honest. A Life Orb Primarina does a lot of damage, but now
I wasn't expecting
so
that
far.
one. I wasn't expecting that one. I thought maybe Oricorio could have survived that.
It's interesting. There's a chance with Citrus, it kind of indicates that Oricorio might be a little bit more bulky, but with the crit, this gets removed immediately here. And he's in a pretty rough spot.
Yeah. Oh, there's Volcarona. That's the fourth one.
Yeah, so Volcarona is the last choice for Elise here. This is interesting because you can actually go for the Terra Grass, which she is hovering. But it's hard because you can't technically...
Oh, she did it. She's using Goat.
We'll see here. I'm not too sure. I think she was hovering over the Protect. But what's interesting is, for Elise here, right?
Oh, there's the Terra.
Yep, we're going to see a Terra come out, which it's going to be the Primarina. What's its Terra going to be?
Goat.
Poison type.
That's poison.
That is poison, so it is going to reduce any grass type damage from super effective to not very effective at all.
That means Volcarona is not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, it makes it harder. What I will say is, if you can get some Quiver Dance off with the Volcarona here, now it doesn't resist Heat Wave, which is really important. Oddly enough, I do think it is somewhat possible for Elise to come back with this, because you can get a Quiver Dance off, and with
Oh, there's
Moonblast is gonna destroy the Grimmsnarl, yeah.
Goodbye, Grimmsnarl. Alex
has used this Primarina perfectly. I mean, it gets rid of the instant completely. Crits through the Oricorio's gone, and now you're just left with this Volcarona, and Alex has all 4 Pokemon in the back still.
Yeah, I don't think he's lost any.
He has not lost a single Pokemon here. He's only lost a little bit of chip on both sides. If you're Elise, yeah, you probably go for like Terra Grass. Goes for the taunt. Oh, okay. Interesting thing to note. The Electabuzz is faster than the Volcarona. That's not guaranteed because Volcarona is 100 base speed, so it could be faster. But the way that Elise decided to train it is not.
Oh, there's Hyper Voice again.
That's water type.
Oh.
It doesn't quite kill because of the light stream that Elise procced last turn.
Oh wait, it popped something?
Yeah, that's going to be its leftovers, so each turn is going to heal about 1/16 of its health. Doesn't really matter too much here, though. I mean, Alex just has this game commandingly in a 1 position. There's not really much Elise can do here at all.
Yeah.
Let's go for the Terra Grass Giga Drain. Let's see it come out here.
Oh, there it is, Terra Grass.
Yep, this is going to be the Terrestrialization from Elisa's side. It's going to be going from the Fire Bug type to a Grass type. Going to be going for a Giga Drain, I assume, into one of the slots. I believe she was going for Electabuzz.
But now Primarina has the advantage since it's a Poison Terra.
Yeah, so Primarina's not going to take too much damage here. Curious to see if Alex decided to read this and go for a Moon Blast, or decided to keep it simple and go for Hyper Voice.
Oh, almost killed it.
Oh, not quite, yeah. Giga Drain not picking up the Electabuzz there. I thought maybe because of the
oh, Hyper Voice again?
Yeah, Hyper Voice not gonna do too much damage. It is resisted now.
Wait, why is Primarina losing its HP every time it uses Hyper Voice?
So Primarina has the item called Life Orb. So the way that Life Orb works is it boosts your attack by 1.3 times. But the drawback is you take a little bit of chip each turn.
Oh.
So
Follow me again, which means it's...
It's going to protect the Primarina here. So most Volcaronas tend to have Heat Wave. That way it's a spread and you can hit through Follow Me. But Elise decided to build this in a way where it has Fiery Dance. It boosted special attack there, but unfortunately because it can't touch the Primarina, it's going to be able to swing back here, and I think a Moonblast should pick up.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Let's see it. And
there it is.
Honestly, beautifully played from Alex there. Primarina just sweeping the whole team.
Yeah, the way that he used Primarina there, like, even with the Life Orb, it was able to tank every single hit and actually pull out in the end.
Oh yeah, I mean the Life Orb chip truly didn't matter there. He was able to protect it with the Electabuzz because the issue was Elise's team doesn't really have any good form of spread damage, so he's able to kind of just sit there, follow me, and just keep spreading damage and break it. I'm interested to see though if Elise is able to maybe switch up her leads and go for a more offensive approach, so that way he can break the Electabuzz. I mean, honestly, I think if you're Alex here, you don't switch up anything. The lead was a little awkward because you had Electabuzz Sneasler. So you might just lead Primarina Electabuzz and see how Elise adapts. I don't think Alex has to change anything here in his game plan.
Alright, here we go, second round.
Yep, we're getting into the match now. See the lead.
Electabuzz and Primarina again.
One second. So, on Alex's side, we have Primarina and Electabuzz, as I was mentioning before. This is just a good lead from Alex. He doesn't have a great way to break it. Elise decided to swap it up, going for the
Sneasler.
Yeah, the Sneasler instead of the Incineroar. This is going to let her have a lot more offensive pressure.
Wait, did Sneasler have Dire Claw?
Sneasler does have Dire Claw. Something important to note is it actually has a pretty negative matchup with Electabuzz. Because due to it being an electric type, it can be paralyzed, and since it's Vital Sleep, it also can't be swept. So the only Dire Claw status it can get on the Electabuzz is a Poison, which is probably the...
Oh, Immediate Terra.
We do see an Immediate Terra on which side here? This is going to be Alex going for the Poison Terra
Poison
again.
Primarina again.
Yeah, this is going to let it resist both the Dire Claw and the Close Combat from the Sneasler here. So Primarina should be sitting nice and pretty. This is... Let's see. Lisa goes for the light screen. See?
There's the Dire Claw.
Does it get a poison?
It got the poison.
It does get the poison. It's going to let him get the Electabuzz a little bit faster. But I assume that he's just going to go... Oh, goes for the Electabuzz, actually. This is interesting. I believe this is going to let Primarina outspeed the Sneasler. Not this turn, but next turn.
Oh, there's Moonblast.
Moonblast is going to the Gram.
Oh.
And it hangs on thanks to the light screen that Elise picked up before.
Since it wasn't a normal move, it was like a special type attack.
Yeah, I think this is still a pretty decent position for Alex here, mainly because you're just able to put so much damage on the board. You're going to be able to take Grimmsnarl this turn, although Grimmsnarl is going to be able to get off one more screen, I assume. Yep, there's a Reflect.
Yeah, there's a Reflect. So now it's against both physical and special.
Like, we're going for Electrum again.
Oh, Grimmsnarl's alive.
Grimmsnarl does live. Does Alex go for the Hyper Voice?
It does.
That's going to pick up the Grim and do really good damage with the Sneasler. I'm just curious to see what Alex or Elise decided to go for here.
Like, go for next?
Yeah, I believe this should be probably close combat. Oh, no, goes for the Diacon to the Prim. Do you get a status? No, status. A sleep or a Para there would have been pretty good because that puts the speed back in Elise's favor. Fortunately, doesn't get either. I think potentially a close combat into the Electabuzz might have been a little bit better, mainly because you would have gotten rid of the Electabuzz and then you can get in Volcarona here. Because we learned from last game, Electabuzz is actually faster than the Volcarona, so it can go for a taunt and make sure that he does not get any Quiver Dances off.
It looks like she went with the Volcarona again.
Yeah, the Volcarona or Choreo back. It's understandable. If you're able to get a Quiver Dance off, the game can spiral into Elise's control pretty quickly. Tries to go for a Protect. Doesn't want the Volcarona to take what I assume to be a taunt into the Volcarona slot.
Oh.
Decides to go for Electro Web regardless.
I'm surprised he hasn't used Taunt yet. He has it in his arsenal.
He does, but it makes sense because if you go for Electro Web, then the Primarina is actually faster than the Volcarona.
Oh, and there's a Hyper Voice, which means, yep, Sneasel's dead.
Yep, Sneasel's gonna go down. At least only 2 more Pokemon on the field, and she hasn't taken either a single Pokemon from Alex in Game 1 or Game 2 here. This might be a full-on blowout, we'll see.
Yeah.
Electabuzz taking a little bit of chip from Poison. It seems at least is gonna go to the Oricorio here.
And it's the Oricorio.
Now, what would be nice is if Elise could get a Quiver Dance off, it would be huge. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure. Oh, but wait, the Tailwind. If Oricorio is faster than the Electabuzz, it can.
It can hit the Tailwind, and it could go faster than Primarina.
Yeah, this is gonna see. I'm truthfully, I'm not sure about Oricorio's speed.
Terra.
Yeah, we do see a Terra on the Volcarona. Gonna be a Grass. Makes sense. You want to resist the Hyper Voice, and you're behind Light Screen, so you have pretty good bulk here.
How long do those last, by the way?
So with Grimmsnarl, it has Light Clay, so it's gonna be, I believe, 8 turns.
Oh, there's a Tailwind. It went faster.
It does. This means the speed advantage is gonna go to Elise here. It gets a Quiver Dance off. This is gonna raise its
and the
special
Quiver
attack,
Dance.
Finesse, and speed. And Oricorio, due to its Dancer ability, should copy the boost. Yep, there goes its Dancer. Gonna use Quiver Dance as well.
There it is.
Okay, a lot of stat raises on Elise's side here. This could swing the momentum into her favor.
It also could put Alex on the defensive again, like more so.
Yep. So he does go for the Electro Web. That is going to reduce the speed on both Oricorio and Volcarona.
But I don't think, is it enough to like swing it back into his favor?
Not necessarily. I mainly say that because Oricorio and the Volcarona actually they have a speed boost from Quiver Dance, so it kind of evens out. And with the leftovers healing and the Citrus Berry on Oricorio, any of the damage that Alex just did there didn't do a lot.
And we have to remember that Electabuzz game Poison, so he's slowly losing it.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes here. It's going to be very dependent on what Alex has in the back. That's going to most likely be what this game decides to come down to. Which we'll likely be seeing some KOs come through on Elise's side pretty soon here.
Oh, there's it's going for Protect. That's the first defensive move we've seen from Primarina the whole time.
It makes sense. You don't want the Primarina to go down just yet. And if you can get another Electro Web off on the Electabuzz.
It tried. It tried to use the Revelation Dance on.
Yeah, that would have picked up on the Primarina 100%.
There's Quiver Dance again, which means Oricorio's gonna do it again.
Yep. So Oricorio is gonna copy the boost once more. So that's gonna mean that assuming that Alex goes for an Electro Web. What did Alex go for? On our Electro Web.
Yep.
Let's do the Electro Web. So this is gonna mean that in total, the stat buffs remain at, for Volcarona, you're at +2 defense, or +2 special defense, +2 special attack. Oricorio, the exact same.
Oh, and there's his berry.
Yep, it does proc Citrus Berry, so Orico's gonna get some of that health back. And we'll see here. I think Elise has to be careful. Because assuming that Alex has Sneasler in the back like he did Game 1, he can actually OHKO his Volcarona. But he has to make sure that Sneasler does not hit the board once Tailwind ends. Tailwind has 2 turns left. That's what Elise is checking for.
And Light Screen has 3, and Reflect has 4.
It does. Let's see. I think if you're Elise here, yeah, I like this. You go for the Quiver Dance, so you get the speed boost on both Mons.
Oh, follow me.
And that's going to redirect any attacks that were going into the Prim into the Electabuzz here.
Revelation Dance, there it is.
Yep, coming out, it's going to kill the Electabuzz 100%. Yep. Although
he has 2 others left though, so
I think this might be going into Elise's favor now because that Quiver Dance, both Oricorio and the Volcarona are at +3. This is a lot of damage on Elise's side here. He hasn't been really using it just yet, but once she starts just swinging, it's going to be really hard for Alex to really break through this.
But I wonder what Alex is going to choose as like his third, since he has 2 left.
Yeah, we're gonna see what's in the back here. That's gonna be very. That's gonna be.
Oh, Haze!
But Haze comes out in the Primarina. All the stat boosts at least worked so hard to get, just gone immediately.
That was a clutch play because that meant like all the bonuses are just gone now.
Yeah, that's tough. I think if you're at least there, you may have had to double swing with the Volcarona instead of going for the third quiver dance.
Oh, there's Talonflame.
Talonflame comes
His
out.
its first ever appearance.
Ooh, yeah, this is a bad position for Elise now because due to Talonflame's Gale Wings, it actually has a priority Brave Bird. So no matter how fast Elise's Pokemon are, Talonflame will always Brave Bird first. Meaning...
And as we mentioned before, like Brave Bird does damage due to recoil.
Oh yeah, especially with the Sharpie boost, this should pick up on the Volcarona. I mean, he can't get any quicker.
Oh, there was a Brave Bird.
There it comes out.
Oh,
it does not take the KO. I believe that's because of the reflect that Elise set earlier.
Oh, and using Tailwind. Oh, it failed.
Yeah, because Tailwind wasn't up yet, so you actually can't use Tailwind until.
Oh, Primarina almost went down there.
And Primarina not quite losing just yet.
Wait, it copied.
It does copy, so any dancing move, it
There it
does
goes.
pick up. And so the Fire Dance is another dancing move, so it is going to use the Fire Dance as well. That is going to pick up the Primarina.
Which means he can't use Terra anymore.
Yeah, his Terraform Pokemon is gone. He has no Terra. However, I believe Tailwind ends this turn for Elise, so the speed advantage is going to go back into Alex's favor here.
Yep, there it is.
To see what he has. Is this going to be the Sneasler from game one? It
Yes.
is. Very important thing to note, Sneasler also has Sash and Tack. So he has to swing into it twice for it to pick up.
Yeah, but that means he can't do a one-hit KO move because the Focus Sash would just make him survive it.
Exactly. This is not looking great for Elise. I mean, the Talonflame can just take care of the Volcarona. It is in range of another Brave Bird. And Oricorio, without the Dancer boost from the Volcarona, I just don't think it has enough gas in the tank to get rid of these two. But we'll see how Alex decides to play this here. Elise hovering over.
At least he can't use Haze anymore.
Haze is off the table.
Oh, there's there's Protect. So she's not taking any chances this time.
This is a good play. This is a good play. Oh, but Alex really
It's on
pushes the
Oricorio.
Brave Bird into Oricorio, but it lives. Did he double it with the Sneasler slot? And he did.
Yep, he did.
Wow, really good player from Alex there. That's really important to pick up because if you let him get the Tailwind off, it gets a little dicey. Talonflame does not have Gale Wings anymore because it's a chip from Brave Bird. Then when the Tailwind's up, you can start going for Quiver Dances and then potentially getting Revelation Dances off.
Oh, and there goes the Light Screen.
And Light Screen goes off too. Doesn't matter too much here, but I think this is game for Alex. It should be a clean 2-0.
Yep,
That's
and
gonna be
she
a
is
4 for
surrendered.
Flipside. That is game. Wow. Really, really well played from Alex there. Alex played that incredibly well. It seemed like he had a very clear game plan going into the set.
Yeah.
Game 1, he figured out that Primarina just cleared through her team, used that to win game 1. Game 2, he used Primarina in the early game to just get as much damage down as possible. Got off a huge Haze, getting rid of all of her stat boosts.
I think in my opinion that was like the game. That was the point where the game just changed into his favor because she spent 3 turns with the Quiver Dance to get all that up, and then in 1 turn it just got rid of everything.
100%. I think if on that turn that he went for that, if he went for a double attack with the Volcarona and went for Fiery Dance plus Revelation Dance, he should have been able to pick up that Prim, and then the game may have been closer. Without the boost, though, that Elise worked so hard to get, he just didn't have enough gas in the tank to clear out the Talonflame and Sneasler in the back.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that he didn't pick up, like, he's used the same as instead of like switching up with the other 2 that he had.
You mean the Como in the back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Como could have come.
It had cleaning scales and everything.
Yeah, so it's Dragon typing allows it to resist both of the Grass and Fire moves that Volcarona had. However, the Oricorio had Air Slash, which would pick up the Como if it gets enough boost going. So it's a bit of a 50-50. In the end, though, I think Alex played it really well. He brought the Sneasler and the Talonflame, cleaned up that endgame beautifully for him.
I think Elise could have done better because she had the other 2 in the back too. Like she used the same.
It's tough. I think she did. I like her adjustment to go for the Sneasler instead. It gives her an easier way to break through the Electabuzz. But without it, it's really tough.
Yeah.
All right, and then it seems we are going to be going to a break here. That's going to be all for round 5. It'll be all from us. Bye, guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to Versus Games here in Oviedo, Florida. We have gone through 5 rounds of Swiss, and we are at our 6th and final round before Top Cut. I'm Joe Carlino. I'm once again joined by Caden Owens. Caden, we're at the finals, man. We're 1 step away from Top Cut.
Oh yeah, this is going to be the last final round of Swiss. We've had some interesting Swiss rounds on stream today for sure. And I believe this Swiss round is actually a win-in, so whoever wins, I believe, makes it into the cut.
I think you're actually right, because when we looked at the standings entering the final round of Swiss, now we do have to send a congratulations out to Riley Factura because he's undefeated. He is guaranteed in Top Cut right now.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure his record's 5-0. He's made it 100%.
I would think EXO is pretty straightforward at making it.
It's a decent record. It's okay.
But at the same time, we don't know how the rest of the tournament is going to go, because there are so many tough trainers still alive fighting for one of those last 7 positions in Top Cut.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of X and 2 players right now who are still fighting for it. It could go down to almost anybody, but this is going to be one of them that decides it. We have Christopher Valles versus Brendan. I don't know how to pronounce that last name.
Nasir.
Nasir.
Yep, Brendan Nasir. And this is actually going to be Chris's 2nd time on stream today. So Chris was actually one of our first stream matches of the day, and he played against Jonathan Martin, who he lost to in that set. But now he's in a position to win and in. If he makes it, he goes on the Top Cut.
Oh yeah, he's had to fight tooth and nail. And I actually am very familiar with this team. Me and him have been working on it for the past couple of weeks. So it's very, very exciting to see him make it this far. Right now we're looking at Brendan's team so far.
And he's starting off with that Poison Terra Whimsicott. Very interesting. I don't really see Poison as a Terra on Whimsicott all that much.
It's an interesting pick. It lets you be... It lets you resist all the Sneasler attacks, which is typically Whimsicott's scariest matchup in the format.
And then we also see he's got the Stellar Terra on Sneasler with White Herb and Close Combat. The Assault Vest Incineroar. We have an Incineroar sighting!
Oh yeah, we have another Incineroar, which is a super cool. Assault Vest is also a really interesting item on Incin. A lot of them are running safety goggles. Some are even on Rocky Helmet. But this one decided to vie for the Assault Vest instead.
And then also... that's a Choice Band Terra Normal Inner Focus Dragonite.
Oh yeah, that's a very interesting pick. We've seen a lot of Scale Shot loaded dice, but this one opting for the Choice Band instead. A really cool pick on this team, I'd say, for sure.
The only thing that I am noticing, though, and this is very interesting, that's Protect on a Choice Specs.
It's interesting because if you trick the item away, then you can use Protect. Now we are looking at Christopher's team here.
And he has... double follow me, double redirection.
On Chris's team?
Okay.
Oh, okay. No, I know what it is. Okay, so that mouse hold does not have double follow me. It is Super Fang beat up, follow me, protect. The beat up is mainly for the Annihilate, so that way you can proc the Rage Fist, get it stacked up. It's a very interesting team. You have a lot of fighting weaknesses, but then a lot of fighting resist. You have three fighting weaknesses in Incin, Maushold, and Ursaluna, but then 2 immunities in the Annihilate Goldango and the Dragonite resisting it with multi-scale. So a really interesting defensive way that you can pilot this team.
And what's also important to know about Christopher's team is that while he has Incineroar on his side of the field, Brendan has that Dragonite and its Inner Focus. Now, Inner Focus was reworked in Generation 8 to negate Intimidate drops.
Yeah, so it's going to be hard for Christopher to slow down that Dragonite if Brendan decides to pilot it. We're going to see what Brendan decides to do here shortly.
Will be interesting to see here because one of our trainers will guarantee themselves in Top Cut. Will it be Brendan Nasir or will it be the 2-time defending champion here at Versus Games and Christopher Valles? Game number 1 has begun, and it's going to be Maushold and Blood Moon Ursaluna versus the Sneasler and the Goldango.
This is an interesting position because Christopher has Friend Guard on the field, so that's going to be really hard for Brendan to remove that Ursaluna. Terra Water is a really good pick here for Christopher because if he decides to go for it, that does let him resist the Make It Rain if Brendan decides to click it, which it looks like he is going for me.
He is considering going just straight up for that Choice Specs Make It Rain into this Ursaluna and Maushold. Now, the Maushold will, as you said, it will negate some damage onto that Blood Moon Ursaluna, even through that Assault Vest with the Friend Guard.
But if Christopher does decide to Terra Water here to maybe avoid the close combat and Make It Rain damage, honestly, I don't think Brendan's going to do that much damage. If he decides to keep it going for Make It Rain, he's actually going to get a special attack drop as well. We are seeing the Terra here come out, I believe, on Christopher's side. It is going to be that Blood Moon into the Terra Water.
So the Blood Moon has terrestrialized into a water type here, and now that Assault Vest plus the resistance with the water is even better. In comes a Protect from this Mousehold here, trying to predict a fake out, but it's actually going to go into the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, really heads up play from Brendan there, able to make sure that the Ursaluna cannot attack this turn. Goes for the Make It Rain, and that does very little damage.
That did so little damage to the Blood Moon Ursaluna through the Assault Vest and the Resist and the Friend Guard. There were so many defensive boosts on that Blood Moon Ursaluna to the point where it bounced.
Yeah, essentially. And now Christopher's in a pretty good spot. You have Follow Me, so you can actually redirect the Sneasler attacks away from the Ursaluna, and you have Earth Power, which can just clear that Goldango completely. This is an interesting spot here. I wonder how Brendan's going to play it. Swaps out the Goldango into, I believe we saw the Whimsicott come out here.
We are going to see, and it is the Whimsicott trying to predict a Earth Power into that slot here as a Follow Me comes out from this Mousehold to redirect any attacks for this turn. Sneasler going for that Dire Claw into the Mousehold here, over 50%.
No status. And Christopher calls it. Instead of going for the Earth Power into the Goldango, he goes into the Sneasler instead, getting a clean one-hit KO.
That was a huge turn for Christopher there. He called the Earth Power into the Sneasler and not going into the Goldango slot here, allowing him to get a clean one-hit knockout onto one of Brendan's Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a really important turn for Chris to get right, because if you get it right, then you have so much, you just have the Pokemon advantage, and it makes it really hard for Brendan to pilot here. Because now, this turn, you can, maybe he doesn't, but you can protect the Mousehold here to keep Friend Guard on the field and just lay down more damage with the Ursaluna here, because neither Garchomp nor Whimsicott resist the Hyper Voice or potentially Blood Moon.
They really don't here, but we also have to look that this Garchomp is a Terra Ground Life Orb set. So that Earthquake would have done major damage into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but we're just going to see a Protect come out here from the Mousehold and from the Garchomp here, but a Moonblast going into the Protect on the Mousehold. So where did this Blood Moon Ursaluna target? It is a Blood Moon into the Garchomp.
Yeah, Brendan actually, I like that play from Brendan. He calls it correctly. Fun little way that Friend Guard works, if he's able to remove the Mousehold before the Garchomp swings, Friend Guard is off the field. So Ursaluna will be taking full damage from whatever Garchomp decides to click here. I'm curious to see what he goes for, whether it's going to be an Encore, Moonblast, or maybe even a potential Tailwind. Currently hovering Protect here. Oh, let's see.
We're going to see a Terrestrialization come out on the side of Brendan here, and it's going to go into his Garchomp, and Garchomp is mastering the Earth by turning itself into a pure Ground type.
Yeah, that's going to boost all of his ground type attacks with both Stomach and Earthquake getting both a boost here. Whimsicott going for the Protect. Let's see what Christopher decides to go for. I think Mousehold should be moving next. It's going to be the Follow Me.
Follow Me to redirect potentially a Dragon Claw or a Terra Ground Stomping Tantrum here, but instead it is that Earthquake. The Earthquake will come out. This is Terra Ground boosted with the Life Orb boost. How much damage will this do to this Blood Moon Ursaluna?
Should do a lot, but I don't think it's going to pick up. Not quite. It actually does a little less than I was expecting.
It does not end up knocking out the Blood Moon Ursaluna here, but Ursaluna will now get a chance to go into the Garchomp here with that Hyper Voice, and it will do some damage, but it won't hit anything onto the Whimsicott due to the Protect.
Yeah, Brendan's able to maintain Sash here, does not lose it. Hyper Voice comes out, does a little, maybe about 30-40% to the Garchomp. Let's see what he goes.
And in comes the Incineroar.
This is good for him. He's able to get an Intim on the Garchomp and a Fake Out. There's nothing really stopping Fake Out into the Garchomp and then an attack into the Whimsicott, breaking its Sash here. Curious to see how Christopher decides to pilot this one.
It will be interesting because, as you just said, the Incineroar coming out and getting a Fake Out pressure or even the Parting Shot potentially into one of Brendan's Pokemon here. So he could even bluff the Fake Out and go for something like a Parting Shot into the Garchomp here. However, there is the threat of that Goldango in the back for Brendan.
Yeah, I'm curious because Goldango is actually a pretty good swap here. I think it's pretty safe for Christopher to go for a normal type move, either Blood Moon or Hyper Voice. And if he does decide to swap in Goldango, which it looks like he is, he should be able to relatively safely weather the storm here and not take that much damage.
We're seeing that Goldango is being switched out for the Garchomp here. So Goldango coming back out onto the field. A Fake Out goes into the Whimsicott here, breaking the Focus Sash. And this Blood Moon Ursaluna gets to go for a Hyper Voice, and it doesn't knock out.
To be honest, though, I think that's better for Chris. If he had ended up killing the Whimsicott, then Garchomp gets to come to the field. It doesn't have Intimidate, and he still has the Terra Ground boost. But now that you have Whimsicott still on the field with Gholdengo, Christopher can get a double kill here if he goes for Flare Blitz plus Hyper Voice, and that only leaves Brendan with Garchomp in the back.
We do see Tailwind is the move of choice on the Whimsicott here. Shadow Ball coming out into this Assault Vest. Ursaluna, it does knock it out though.
That's interesting. Now with Ursaluna gone, that's a lot of damage for Chris's board removed. I'm curious to see what he decides to go for here. Does he go swing into the Gholdengo? He does not.
He ends up parting shotting the Whimsicott here.
It's an interesting play. If Brendan decided to swap into Garchomp, then you get the attack drop. But since he doesn't, he decides to go for Tailwind instead. Now it's a little awkward for Chris.
And it's Gholdengo on the side of Christopher's fourth Pokemon here with the Incineroar. And on Chris's side, his Gholdengo is a Life Orb set, whereas Brendan's is a Choice Specs variant.
Yeah, and now that Brendan has the Tailwind advantage, he can just click Shadow Ball into Chris's Gholdengo. There's not much he can do. And honestly, I think Brendan wins. I don't see how Chris is able to stop the Garchomp once it comes back onto the field.
We do see Protect come out from the Whimsicott here. Will there be a Protect on Chris's side with the Gholdengo? It is a Protect into the Gholdengo slot here. So this Shadow Ball on Brendan's side will not do any damage here. But where did this Incineroar target? Is it a knockoff potentially into the Gholdengo? No, it's just a Flare Blitz.
And this should get a clean kill, which it does, especially with the little bit of chip that Gholdengo had on it from before. It is going to make a clean knockout, but now Garchomp hits the board, and I think Chris is in trouble.
He definitely is in trouble here because all that's left is that Life Orb Terra Ground Garchomp here. Now, what's very important to note here is that because it's a Terra Ground, it turns off its resistance to the Flare Blitz from Incineroar. Now, knockoff would have been neutral on both the Dragon and the Ground type here, but we do see it's just a Moonblast here from the Whimsicott and the Earthquake. Let's see how much it does, Caden.
I think this might pick up on both with no Intim down. I think this is clean, and it is. That's going to be game one.
It's a clean KO and a critical hit on the teammate Whimsicott.
Not the poor Whims. I don't think it mattered. I'm pretty sure the Whims is going down either way, but yeah, that's going to be game one going to Brendan, able to pilot the Garchomp very nicely, keeping it in the back and making sure that it doesn't take too much damage, and then just able to pin both the Gholdengo and the Incin without Terras pretty cleanly.
And that was actually really impressive from the Garchomp there. I mean, we usually don't see Earthquake being clicked as frequently as it normally is unless you have a partner Pokemon that's either levitating or Terra flying, because you don't want to do damage to your teammate. So to actually do damage on your partner with a critical hit to boot, I think that critical hit mattered.
Maybe, but again, it is Life Orb Terra Ground, so it does do a lot of damage. I think that's what let it be able to pick up on the Incin and the Gholdengo simultaneously. Because keep in mind, Earthquake is a spread move into 3 different targets, so it is reduces damage quite a bit. But regardless, it's still just a clean pickup on both sides.
It is still a clean pick on both sides here, but now Brendan has moved one step closer to potentially making top cut here, and Christopher has to find a way to force a game 3 in this set.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough, right? Brendan was able to force out his Terra early with the Gholdengo, and so he didn't have Terra that he needed for the Garchomp in the back. I could see a potential Dragonite swap for Christopher. That would allow him to be immune to those ground type attacks that Garchomp was able to just kind of freely spam because he didn't have any resistance towards it.
The other thing I'm curious about is whether or not we potentially see the Maushold Annihilate strategy.
I could see it potentially working. It works really well against the physical type attack damage from a Dragonite and Garchomp. We'll see if he has any change up here.
And we're going to see that in the Incineroar comes out on Chris's side alongside that Dragonite. So both Dragonites are making an appearance in this first turn.
Yeah, and something that we talked about before the set is Inner Focus is going to block the Intimidate, so Dragonite's attack is not dropped whatsoever. And it also is immune to Fake Out, so Incin is kind of in a weird spot here. It doesn't want to take a ground type attack damage from Garchomp, but I don't know, it's just strange because he's kind of pinned here. We'll see what Christopher decides to do, because Brendan could also double into his Dragonite with maybe E-Speed Dragon Claw and just pick it up cleanly.
It is possible here, but we are going to see that Brendan is opting to switch out his own Dragonite here, realizing that there is the threat of that Scale Shot here, and bringing in Whimsicott on his own side here as a Terrassalization is coming out on the side of Christopher. Is it going to be into that Dragonite? It is. So Dragonite will turn off its weakness to Dragon, but it will now be susceptible to those ground type attacks.
Yeah, what I will say is Christopher does have the Intimidate down on the Garchomp, which he does go for a Protect. I'm curious to see what Christopher decided to click here.
And it's going to be a fake out into the Garchomp slot here. Very nice to prevent Garchomp from taking any damage on this turn. And a Scale Shot comes out on Chris's side, and it doesn't affect the Whimsicott here. Now, what's important to note is Whimsicott on Brendan's side has access to that Encore. And Dragonite, it could potentially be locked into an Encore on the Scale Shot, which, while it's good against the Garchomp, it's not good against that Whimsicott.
No, it is not, especially if Brendan has Goldango in the back, then neither side really, they can both kind of shrug off that Scale Shot. So, but it seems Brendan's going to stay in and just tear ground with the Garchomp.
He's going to Terrastalize that Garchomp once again, showcasing how powerful it is with that Terra Ground here. I wonder if he's going to go with a single target Stomping Tantrum, actually, but we are going to see an Encore come out into the Dragonite here. So Dragonite must Encore itself in a Scale Shot. Terra Ground -1 Life Orb Stomping Tantrum into the Incineroar.
I think there should be a pickup. And
Oh, it barely survived!
Wow, that is huge for Chris, because now you should be able to get a Parting Shot or potentially even a Flare Blitz into this Whimsicott. We'll see what it decides to do. First, we're going to see the Scale Shot come off. It's going to go into that Dragonite, do considerable damage. That's a lot of chip.
And it's getting the 5 hits, too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's... if Christopher can pilot it correctly, that's definitely extreme speed range on his Dina. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me double check. Actually, he does not have extreme speed.
It's just going to be a double up into the Garchomp here. So Garchomp goes down. The Terrassalization goes down on Brendan's side, but Incineroar goes down to the rough skin to boot.
Yeah, it's a little rough because if Brendan does indeed have that Goldango in the back, Incineroar was his best answer, so we'll see what he decides to go for here.
It will be very interesting to see what goes on, because if there is that Goldengo, we do see that that is a Pokemon in the back for Brendan here. But what is Christopher's third Pokemon going to be?
We'll see here. I think Zigbar, that's going to be his Ursaluna. This honestly isn't too bad, because now you can Earth Power the Goldango for free, and it shouldn't pick up at all.
No, it shouldn't pick up, but at the same time, this Blood Moon Ursaluna does have access to that super effective Earth Power cadence, so it will be doing big damage into the Goldengo here. Potentially even could get a one-hit knockout if the Dragonite potentially doesn't go for a Scale Shot, but we're going to see it switch out here, and in comes the Goldengo on Chris's side.
I like this play from Chris. If he decided to go for a Make It Rain, then I don't believe that picks up. Oh, special attack drop.
That's big, though. The special attack drop. Here's the Make It Rain, and it does over 50% to the Goldengo on Chris's side because of a critical hit.
Oh, that crit's really bad. Chris loses a lot more HP than he really needs.
And the
Earth Power comes out, and it does not pick up. That's really rough. However, Chris does have Vacuum Wave on the Ursaluna, so it is going to be able to take out the Goldengo before it attacks here if he decides to go for it. This is an interesting position for Chris here.
And in comes that Vacuum Wave. And because it is a fighting type move that hits through the Steel type and Ghost type because of the Mind's Eye on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, that Vacuum Wave was actually a super effective move.
Yeah, so it does end up picking up regardless of the special attack drop. Christopher going for the Make It Rain. That is going to bring Whimsicott down to Sash here. Only 1 HP remaining.
It is down to its 1 HP, but at the same time, there is the threat of that Dragonite in the back here with the Choice Band Extreme Speed. However, this Dragonite, it really can't do anything to the Goldengo if it locks itself into Extreme Speed.
I do believe Moonblast should pick up on the Goldengo. However, if you vacuum... this is interesting here. So, Brendan can E-Speed. That will pick up the Ursaluna. However, Christopher can Vacuum Wave to pick up the Whimsicott before he swings into the Goldengo. So I think if you're Brendan here, you still have to lock yourself into E-Speed, I believe, because that way you can always beat down the bear before the bear can take care of the Whimsicott. But we'll see what Brendan decides to go for here.
We're going to see a switch out here on the Goldengo slot, bringing back in the Dragonite on Chris's side. And that Dragonite, because it's still at full HP, the multi-scale is still in effect. Here comes the Vacuum Wave into Whimsicott, and Whimsicott is down.
Yeah, that's a bit of a misplay from Brendan. I think you have to go for the E-Speed there. It's a little tricky because if you go for the E-Speed, then you can't touch the Golden Go, but you need to make sure that you preserve the Whimsicott. Now that the Whimsicott's down, this is a rough position. I don't know if Brendan can come through with this.
It is a rough position here because it is just the Dragonite versus a Dragonite on Chris's side, and that multi-scale was still in effect.
Yeah, Brendan was never able to take care of multi-scale on Chris's side, so he still has it up, and he's locked into Ice Spinner, which, while it is Choice Band, it's really not going to do that much damage to either of these Pokemon.
It isn't going to do much damage at all, so now it just comes down to whether or not Ice Spinner will do enough to pick up the Dragonite here through the multi-scale.
I don't think so. I think Dragonite's going to move this pretty comfortably. I think it could pick up on the Golden Go, but I don't know. I think Chris has this pretty locked up unless he decides to miss like 10 scale shots in a row.
If that happens, oh my god. But we do see it's a nasty plot on the Golden Go. He's actually just going for big damage here, and that Ice Spinner pops off.
When he does land the scale shot, that should clean up on the Dragonite even with the 4 hit. Oh yeah, that's
might even go down in 3.
And it does, yeah.
And it goes down in 3, so Christopher Bias has forced game 3 in this best of 3 set.
Yeah, this has been a close one so far. I think Brendan had an interesting idea going for the Dragonite and the Garchomp lead, but I think due to how he played it, it ended up being a little hard towards the end there, and Chris is able to win out that end game. I'm curious to see if he decides to stick with his adjustment or go back to his game 1 plan and how Chris is going to be able to adapt to that.
Yeah, and I wonder if Extreme Speed would have actually been the smarter play to go in on that game 2 for the end game for Brendan, because as we saw, the Blood Moon Ursaluna did go for Vacuum Wave to take down that Whimsicott. If he would have gone for Extreme Speed into the Blood Moon Ursaluna slot there, Dragonite then would have had multi-scale broken.
Yes, although it's a little tricky, right? Because if he decided to go for the Vacuum Wave, or if he went for the Extreme Speed into the Ursaluna, well, actually, I don't know, because Chris only has Scale Shot. So as long as he was able to keep the Whimsicott alive, as long as he can get rid of the Goldango and Bear with the Whimsicott and Dragonite, I think Chris wins that game, even if Whimsicott only has 1 HP left, because Chris's Dragonite cannot touch it.
No, Chris's Dragonite cannot touch it by virtue of that Scale Shot. It would be the only move choice that it could do, and then it's just Moon Blasting until it goes down.
Yeah, and I think Brendan actually had that endgame if he played it a little more sharper, but Chris is able to sneak it out. Now we're going to be heading into game 3 here.
So one of our trainers is guaranteed to advance the top cut with this. Will it be Christopher Bias to defend his title, or will it be Brendan Nasir? And we're going to see it is the Dragonite and Garchomp on the side of Brendan versus the Golden Go and Incineroar for Christopher.
I like this adjustment from Chris. Unfortunately, he is the Terra Steel, so he cannot swap to a Terra that resists the ground type. But he does have Fake Out on the board. This Goldango's putting a lot of defensive pressure onto both of these dragons here, so I'm curious to see if he's just going to go for Make It Rain immediately, or if he decides to play a little bit slower. We'll see here.
It will be interesting here, because with the 2 Pokemon being weak to this ground attack, you could go for that Stomping Tantrum and lock yourself in, but the Incineroar does have access to the Parting Shot here, but it just goes for the Fake Out into the Garchomp slot here.
Yeah, but it is going to be protected, so 0 damage on the Garchomp this turn. Chris does go for the Make It Rain. I'm curious to see how much this does into the Garchomp, or into the Dragonite. No multi-scale. It does a lot of damage, about 60%.
But more importantly, it gets the Life Orb recoil and some damage into the Dragonite here. Here comes that Choice Band Stomping Tantrum, and Golden Go survives!
Yeah, that's a really big that's a big hang on for the Goldango here, because now the Earthquake damage is actually even lower because multiple targets are still on the board. I'm curious to see though, because now the Dragonite is locked into that Stomping Tantrum. If Chris decides to swap into Dragonite, it is completely immune to Brendan's Dragonite here, so I'm curious to see how he decides to play this.
He is completely immune as long as he does not Terrastalize into a Fairy type and remove the weakness to the Dragon type that Brendan has in his Dragonite with that Choice Banded Outrage.
Yes, I do think a pretty safe play from Chris here if you want to make it. You could protect on the Golden Go and swap Incin into your Dragonite. Oh, he decided to swap with the Golden Go instead, though. I assume this is going to be his Dragonite, right?
And it is going to be that Dragonite.
I'm curious to see what he decides to do with Incineroar here.
We're going to see the Stomping Tantrum on the Garchomp fail into the Dragonite here, but a Dragonite on Brendan's side going for that Stomping Tantrum, and it survives on the Incineroar here. The knockoff coming out and removing the Dragonite.
Yeah, he got a crit there. I don't believe it mattered. Knockoff being a 95 base power with the item that's still intact. Incin is able to get rid of the Brendan's Dragonite, and that's going to give Christopher the Pokemon advantage here.
And we are going to see that the third Pokemon on Brendan's side is an Incineroar. So Brendan making a little bit of an adjustment here, bringing his own Incineroar, thinking that Christopher was not going to bring that Annihilate into Game 3. So this Dragonite now is at -1 attack.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge damage reduction on Chris's side because now his Scale Shots aren't going to do nearly as much damage as they were before. He also now has Fake Out Pressure too, which is very interesting. I'm curious to see what Brendan decides to go for here. I think you have a pretty clean attack into the Incin and then just Fake Out into the Garchomp. If you want to read it, you can also go for something a little bit more aggressive, but we'll see what Brendan decides to go for here. Looking to click U-turn, Dragonite and Impact.
Now what's important to note here is that if Brendan gets that multi-scale broken, it will help out with the Dragonite if it keeps its Fairy Terra, but also the Stomping Tantrum, it failed on that last turn, so its base power got increased to 150.
Yeah, so it is doing a lot more damage this turn. It seems like Chris is going to go for the sack on the Golden Go, though, here. Let's see what Brendan decides to go for. There's going to be that Terra Ground once again on the Garchomp. He's already both Game 1 and 2, and Game 3 is not changing at all. We're going to still go for Terra Ground on the Garchomp here. Curious to see if Chris decides to protect his Dragonite, which he does.
He opts to protect here, so Dragonite keeps its multi-scale up for one final turn here, but the Stomping Tantrum, it does go into the Golden Go switch, so Golden Go goes down on Christopher's side.
Yeah, now the Pokemon count is even 3 to each side. That is going to let Christopher either go back into Incin to get another Intimidate drop, or potentially go into his, what I assume would be Blood Moon in the back. We'll see what Chris decides to go for here, though. Brendan clicks U-turn to his Dragonite, but he protects, so still in the same board state.
And we're going to see that Incineroar returns to the field on this turn here, getting the attack drop onto this Garchomp and Incineroar.
Yeah, and that's actually really big. Garchomp right now has 2 attack drops on it. I'm Brendan. Yeah, I would consider switching. You want to have it fresh and clean, so it does not have any of those attack drops from before. But Chris can also read this. If he decides to go Fake Out and Scale Shot into that Incin, that's a pretty big damage increase for Chris' side. We'll see here, though. We're going to see the Garchomp swap out into what I presume to be the Whimsicott, which is completely immune to Chris's D-Knight.
It is the Whimsicott as the fourth and final Pokemon here. There's the Fake Out into the Incineroar, and the Tailwind is actually the move of choice on the Dragonite here. So Dragonite opting to get the Tailwind up here.
It's an interesting play, because now Brendan has a really strong Fake Out pressure, or sorry, not Fake Out pressure, Encore pressure with the Whimsicott. You really don't want your Dragonite being locked into Tailwind here, because then it's not doing any damage. So I'm curious to see how Brendan decides to leverage that pressure and how Chris responds to it.
I'm actually curious as well, because you could go for something like a knockoff here to make sure that the Scale Shot on Chris's side, with the loaded dice removed, then it's just up to chance as to whether or not it hits as many times as it can.
Indeed. I'm curious to see what he goes for here. We're going to see a swap out of the D-Knight, what I presume to be into the Ursaluna Blood Moon? Yes, that is going to be the Ursaluna Blood Moon. Now, since he set up the Tailwind, I believe Christopher's Incin should be moving before Brendan's here. I'm curious to see what he decides to click here.
And he goes to Flare Blitz into the Whimsicott here. But Incineroar, I believe, went for knockoff into the Dragonite slot here. No, he went into the Incineroar slot here to remove Incineroar for the remainder of this battle.
Yeah, that means that Christopher's not going to have any Intimidate. So now when that Garchomp re-enters the field, it is going to be full attack damage, no reduction whatsoever. However, I will say Chris right now does have the speed advantage because he set up that Tailwind the turn prior, and now his Dragonite does not have any attack reduction from the Intimidate before because it swapped out and now it's back in.
The other thing to note here, though, is that the Ursaluna Blood Moon on Chris's side, it does have access to that Assault Vest, and the Dragonite is still flying, so it's not able to get hit by those ground moves of the Garchomp, who has Terastallized on the side of Brendan here. So it actually remains to be seen. I think that Dragonite is in a good spot here as long as Ursaluna is still on the field.
I think it's anybody's game. I'm honestly not sure who has it here. Because the Whimsicott also has Moonblast, which does do super effective damage into the Dragonite here. Which he's going to go for Protect.
We are going to get a Protect here on the Dragonite. And the Moonblast going into the Blood Moon Ursaluna with a 30% chance to drop its special attack, which it does not. Just goes for Hyper Voice to wisely break the Focus Sash.
Yes, indeed. Oh!
And a big critical hit!
That knockoff crit is really bad because now it can't take any damage from the Garchomp when it swaps in. It might honestly even be in range of a Moonblast, but we'll see how Brendan decides to pilot this now with all the damage on it. We'll see here.
We're going to see a Scale Shot come out from the Dragonite on Chris's side here. It gets 2 hits, 3, 4.
Does it get the 5? And it does.
And it gets the 5!
Yeah, Instant is down. Now the Pokemon count is even, 2 apiece. Important to note, his Dragonite is faster now than the Garchomp, so he will be moving first. However, his defenses are dropped.
His defenses are dropped by 1 stage, but there is the speed boost. There's the Hyper Voice from this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Now, because the Blood Moon Ursaluna was Assault Vest, it only had 4 attacking moves. That is huge. And also, the Tailwind just expired on the side of Christopher.
It did. What I will say here, though, for Christopher is Brendan has to remove the Ursaluna here. He cannot let it Blood Moon his Garchomp. But we know because he doesn't have extreme speed. So Brendan needs a way to get rid of the Ursaluna, but I don't think he can. I don't think he has enough time. So we're going to see how this ends up going. I think, this is tough.
It's very tough here for Christopher because this Garchomp and Whimsicott are in perfect position to possibly close this game out for Brendan.
Yeah, since Christopher doesn't have extreme speed, he has Haze and Tailwind. He does not have a way to touch the Whimsicott. So the only way that Christopher can get rid of it is from the Ursaluna. But again, Ursaluna is so damaged, I don't think it's going to get any attack from the Garchomp here. We'll see, though.
We're going to see the Terra Fairy come out on the Dragonite here to try to negate itself from getting hit by a super effective Dragon Claw. In comes the Tailwind from the Whimsicott here to boost the speed of the Garchomp here. A Vacuum Wave comes out on the Garchomp, though. And it's not enough. Here comes the Life Orb Stomping Tantrum into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it will knock it out.
Yeah, that's huge. I think that's game for Brendan. I think this is going to go to Brendan's side now. Because unfortunately, all Christopher has left is that Dragonite. And while I do believe Scale Shot is going to pick up on this Garchomp, it just can't touch the Whimsicott. It's the Fairy type, which is immune to the Dragons. So I think Brendan has this.
And there's the 4 hits on the Garchomp. It will knock out. It'll be a 1v1, a Fairy type versus a Fairy type.
Yeah, which is interesting because of the terrestrialization here. But I think Christopher, I don't think Christopher has this. The only thing I could see is maybe you PP stall the Moonblast and then make it struggle, but even then I don't think it's enough.
No, even then it's not enough. We're just going to see a Protect here come from the Dragonite, try to stall out the Tailwinds potentially, or even the Moonblast, but it's not going to do anything into this Dragonite because the Dragonite has only 1 attacking move in that Scale Shot.
Yeah, and now that he protected, now Brendan can just go for the Encore, and this should just be game for Brendan here. I don't think Christopher can win this position, unfortunately.
I don't think he can because there's the Encore. Dragonite is now locked into this Protect for the remainder of the battle, and it's just going to be the Moonblast to finish the job.
Yeah, I assume we'll see a forfeit. Oh, okay, we're just going to play it out. We're here for a minute.
We're going to see it played out here as the Whimsicott just tries to go for Moonblast here, but again, it could potentially get an opportunity here with that Dragonite because of the Scale Shot into the Dragonite here if it just keeps encoring and ruins it with Protect.
It's interesting, because if the Dragonite can live the onslaught of Moonblast with Protects, then I think Brendan can do it. But Brendan doesn't even have to click Moonblast. He can just kind of just sit there until the Dragonite itself runs out of Protect, and then that's game for Brendan.
And we do see the Tailwind come out from the Whimsicott here, and the Dragonite ends its Encore, but now it can just be re-Encore.
It doesn't matter. I think Brendan or Christopher's always going to click Protect here in hopes to maybe stall out the Moonblast, but that's just a lot of damage.
And a special attack drop to Boo.
Yeah, of course it doesn't matter here, but I think this is definitely in Brendan's ball court to win. It's just going to take a couple turns.
Well, we see the Protect come out again The Moonblast will be not doing any damage to this Dragonite here. It's just a waiting game for this Whimsicott, but Whimsicott with a dream to send Brendan to top cut here at this League Cup, and it is probably 2 hits away from doing that.
I believe so. He fails to protect here. Moonblast is going to come out. Oh, pretty close, but not quite. Maybe 5-10% left, but one more Moonblast should do it. He just has to land it. Christopher still going for protects here, trying to stall it out, but I just don't think it's enough.
Could you imagine if Christopher gets protects every single turn for the remainder of this battle?
All right, if he can get maybe 10 protects in a row, then I think he wins. But I have a feeling.
There's two.
There's two.
There's two.
There's two. We can get it. We can get a third. Maybe we have something here, but we shall see. Brendan's just clicking Moonblast. He got nothing else to do.
He's just clicking the Moonblast here. There is the
And
third
protect,
protected
and that's
fails,
gonna
and that's going to do it. One final Moonblast for Brendan Nasir's Whimsicott takes down the Dragonite, and Brendan Nasir defeats the 2-time defending Versus Games Cup champion in Christopher Baez.
Yeah, honestly, a bit of an upset. Christopher's been doing really well at these locals, but Brendan Nasir takes him out in order to get the cut here. He's going to be your round 6 winner with a record of 4-2. I believe he should guarantee himself in the cut here. Very nice performance from him.
That was a very good performance from Brendan, and what a shout out to that Whimsicott, man. It was putting in the work. Definite MVP in this set.
Oh, 100%. I mean, that Whimsicott was... It did everything that Brendan needed it to. It put on pressure with Encore, it got him speed control with Tailwind, and then, of course, it being immune to the scale shot in the end, it just made it a very, very clean win for Brendan there.
I mean, I was just mesmerized by that Dragonite because we saw the Dragonites come out on both sides. The Choice Band Dragonite, it did big damage into that Incineroar and almost knocked it out even with the Choice Band. So that was really good on Brendan's side. Then you throw in the scale shots, it just kept on hitting. It never missed, which in all fairness, that's good. You want that 90% accuracy. It kind of can scare you.
Oh yeah, because 90% accurate moves, if it's not 100%, sometimes it feels like it's 50% almost. It's a little bit of a coin flip sometimes, but I don't know, the Dragonites came in, they did their jobs. Unfortunately, it seems that with having one Dragon move and nothing else, he just wasn't able to break that Whimsicott in the end. But credit to Brendan, there was a lot of moments where he could have let that Whimsicott go down. That turn where Instant went for the Flare Blitz in Tailwind, that was a big one. He could have matched Tailwind and then let the Whimsicott down, but Brendan, knowing that it's a win condition, kept that Whimsicott alive for as long as possible, so... Really
yeah,
good.
I mean, honestly, what do you want, Kaden? You want to go to break, or do you want to do some trivia?
What's this one?
Pokemon Profiles?
What's that?
I believe that is they just give us like Pokemon and we talk about like how good they are.
We can do that for a little bit.
I mean, I'm down for it.
I'm down. Some Pokemon Profiles going.
Yeah, I mean, because we all like Pokemon. We all enjoy them.
We may be slightly interested in Pokemon.
Well, and why not? We just saw it on stream. We just saw the Dragonite.
Oh yeah, I mean, Dragonite's been a popular pick this format. I think early on we didn't see too much of it. Then the loaded dice set started to get popularized, I think, a little bit in Europe. And then it just exploded into the meta. I mean, it's just such a strong set with Scale Shot being able to boost your speed while also doing immense damage. Oddly enough, though, Brendan in that previous set, he didn't even use that set. He actually stuck with the pretty standard one with the Choice Band Extreme Speed. That was a really popular set in the previous regulations, like Regulation... I think A through D.
Yeah, because the Choice Band Terra Normal Extreme Speed. It did damage then, and then we added a Snow Leopard to it.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Dragonite Chien-Pao was certainly a pairing. No Chien-Pao in this format, luckily, but it seems that the old set was able to beat the loaded dice set this time around.
It definitely seemed that way. And another thing, though, I mean, because it's a Dragon Flying type with Extreme Speed. Isn't it crazy how Dragonite is better than Rayquaza?
It is, isn't it? Like, even in the regulation where Rayquaza was legal, you almost never saw it, but Dragonite had pretty good usage, especially at Worlds that had a pretty good run this year as well.
It definitely did. And honestly, like, that's just something that showcases how good a Pokemon can be. Like, it doesn't really matter that if it's pseudo-legendary, if it's regular legendary, if it's restricted, if a Pokemon has a good strategy and a good way to work itself into the position, it can snowball.
Oh yeah, and I mean Dragonite got a lot of buffs overall. It's got an inner focus, which makes it immune to intimidate. Multi-scale is an incredible ability. It's just really, really strong, and it's proven that time and time again throughout the entirety of Scarlet and Violet.
And we just saw Dragonite. Why don't we talk about a different pseudo-legendary dragon type? Let's talk about Garchomp.
Yeah, the pairing of the two have actually been pretty common in Regulation H. Due to Dragonite's flying typing, it actually lets them be completely immune to Earthquake, which is what Garchomp wants to click the most. I would say that most people are running Life Orb. Some you can see with like their amulet to get rid of Intimidate drops. I've also seen some rare ones have loaded dice, but I would say Life Orb is probably the strongest set so far that we've seen.
And then we also have to keep in mind that it doesn't just have to be the rough skin. We did talk about the weathers in Pokemon. Garchomp with Sand Veil.
Yeah, Sand Veil is a very evil ability. Getting him the evasion boost in Sand, sometimes it doesn't proc at all, but when it does and you're able to completely dodge a move, it is an incredibly dangerous ability to have on it. A lot of players are opting more for Rough Skin, mainly because that little bit of chip tends to go a long way. Even in the set, I think Game 2, Christopher went for the knockoff into the Garchomp, and it ended up going down to the Rough Skin chip, so it's a very, very good ability to have on Garchomp.
Also, Kaden, I don't know about you, but I think I speak for everybody in that is watching us right now when I say I'm hearing a piano playing.
Piano?
I'm hearing a piano. I'm looking at a Garchomp and I'm hearing a piano play.
What does that mean?
You never played the Sinnoh games, did you?
Okay, no, I did, but I would always listen to different music when I played the Pokemon games.
Yeah, that's a reference to Cynthia when you first battle her.
Oh, the Cynthia theme. Oh, that's such a good theme. It is such a good theme.
It's a good theme, but you just hear that. Look, you hear that piano, and like you hear that in your nightmares.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Garchomp released in Gen 4. We're all the way in Generation 9 now, and it's still one of the most threatening Pokemon in the entire game.
Maybe Cynthia was onto something.
I think she might have been onto something having that one on her team.
And in all fairness, I know that these games aren't really universally respected or loved. I definitely liked that in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Cynthia's Garchomp. Perfect EVs, perfect IVs, rough skin, life orb, or no, it was a Yachi Berry. So,
yeah.
Like, that's something that people don't realize about Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. All of the major trainers had IVs or EVs or competitive movesets.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I think Pokemon, sometimes the vanilla games can be fairly easy. So to have the Pokemon Company kind of go in and make the trainers a little bit harder than usual, I think it's an interesting change, and I think it was a breath of fresh air for a lot of trainers who did end up playing through Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
I definitely agree. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get over to our Top Cut bracket, and then we're going to take a quick break. So please take a look at the screen because our Top Cut bracket is as follows. We have Riley Factura playing Chris Dawson, Alex Ortega versus Albert Larson, Brady Smith versus Dylan Stone, and Matthew Laughlin versus Adrian Herdia.
Yeah, a lot of really strong players here. And I'd say everybody fought very hard to get this position. This is going to be a very intense bracket when we do come back from break, so this is going to be very interesting to watch.
And also, I mean, we saw how Riley Factura was on stream. We've seen a bunch of these trainers on stream today. We've seen Riley, we've seen Alex, we've seen Brady, we've seen Dylan, and we've seen Adrian. I dare say we have not seen we did see Chris Dawson.
We did see
Chris. We have not seen Albert, and we have not seen Matthew.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how those go. We did see Adrian on stream earlier, so I'm curious to see how his team's going to match up into Matthews as well.
It will be very interesting to see how their teams match up. And also, Brady Smith and Dylan Stone, I think that's a rematch from the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, they did play in Swiss, so there's going to be a rematch in our Top Cut. I'm curious to see if Dylan can end up turning it around and taking the win this time around in their rematch.
And also, I think of our top 8 players, I think over 50% of them are going to be at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships next weekend.
I believe so. I know for sure. I believe Dylan is going. Do you know if any of the other players, which other players are going?
I'm going to assume it's a regional and it's Pittsburgh, and Riley's the defending champion, so...
Riley, I would assume, is definitely going. I'm curious to see about the other players.
Brady might go. I'm not 100% sure on Brady.
We'll look into that. We'll look into
We'll look into whether or not Brady
We'll do
goes
some scouting later.
Yeah, just a little bit. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break and get set up with our top 8 bracket, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Versus Games and the Oviedo League Cup here in September. Joe Carlino, Brendan Nasir. Brendan, welcome, Ben.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun today. We're now in the top 8, and I'm so excited for our first top 8 match here today.
I'm excited as well because we are very close to determining who will be the first Cup champion in Florida for the 2026 season.
I love it. You know, we're back in Regulation H right now. It's a personal favorite of mine, actually. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I think it's a lot more fun. You know, it's more grounded in the sense of just regular Pokemon, none of that restricted or anything like that. It's going to be a great game here today. We got our top 8.
Have you been using Sneasler?
I think if you saw my last round, I had one in, I did have a Sneasler, yes.
It's a lot of fun clicking Dire Claw, isn't it?
You know, I tell you, today my Dire Claws have been like, 50-50s. Like, I battle carried earlier today. What was it? I got one Sleep Dire Claw on his Sinistcha. And that was great because, you could set up any trick rooms or do any rage power. So I was like, free. This is so great. I can just spam my Make It Rain to my Goldango. It was great.
Well, I mean, that's always a good thing when you get the Sneasler to get the Dire Claw because it's a 50% chance to cause one of 3 status conditions. We prefer sleep. We'll take a paralysis.
Yeah, sleep is great. Paralysis, it can be helpful. Poison, maybe if you get lucky, like you bring them down to their focus sash and then poison does the rest.
Well, we're going to get into our top 8 matchup here. We have Albert Larson versus Alex Ortega, and Albert Larson running the Marco Silva team of the Charizard and Jumpluff that won LAIC.
It won LAIC. It did also make it to the finals at Toronto. I tell you, I've run this team myself. It is so dangerous, especially with Jumpluff. Jumpluff's like my best friend out there. It's just spamming sleep powders, and it just makes it really hard for a lot of other players to adapt to.
And we also know that Albert, he's made a bunch of finals in the Florida VGC scene. He's a very good player on the local circuit.
Albert, he's honestly a really good player. I played him many times myself, and I love every match I have with him. He's always pretty creative with the teams that he finds or he builds himself, and it's always just really good challenges, I tell you.
And now, honestly, I don't think I've ever played Albert before. I know I've played Alex Ortega before. He is a really good battler. He won a couple locals, I think, in Florida. He also made top 4 at the Jacksonville event last weekend.
Yeah, he was been amazing. Him and Raymond have been making this team together, and it's been really good for both of them so far. I love seeing the Komodo. It's pretty, I wouldn't say it's rare, but it's a bit more uncommon on most teams. But being able to make a really good team around it, get your boosts up, and then it's really hard to counter into.
Well, when we look at this team here, we do on Albert's side, it is that Charizard with the Choice Specs, Heat Wave, Overheat, Weather Ball, and Dragon Pulse, that Jumpluff with the Chlorophyll, but it has Sunny Day, manual Sunny Day, alongside automatic Sunny Day with the Drought on the Torkoal.
In a lot of scenarios where it's like you're battling against maybe other rain teams, whatnot, you try with your Torkoal set up and then Pelipper comes in later. So it's always good to have that option for Sunny Day, just in case. Maybe call it on the switch. That's what I like to do. And then it feels really rewarding because then on the same turn, you can still spam out your Heat Waves from your Charizard.
And then also the Porygon 2 being Terra fighting with Terra Blast. That helps out with the King Gambit matchups.
Helps out with King Gambit, helps out against opposing Incineroars. It's a really good Terra type for it because it just punches a lot of different Pokemon that you'll run into with this team.
And when we look at Alex Ortega's team, we see a Kamo-O with that Clanger Soul and the Throat Spray to get a +2 to its special attack at the cost of 33% of its health. You've got that Electabuzz with Follow Me, Electro Whip, Taunt, Protect. You've got a Primarina. You've got a... Wait, that's a Talonflame?
Yeah, Talonflame.
We have my bird! We got my bird!
That bird, that thing is terrifying a lot of times, You try with the, I've seen it all the time, the Talonflame and the Komodo lead. You can set up your Tailwinds, maybe go for Cling Scales right away or Clinger Soul, get your boost. You got your Will-O-Wisp. It can make it really tricky to get into this matchup right here. The Electabuzz is also really scary because it's another way to help Komodo set up its boost right there with the Follow Me.
And then also we do see that Rillaboom. It is the Grassy Surge Assault Vest. It does have high horsepower, which helps out in the Incineroar and Golden Go matchups. But then we also see it is a Terra Dark Sneasler with Focus Sash.
So what I always like with the Rillaboom, I always prefer high horsepower because I see so many of them with their Terra, or not Terra, but they're just their U-turns, right? And it's always really difficult, especially in endgame scenarios where maybe Rillaboom's the last Pokemon, and then you're stuck against a fire, a flying, or a steel type, and it's just so hard to counter in those situations.
Well, one of our trainers here, is it going to be Albert Larson or is it going to be Alex Ortega who wins this set and moves on to the top 4? We're going to get in a game number 1, and it's going to be Electabuzz and Primarina for Alex. Meanwhile, it is Porygon 2 and Ursaluna for Albert.
Ooh, this is going to be very interesting right here. So, with the Ursaluna and the Primarina, they're all within that little area where they have very similar speeds, and they are obviously the big hitters right now on the field. So, we're going to have to see how that speed matchup is going to be and who can hit who harder real quick. But it might be safe for Albert to maybe go Terra out of its water weakness right there with that Primarina right in front of it.
We do see Ursaluna just going for the Protector just to make sure it gets the Flame Orb activation here. Meanwhile, the Electabuzz going for that taunt, trying to prevent a Trick Room from going up here and allowing this Ursaluna to just go to town.
That's a good plan right there, and you got the taunt off on the Porygon 2. Now it can't set up any Trick Room, so now it's going to be a little bit trickier for Albert to get his footing off in the battlefield. At the very least, Albert does have his Ursaluna at full health. He can still go for potentially a Terra and do big damage into either of Alex's Pokemon on the field right now.
You definitely can here because this Porygon 2, we just saw it took about 33% of its health there from that Life Orb Hyper Voice, just showcasing the power of that Eviolite Held item, giving it a 50% boost to its defenses. However, that Primarina did take 10% of its health from that Life Orb.
Every little bit matters, especially when you got your Life Orb damage right there. You're going to be chipping away at you. Got to be careful because you never know when a certain hit might be able to sneak up on you that wouldn't normally KO Primarina from full HP.
We're going to see a switch out here from the Porygon 2, and in comes the Torkoal next for Albert here, setting up the Drought and the Harsh Sunlight to lower the power of those Hyper Voices from Primarina.
Primarina's Hyper Voices will get weaker, and at the same time, Albert is also choosing to Terrastallize his Ursaluna right off the bat. Wants to make sure that he can take as little damage as possible from any oncoming Hyper Voices.
And it's going to be that Ghost Terra on the Ursaluna here. Meanwhile, Electabuzz going for the Follow Me to redirect any attacks into that Primarina potentially. It will just be a Hyper Voice here. Does well over 50% of the Torkoal, even through the sun.
Torkoal losing so much HP. It's also interesting, Alex choosing to go for the Follow Me with his Electabuzz and no Ghost Terra either to be able to take any potential facades from him. So he's just okay with letting it go from this state right now.
We do see that Electabuzz did go down there to the facade with the Guts boost there, but in comes Sneasler next. So Sneasler does have access to that Throat Chop and the Dark Terra on Alex's side here. Now with the Incineroar in the back, potentially to get that Intimidate drop off, I think Ursaluna might be able to survive a Terra Dark Throat Chop here.
From that range, I wouldn't doubt it any other way. With the Throat Chop and the Terra Dark from Sneasler, it's always a good idea to have that in the back because I see so many times, Sneasler's just always pinned up against any opposing Ghost types, especially Goldango.
Yeah, definitely against Goldango. I mean, the Ursaluna is in a very good position here if it's able to get up that Trick Room from the Porygon 2 or even just get rid of these two major threats in Primarina and Sneasler.
Sneasler, let's see what's... All right, so we got Albert. He is going to switch out. He's going to go straight into his Incineroar right now. Get the -1 onto the Sneasler. Maybe able to help it take any potential Throat Chops just a little bit better. And we are going to see that Terrastalization coming from Alex's side.
And Sneasler is going to be Terrastalizing into that Dark type, showcasing that it definitely is related to Weavile.
Absolutely. They think alike, They got the Dark typing. It's just in their blood at this point. They got to keep doing the Throat Chops. They can't keep doing dark damage whenever they can.
And we do see that it is the Throat Chop into the Ursaluna, which protects on this turn. Meanwhile, Primarina is most likely going to go for that Hyper Voice once again. We saw how much it did to Torkoal. How much is it going to do to this Incineroar with the Life Orb super effective and the Sun just under 50%?
Just under 50%. That's actually really good for the Incineroar right there because they'll be able to take a few extras right there, especially while the Sun is still around. I can't tell you how much longer the Sun will be around, but at least they'll be able to to stick around for one more turn, especially.
He definitely will be able to stay around for at least one more turn because this Sneasler, it does not have access to the fake out, even though it's already past the turn that it's been on the field, so it couldn't go for the fake out. Meanwhile, Incineroar could if the Sneasler protects, but will the Primarina also call this protect here? It does.
That's a good call right there on Alex's side, because either way, with the Ursaluna right there, it still has access to any powerful attacks, especially with that Guts boost. So any Pokemon on Alex's side could honestly just go down immediately. So he's just playing it very safely right now.
He really is playing it very safely, and it just remained to be seen if the Ursaluna could go for something like a Earthquake here. Now, Earthquake is a little bit of a risky move because it will do damage to your partner Pokemon, but at the same time, it will be doing massive damage through the Primarina and the Sneasler. And Primarina, the only damage it's taken has been from that Life Orb.
That Life Orb damage, it racks up pretty quickly, especially if you're just really not paying attention. So you gotta be careful about that. At the very least right now, with Albert's plans, it seems like he's ready to just... Oh, and Close Combat is just gonna take out that Incineroar right off the bat.
So Incineroar goes down there to the Close Combat, and now this is going to be a single target attack on this Porygon 2. Will it be the... Oh no, it's a Moonblast. He switches it up.
Good call on there for the Moonblast right there. It does a little bit extra damage, not weakened by any Sun, whatnot. And now we got Albert. He's got to make a tough choice what he wants to do, because Sneasler is still around, and it is very nasty in this game scenario right here.
It is very nasty in this end game because the Primarina is in a perfect position because it is faster than that Porygon 2. It's faster than the Ursaluna, and it's faster than the Torkoal. And I believe this is going to be the last turn of Sun coming up. So once that happens, the Sun is gone.
Sun is gone, but even then, if from the way of the range of all of Albert's Pokemon at this stage in the game, it's going to be very tricky for Albert to really pick it up at this rate. With the Sun going away, those Primarina Hyper Voices are going to do even more damage. It's even in range to knock out the Porygon 2 at this stage.
It is in range to knock out the Porygon 2 there with that Life Orb boost, but now it just remains to be seen if the Ursaluna could potentially go for something like that Facade into the Sneasler, but the Sneasler still has its Focus Sash intact as Ursaluna goes for a Protect here, probably go for that Throat Chop, but no, it's a Close Combat into the Porygon 2!
Excellent call on Alex's end right there, going straight for the Porygon 2, making sure that absolutely no Trick Rooms are set up at this battle right now.
And with that, the Primarina could just go for the Moonblasts very freely into this Ursaluna because the Ursaluna is going to be a Ghost type. The Harsh Sunlight fades, but all that's left is that Torkoal in this Ursaluna in the back.
All of Torkoal and Ursaluna back. Alex has a very good position right now to just knock out each Pokemon one after the other at this stage of the game.
He definitely has an opportunity here. Alex is in a commanding position here, only losing that Electabuzz early in this battle and just setting up that Primarina and Sneasler to clean up.
Even though Albert is on the losing end right now, that doesn't mean he is out of the competition. He can still pull it back in games 2 and 3. It might be worth taking this time to really strategize on how to improve in game 2 right there, especially if he can't get Trick Room off immediately.
It's definitely a possibility because, again, that Sneasler does still have access to the Focus Sash here, but Primarina, I wonder if a double up with the Moonblast and a -1 Throat Chop would be enough to knock out that Ursaluna.
It's really tough to say right now. We're just going to go for a quick Protect on the Torkoal right now, and then Throat Chop is probably, it's just going to go straight into that Ursaluna.
And it
Oh my
almost
goodness!
knocks out, but it's a Hyper Voice. It's a Life Orb Hyper Voice to this Ursaluna, and it will do enough!
It has been knocked out of this game right now. All that's left is the little Torkoal. It's going to be very hard for this game, but you know what? We're going to see how Alex can maybe do in game 2 from this point on.
And seeing the writing on the wall there, I think that Albert is willing to go to game number 2 on this set. What a battle by Alex there in game 1, Brendan.
I tell you, that was really impressive right there. I'd like to see how Albert can maybe adjust, if Alex is ready, he's got his Electabuzz at the lead right there. He is ready to click that taunt button immediately. So maybe Alex will have to think of a different strategy right then and there. Unfortunately, it looks like that Electabuzz, it does have the Vital Spirit, so it's not like you can get any sleep powers on that Electabuzz either.
You're absolutely right, but it's also important to note, though, that the Electabuzz, even though it had Vital Spirit, it went for taunt in the Porygon 2, and Albert wisely went for damage into the Electabuzz. He did not opt to go and try to set up that Trick Room. He just went raw damage into Electabuzz.
I think at that position, it'd be pretty easy to suspect that, he's going to go for that taunt right then there. Yeah, just go for damage right then and there, especially with that Eviolite. Every bit of damage counts to knock out that Electabuzz, because it is very tricky a lot of times.
And honestly, I wonder if possibly what Albert could have done there in game number 1 is he would have just went into the Primarina and maybe even just Earthquaked after the little bit of chip damage here. But we will find out afterwards, because we're about to get into game number 2. Will Alex Ortega move to top 4, or will Albert Larsen force a game 3? We have some switch-ups on the side. We have Jumpluff and Torkoal for Albert, but Sneasler and Talonflame has made an appearance.
Talonflame is on the field right now. It has the sharp beak boosted Brave Birds. That is not going to be fun for that poor Jumpluff right there. Could get knocked out just instantly. So Albert's going to have to be very careful and choosy about how he wants to approach this lead up right here.
He will have to figure it out, because this Talonflame does have access to that sharp beak boosted Brave Bird here. Could just go for Tailwind too to work around both Tailwinds.
Could go for, yeah, I would absolutely go for Tailwind right here and then there.
And we're going to see Jumpluff Terrastalize here to turn off its weakness to those flying type moves and become a pure fire type for the remainder of this battle. Now, what did the Sneasler go for? No, it's just a Brave Bird on the Talonflame.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Over 50% into the Jumpluff. Meanwhile, Jumpluff getting the Tailwind up for his side, and a Dire Claw coming out, a double up, and Jumpluff is down. The Tailwind might be up, but Terra is gone for Albert.
The Tailwind is up, Jumpluff is gone, but you know what? I've played this team many times. Sometimes that's all you need out of your Jumpluff right then and there. Overheat does so much damage to the Talonflame right there. It only has like about a quarter of its HP left. So it's a really good position, honestly, for Alex right now, because now that Talonflame, it lost HP, so now it can't do any of its Gale Wings shenanigans, whatnot.
It can't do any of its Gale Wings, but here's an important piece to note here, Brendan. The Ursaluna switches in and gets its Flame Orb. However, the Ursaluna, because Jumpluff Terrastalized, it cannot Terrastalize out of its weakness to this Sneasler's fighting type.
It's going to be really scary right now because, yeah, you got a good point right there. That Sneasler is still at full HP, so it's obviously going to be able to take any hit from the Ursaluna right there. Might be able to knock it out with a good close combat right there.
It very well could, because this Talonflame, I mean, it got the damage into the Jumpluff there, which was very impressive at the cost of some of its own HP, and then it took that overheat in the sun. But Alex opting to switch out the Talonflame. You're trying to preserve it for a possible late-game Tailwind.
Primarina we're going to have to see how much damage this Flame boosted. Oh my goodness, over half. Oh my goodness, Sneasler is brought down to its sash. But it's at full speed right now, so
it's going to be a close combat into the Ursaluna. And
it's
a one-hit knockout! So Ursaluna goes down!
Ursaluna is down for the count, and now Alex is down to his final 2 Pokemon for today.
And Charizard taking that solar power damage, the residual damage at the cost of a power boost in the harsh sunlight here. So this is a really interesting endgame.
It's a really tough endgame, but I do believe Alex can still pull this off. I don't think Sneasler is going to be strong enough to potentially knock out that Charizard from that HP right there. So if Alex or Albert can potentially land the Heat Wave on both of Alex's Pokemon, he's going to be getting a really good game position.
We see a Protect coming out from the Sneasler on Alex's side here after the Helping Hand, and it's going to be a double Protect. Just stalling another turn of the Tailwind here. Very important for Alex.
Stalling out the Tailwind, and then also you're stalling out the Sun. Just try to buy as much time as you can, because in this scenario right here for Alex, that's all he can really do. Otherwise, he's just going to get all of his Pokemon knocked out left and right really quickly.
We see that there's only 2 turns left of that harsh sunlight, but even more importantly, this is the last turn of Tailwind, and because Sneasler was brought down to its Focus Sash, Unburden has been procced on Alex's side. It is not going to be faster than this Charizard here with a Dire Claw.
We're going to see if that Dire Claw into Charizard will do anything really dangerous at that point.
And we see the fourth Pokemon on Alex's side is the Kamo-O, but we do see another helping hand come out here, and it will be a Dire Claw into the Charizard, and it doesn't do enough, but in comes the Heat Wave.
Oh no!
It misses the Kamo!
Oh no!
Oh my god, the Kamo-O missed!
Kamo-O misses, still at full HP. I can see, and the Charizard goes down to its own solar power.
Oh my god, and now it's just the Torkoal versus a Kamo-O, a Talonflame, and a Life Orb Primarina, and there's only one turn left of the sun!
Only one turn left, and all it can do is just hope it can get any remaining damage possible. It still hasn't lost any special attack from its overheat, but it's going to be a very uphill battle for Albert at this point in the game.
It is going to be an uphill battle here because all that's left is that Primarina, the Kamo-O, the low HP Talonflame. But Kamo opting for a Protect here. Very interesting play. Potentially doing a double Protect here just to stall at that last turn of Sun and make this Hyper Voice even more powerful.
No, that's a good call on Alex's end. He just wants to make sure he can minimize as much damage as possible from the Torkoal's overheat. And now its Sunlight is gone for the rest of this battle.
The Harsh Sunlight is gone. This is going to be a single target Liquid Voice, Life Orb boosted Hyper Voice into the Torkoal. I feel so bad for the turtle.
He's just tried his best here today, but you know what? I'll give him a good thumbs up because he made it this far. He got to top 8 today. I'd say that's pretty good for today, especially for this really stacked cup here today.
It was a massively stacked cup here. So for Torkoal to say that I made top 8, it is very impressive. In comes the Clanging Skills, does well over 50%, but all that is left here after the Throat Spray activation by virtue of Clanging Skills will be that Hyper Voice from Primarina. And Torkoal goes down, and Alex Ortega, the 4 seed, advances to top 4.
Alex played him very well here today, especially with all of his Pokemon. You know, he made sure he was ready for both ends of between Trick Room and for Sun. Got rid of Jump Bluff pretty quickly and early before it could even set up any potential sleep powders. So yeah, I'm gonna give Alex a really good thumbs up right there.
That was an incredible battle by both our trainers here. Albert attempted to use Marco's team, and he did well at the beginning, but he just couldn't get the necessary positioning to allow Pokemon like that Choice Specs Solar Power Charizard to really do major damage.
He did as much as he could. You know, it was still pretty impressive just watching that Charizard with the Solar Power, the Choice Specs, the Sun, and it's just throwing out all those heat waves. It did over 50% to the Primarina right there. So in a potential scenario, I think Albert could have really actually pulled it off.
And what's also important to note is that by Alex leading with the Talonflame and the Sneasler, he forced Albert to go with that Terastallization on the Jump Bluff because Talonflame's Gale Wings being active due to it being at full HP would have knocked out the Jump Bluff in one hit had it not Terastallized. So that was actually a smart play by Albert. Make sure that you take out the threat and get rid of the Terastallization.
Absolutely. You know, he played it very well. He wanted to make sure he was set up as quickly as he could. He wanted to make sure that he absolutely just had the chance to set up in general.
Yeah, and I mean, again, hats off to Albert Larson here. I mean, he's made multiple finals. He's top cut locals in Florida. He's a really good battler. I mean, teams like Marco's, they can be a little difficult to pilot at times, but it also just comes down to the matchups.
Absolutely. You know, both players here today, they just had amazing Pokemon. They had amazing teams, amazing strategies. I'm happy to see both of them just make it this far into the tournament.
I'm excited as well. I mean, and hey, Talonflame made top 4.
Absolutely, yeah, Talonflame. That thing is just scary. Every time I go face up against it, I'm just never prepared, and I'm just like, oh boy, it's going to be one of those days.
There's something about that bird. There's something about that bird. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break and figure out our top 4 matchups, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Versus Games League Cup here in Oviedo, Florida. We are getting set for our top 4 matchup. We only have 4 trainers left to earn the title of Video Game Cup champion here, and I'm joined now by Riley Wilcox. Riley, how you doing today, man?
It's good. It's been a rough tournament out there. I got knocked out myself. All great competitors out here, especially left in top 4. 2 regional champions, as a matter of fact. Yeah, we got some insane competition left to weave through. We got some great games coming up.
We do have, like you said, 2 regional champions left in our top 4 bracket, and it is Riley Factura, the defending Pittsburgh regional champion, who I believe is going to be at Pittsburgh next weekend defending his title.
I would love to see it. I mean, super strong player. He had a pretty dominant run in the last Reg H. I think that there are a few changes with this iteration of Reg H that we didn't really see the last time. I've noticed a stronger focus on status moves a lot, actually. I've noticed a lot more kind of back and forth gameplay. It feels like a lot tighter of a format than it did the first time around, and I'd be really excited to see how these top trainers actually end up using that to their advantage.
I've actually been seeing a lot more Rain usage in early Regulation H for right now. Like, there's been a lot of Pelipper and Basque Legion, it feels like.
Yeah, I think that Rain has had kind of like a paradigm shift. I think it used to be a lot more of a bulky archetype, and it's getting a lot more aggressive as time goes on, and I think that's just indicative of what Rain usually does, is being like, I'm going to dish out insane water hits really, really fast, and I think that it's very strong in this metagame because I think there's a lot of really strong water weak Pokemon, Blood Moon Ursaluna and Base Ursaluna. A lot of things.
Incineroar?
Yeah, Incineroar.
Incineroar?
I think a lot of really strong Pokemon also take water neutrally, and when it's adaptability boosted with Choice Band in the rain, it doesn't really feel like a resist anymore or even neutral. So I think that aggressive rain is definitely something strong to look out for in this format.
There definitely has been that aggressive rain strategy here, and actually I think we're about to see rain in this matchup. We have not seen rain all day, but we're gonna see it in our top 4 matchup here between Brady Smith and Matthew Laughlin.
Yeah, I think that both of their teams are really, really interesting. We're seeing, a pretty pseudo-standard rain team here with a few changes out for the safety goggles, Terra Water, Clefable, and the inclusion of the sturdy Terra Electric Arcalodon versus the typical Stamina one that we see.
Yeah, because our Chaladon, we know how much sturdy is gonna stamina is the preferred ability on our Chaladon, because you just put it next to a Maushold and you just click beat up or you click population bomb. Shout out to Nicholas Morales.
But like you were saying, there's a lot of really aggressive offenses format, and I think that having that Terra Electric Power Herb Electroshot Arcalodon is very indicative of that, and it says my goal is to do damage fast and not really sit on the field for a billion turns and kind of win the war of attrition. You want to just get things done with efficiency, and that's definitely represented by this team here.
It definitely is. And again, we were talking about that Basculegion. Now, you were talking about the adaptability Basculegion. This one is a Swift Swim Basculegion. So that ensures that it will be the fastest Pokemon on the field without Tailwind up on the side of Brady Smith.
100%. It is notable to note that Brady does have access to Tailwind on his team.
Oh, he does. Oh, he does have access to. No, wait, no, that's Matthew. That's
they both do.
Oh, they both do. Yes, on the Dragonite. On the Dragonite, though, there is the Tailwind on Brady's side. So that is something to note here.
Yes, 100% is, because without those Swift Swim, Basculegion isn't really the fastest Pokemon.
No, Basculegion is definitely not the fastest Pokemon. It would probably be something like the Annihilate, potentially, or even the Maushold.
It's probably going to be the Maushold in this matchup, just because we see that Focus Sash stat, which usually is indicative of the max speed, max bulk variation. So I think that we're definitely going to see a very interesting all-out offensive game here. We see on Brady's team, since we've talked about Matthew so much, we see really strong options like the setup Goldengo and the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Rillaboom. And I think we're going to be 3 really big key offensive players in this matchup. Blood Moon, I think, offers so much damage in almost everything on this board. It's going to be really hard to work around, but then again, it's weak to water, so it's definitely going to be a interesting dichotomy between these two teams and seeing what comes out on top.
And it's also important to note that Brady does have that Mouse Ape combination here.
Yes, he does.
Mouse Ape is a very fun combination to use. However, Annihilate is weak to Pelipper without Terra because of the fighting versus flying, and if it terrestrializes into a fire type, it becomes weak to Weather Ball.
Yes, I do think that the Annihilate is in a really interesting spot in this matchup, that I think that it can definitely do some work, and it can definitely bolster its defenses enough to kind of shrug off most of these attacks from these Pokemon. But when we have such heavy hitters like that Arcalodon and the Basculegion, it's really hard to justify bringing the Annihilate without the proper support.
And also, when we look at Maddie's team, you did bring up the fact that there is that Clefable. Now,
yes.
Clefable is a Fairy-type Pokemon. It's a natural Fairy-type. The only attacking move on Brady's Dragonite is that Scale Shot.
100%, and that's definitely relevant because I think that it's one of his better options into this team, because it's, you have that multi-scale to take that, Arcalodon hit on the chin, or that, that Pelipper Weather Ball, or Hurricane. But, now that you have that Clefable to kind of deny it, it's kind of hard to justify the Dragonite here.
It definitely is harder to justify the Dragonite here, because if it is that Clefable in the back potentially on Matthew's side, it just walls the Dragonite. If there's nothing Dragonite can do.
And then on top of that, the Terra Water is actually very valuable in this matchup as well, being able to redirect some Basculegion attacks, or even some Arcalodon Flash Cannons. I think that it's a very, very strong pick in this matchup.
It definitely is a very strong piece in this matchup here, alongside that Archalon that you mentioned with the Power Herb, because you don't even have to do the Pelipper rain.
You don't. You get a free kind of turn to just kind of do whatever you want.
You definitely do, but we're going to get into game number 1 here. Will Matthew Laughlin or Brady Smith move one step closer to calling themselves a Video Game Cup champion here at Versus Games? We're getting into game number 1.
It looks like on Matthew's side, we're going to see that Clefable right out the gate, especially with that really offensive Arcalodon, and we're going to see that Ursaluna and Maushold actually catching that Arcalodon, kind of putting a lot of pressure onto it early.
And what's also important to note here is that on the side of Brady here, there is that potential for Super Fang. And Super Fang, while it will while it is a 90% accurate move, it cuts your opponent's HP in half.
Correct. I think that is a super strong move in this matchup because it kind of puts really everything in the range of Blood Moon Ursaluna's either Blood Moon or Earth Power. I think that it's a really, really strong option to try and break through that Clefable early.
It definitely is, but we also have to wonder about the Archaludon here because it would have Sturdy unless Maushold goes into it with Super Fang. Blood Moon Ursaluna cannot knock it out in one hit.
Correct. I think that this board state is really, really interesting. We're actually going to see the Maushold protect this early, not actually opting to use that Super Fang.
And we're going to see a Clefable go for Protect as well, just trying to stall out the turns here, potentially make sure that it survives a turn here. Here comes an Electro Shot. It gets that Power Herb boost, but it's most likely going to be going into the Maushold here, and that's going to do no damage on this turn.
It's going to do absolutely nothing. I mean, getting that boost is really, really, really nice, but, you know, it only will go so far, especially when you don't get to actually get damage. Out of the move, excuse me.
We're going to see Earth Power. It is Earth Power into the Archaludon and brings it all the way
down to that Sturdy.
Wow, that would have been a one-hit knockout if Archaludon did not have Sturdy.
It would have, and then we're going to be able to see that, you know, Ursaluna putting a lot of pressure down, especially because it has that option of the spread move that Clefable can't necessarily redirect. So I would say that Brady's in a fantastic spot right now.
I would think Brady is in a very advantageous position here because he put one of Matthew's top attackers all the way down to just 1 HP left. Any move that Brady chooses into that Archaludon, as long as it does not follow me on the Clefable, and that Archaludon goes down.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the Archaludon get to protect, which is another massive value of not having to run that Assault Vest, is you get the option to protect.
And we do see Super Fang coming into the Clefable, lowering its HP down to 50%. Here comes a Moonblast into the Maushold, which breaks the Focus Sash. However, Hyper Voice is the move of choice, and it will do big damage into the Clefable, bringing it into red HP.
Notably, you know, Matthew didn't really do anything to, you know, mitigate that Ursaluna pressure, so I think it could kind of just stay in here and just continue to kind of throw out attacks.
It definitely could continue to throw out attacks here because it is with the Assault Vest here and the Friend Guard, so even though that Archaludon is at +1 to its special attack, it's really not going to be doing much with that Flash Cannon or Dragon Pulse.
Yeah, especially considering the Assault Vest on Brady's Ursaluna. It's just in such a demanding defensive and offensive position right now. I really don't see Matthew getting a lot of value out of that Archaludon that's left on the field.
We're just going to see a Protect here come from the Maushold. Try to stall out another turn and keep it on the field here. Follow me from the Clefable. Trying to redirect any Earth Powers from the Archaludon.
We're going to see the Dragon Pulse blocked by the Protect.
And it's going to be a Protect into the Maushold here. And the Ursaluna went for Hyper Voice. And it will
double knockout.
A double knockout here. 2 major threats on Matthew's side. Taken down by the power of a bear.
Yes, and then notably, you know, Brady hasn't even revealed his back two yet. And, you know, Matthew's kind of forced to show all of his cards. I don't think this game over for Matthew. I think that depending on his last 2, it could definitely still be back in the game. But, you know, revealing your game plan this early is definitely not something you want to look at.
And it's going to be Pelipper and Incineroar. Most notably, it was Wolf's Incineroar.
Yeah, you know, the Pokemon he loves so much, you know, it's put in so much work for him over the past few seasons. And, you know, now with it on Matthew's side, maybe it will bring this back. But, you know, with that Ursaluna staring it down and then, you know, the possibility of, you know, even the Annihilate still there, the Dragonite, it's just not looking good for Matthew.
It is not here, but we do see a Terrassalization coming out. I believe that is on Matthew's side. And no, it is actually on Brady's side. It's going to be this Ursaluna Terrassalizing into a normal type to really power up those Hyper Voices and Blood Moon.
Yeah, this is definitely just some salt in the wound. I think Brady really has this one with his positioning, but, you know, going for that Terra just to put down even more damage. We are going to see the Fake Out actually mitigate the attack, and we're going to see the Super Fang miss. So, you know, Matthew kind of gets a free turn here to set up that Tailwind. I don't know how much the Tailwind really does for him here.
It might do some kind of damage here for Matthew because at least with the Tailwind being up, he can go for an attack into the Ursaluna here. However, the Maushold still has access to that Follow Me and Redirect.
Yeah, I think that the Maushold really is doing a fantastic job at keeping this Ursaluna safe. You know, we've basically seen almost 0 damage even enter Brady's side of the board. We're seeing, you know, just minor scratches, both of his Pokemon still in the green, while we're seeing Matthew really have to, like, think hard about his decision on how he's going to, you know, neutralize these threats.
It really just comes down to, I think, with the Pelipper, who is faster, that Pelipper or Incineroar? Because if Incineroar is faster than Pelipper, Incineroar could in theory go for a knockoff into the Ursaluna, remove the Assault Vest, and then I think the Pelipper could knock it out.
It's possible, but I don't know with the Friend Guard.
We're going to, well, here's another change up here.
See the Terra Stellar Pelipper.
So while Pelipper stays a water and flying type, it gets a boost to the first time it uses Hurricane and Weather Ball, and it's going to be Weather Ball. So Pelipper is the faster Pokemon here.
And we're going into the Ursaluna, notably not seeing that Follow Me, and it's going to be doing a very, very meaningful chunk, but still keeping it in the green here.
And we're going to see Super Fang wisely into the Pelipper to remove its Focus Sash. Incineroar goes for the knockoff and removes the Assault Vest, but in comes the Terra Normal Hyper Voice, knocking out the Pelipper.
Yeah, we see it was just too little, too late, and I think that, you know, Matthew is definitely still in this set. He definitely has some options, but I think that he's definitely going to have to refactor his game plan going into Game 2.
You definitely will have to factor in what is going to happen for this Game 2 here, because Brady has won Game 1 very cleanly.
Very, very clean Game 1.
I don't even think he lost a Pokemon.
He did not. He didn't have to switch. He didn't have to do anything. He kind of just let these two Pokemon sit on the board and rock.
Which is absolutely incredible. That just showcases how strong Brady is and how he identified his win position on lead.
Yes, 100%. I think Blood Moon Ursaluna is definitely a Pokemon to look out for in this metagame. You know, offering such insane burst damage as well as like very, very, very solid defenses all around. It definitely is a threat to watch out for in this matchup, and I think that Matthew definitely has to give it some agency and respect it.
He definitely has to respect it, because now we were talking about Maushold and Annihilate. We didn't even think about Maushold and Ursaluna.
Yeah, no, Maushold and Ursaluna is a very strong combo. Really, Maushold plus any Pokemon on his board is actually very strong, just because of the threat of that Friend Guard and the Follow Me, and the fact that most of his Pokemon have really, really solid ways of dishing out damage.
They definitely have ways of dealing out the damage here, but also we might be seeing a little bit of a switch up here. I think that for Matthew here, I think you have to bring the Basculegion.
I think you do. I think that seeing the Basculegion would not surprise me. But things like the Focus Sash on the Mouse and like the Dragonite and the Rillaboom make it really, really, really hard to get value. So I think you definitely have to be smart about the way that you play that Basculegion. Obviously, if Basculegion comes, I think Pelipper is a must. But the Basculegion Pelipper Rain combo is so strong, but I definitely think that Brady has the tools to beat it with that Dragonite and that Rillaboom and that Maushold. I think that he's a really strong defensive backbone, ready for that Rain, and we are going to see that Rain combo come out on lead.
We are going to see the Rain lead. It is the Basculegion and the Pelipper, so suddenly this is a Basculegion with Choice Band Wave Crash in the Rain. I think even with the Friend Guard, I don't know of an Annihilate that can live that.
I would agree. Definitely, because they've been going on the speedier side in this metagame. However, the Focus Sash definitely gives that Annihilate a guaranteed two attacks to kind of dodge. So we are going to see, the Mouse Ape combo, which is very, very strong, and it puts a lot of pressure onto Matthew's side of the board. It has so many options that it can opt for. It can go for the beat up play, the Follow Me play, the Super Fang play. It's just such a strong combo. We're gonna definitely, it definitely seems like a very read heavy situation right now that we're in.
It definitely does, and we're going to see Annihilate going for the Protect on Brady's side, trying to scout out potentially a Wave Crash 100%. Into the Annihilate, but it's just going to be a Choice Band flip turn into the Maushold here.
Breaking that Sash and putting it down into the yellow, while that Pelipper is kind of just sitting pretty, not super duper threatened by all that's going on. Maybe the worst case scenario is a Super Fang here. And we're going to see that our Arcaludon come in to kind of milk that Rain and then not necessarily have to use that Power Herb item, saving it for later.
And we're going to see the Pelipper take the Super Fang, but it's just going to go for a Weather Ball. Matthew has identified that Maushold was a big threat in that last game, and he wants it off the field early.
100%. So Matthew actually takes the first KO in this game, which is definitely a nice change of pace considering, he got not even to be able to break Brady's lead. So this is definitely a better position for Matthew in this game too. And we're going to see the Dragonite come out, which puts on a lot of pressure with that Scale Shot and that Haze kind of getting rid of that Arcaludon's boosting potential.
It definitely does here, because the Archaludon, and also it has the sturdy ability, as we've said. It's not going to get a boost for every time Scale Shot hits.
Yeah, Scale Shot seems like a much more offensively threatening option in this matchup, but considering you do not have that stamina. especially because you don't really have the resist. You're a steel type, but you're also a dragon type. And usually when they're started, they go max speed, max special attack, which means that they might the scale shot might do a very significant chunk of damage. We are going to see the Drain Punch come out, however, revealing that how fast that Annihilate is trained, and we are going to see the Electro Shot come out.
Electro Shot comes out here, and it will get that +1 to its special attack stat, but by virtue of the rain being up, there's no charge turn here, and it's just going to go right into this Annihilate +1, well over 50%. However, Annihilate Citrus Berry activates and regains HP.
Yeah, we are going to see that Annihilate take a big chunk of damage, which is super good here. And we're going to see the Scale Shot miss!
Oh no, the Scale Shot miss, and there's the Tailwind on the Pelipper!
Matthew can maintain and control that Scale Shot miss is so unfortunate. That move is so strong, but you know that 10% chance that it's going to end up missing is such a strong drawback when it happens.
It is a huge drawback when it misses there, because now Dragonite, it has to either potentially risk a Tailwind on its side, or it's going to go down potentially in a double up here if Matthew calls it correctly.
I definitely think that, Matthew is in a pretty commanding position in this game too.
I definitely think he is here, because the Pelipper, it is in a great position against this Annihilate. However, the Dragonite still has multi-skill, but we're going to see a switch.
We're going to see the Pelipper switch out into that Incineroar, activating that Annihilate's Defiant.
This is very interesting here. Switching in Incineroar in front of an Annihilate. I'll admit, I've done this plenty of time.
Yeah, you're going to definitely have to see that he goes for the Protect here. Now that really puts a big target on that Annihilate's back, because you're kind of giving it a boost. So you're kind of giving it something to run away with. If you don't deal with that Annihilate quickly and efficiently, it's just going to be able to get so much value from that attack boost.
And he went the Electro Shot into the Annihilate as well. So now Dragonite gets a Tailwind up here, and suddenly this Annihilate is at +1 attack with the Tailwind. It is the fastest Pokemon on the field.
It is back to being the fastest Pokemon on the field. It's definitely a really, really, really unfortunate positioning for Matthew here, because you gave that Annihilate a boost, and now it's the fastest thing on the field as a virtue of you not respecting the Dragonite's Tailwind pressure. So now we're just going to see a very clear, very clean, unfortunate board position here with the Annihilate just being so poised to do so much this game.
We're actually going to see Archaludon switch out here and go into the Bascule Legion. Oh, this is actually big, trying to call the close combat here. Was it the close?
See a critical hit fake out into the Dragonite, too.
But it's a Rage Fist!
It's a Rage Fist!
Oh no, +1 for Rage Fist! 100 base power, there is no Bascule Legion that will survive that.
Yeah, that was a very fantastic read by Brady. Very good identification that the Drain Punch can be very easily punished. And with that +1 given to you by that Incineroar, it almost feels like Wolf's Incineroar actually handed the Annihilate that game on a silver platter. It definitely is such a hard thing to call, though, because, if that Protect didn't come out, that Electro Shot kind of cleans up shop for Matthew. So it's definitely something hard to identify. But I think that, there might be a way for Matthew to call himself back into this one, but we see him back on his, back foot with that Incineroar and Pelipper combo, facing down two, gargantuan threats on Brady's side of the board with that Dragonite and Annihilate, notably at +1 in Tailwind.
And what's important to note here is that the Annihilate, it has a 100 base power Rage Fist right now by virtue of that one Electro Shot hit, but it's also got that +1 to its physical attack. It's going to do some big damage with the Rage Fist. It doesn't even matter if it's super effective.
It doesn't. We're going to see the Incineroar actually up for the Terra Grass here, maybe trying to whittle away and try and get value and dodge some super effective hits here. But I think it's yet again, I think it's too little too late.
Well, here comes that Rage Fist into the Pelipper here. Pelipper will go down. So Pelipper is down for the remainder of the battle here. Dragonite is going to go for that Scale Shot, and it will hit this time.
It will, and even though that Dragonite is intimidated, it's still doing a pretty meaningful chunk.
It's doing a meaningful chunk here, and it gets the 4 hits. Will it get 5?
It
will not. We do see the defense drop and a speed raise, but now where does this Incineroar go for? It goes knockoff into the Annihilate.
And it's just not doing enough.
It's not doing enough, but Annihilate is now at 150 base power Rage Fist, and Incineroar terastallized out of its resistance.
And Matthew's Tailwind actually ends here, which means that Dragonite is now also faster than the Archaludon and the Incineroar.
It is definitely faster here. And we do see Archaludon just going for the Protect, try to stall out that last turn of Tailwind here. on Brady's side, and we're just going to see Dragonite go for the Tailwind and fail. But again, this is a +1 150 power Rage Fist into a neutral Incineroar, and Incineroar survives!
And it gets that Citrus Berry, which gives it a little bit of more HP to play with, but I
That
still
is
think
a-
it's a little too late.
That is a very bulky Incineroar to live.
Yes, it is. And we're going to see the Flare Blitz come out, actually notably kill that Annihilate. But, you know, between how low of an HP stat it's already at and that recoil, it's just not looking good for that Incineroar.
It's not looking good here as the Tailwind peters out on both sides here, and all that remains is the Blood Moon Ursaluna and this Dragonite.
Yeah, you know, this is still, you know, two massively offensive threats on Brady's side, mostly at full HP except for that Dragonite with a little bit of fake out chip. And, you know, Matthew's board is so heavily damaged. I don't know if, you know, Matthew can actually claw back after that.
I'm not sure he can either, but we do see a Tailwind come out from the Dragonite. He actually opts to let the Ursaluna go for the Earth Power into the Archaludon
And it knocks
here.
it out, unfortunately.
So all that's left is this Terra Grass Incineroar against the Blood Moon Ursaluna and a Dragonite.
And we're going to see that Flare Blitz, and it's going to do a meaningful chunk to Ursaluna. But, you know, at least, you know, the Incineroar, it gets some damage off before it's, you know, inevitably sent to its demise by a double up from this Dragonite and that Ursaluna.
And we do see the writing on the wall. Matthew Laughlin has turned in the match slip. Brady Smith has advanced to the finals.
This is really super exciting. It's two super cool teams from two super very talented trainers. You know, Brady's been on a tear this whole tournament. I think that, you know, the nature of having so many different possible opportunities between the Mouse Ape and the Doug core of the Dragonite, Ursaluna, Goldengo, and the Rillaboom for additional support. I think that his team is just so well built, and it's there's so many threats that offer so many different pins at so many different angles that it's really, really hard for some more aggressive teams to keep up with its options.
It definitely did, and we didn't identify that Basque Legion could be coming in game number 2 here, and unfortunately it just couldn't get set up right. And then even Brady, he calls the switch out into the Basque Legion, and he just smacks it with a Rage Fist.
Yeah, I think that, you know, Brady just had such a commanding lead, and he had, you know, he had the reads, he had the board state. I think that there was very little that Matthew really could have done in the late stages of those games, just because Brady got so much value so early that it was really hard to try and find a place for that Basque Legion to come in and try and get value for its moves and, you know, its position on the board. I think it was just the Basque Legion couldn't find the right positioning.
He definitely did. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break here. Get ready for our final matchup. Congratulations to Brady Smith on making it to finals here at the Versus Games League Cup. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have our final matchup.
See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at Versus Games in Oviedo, Florida. We have gone through 6 rounds of Swiss, our top cut, and now, Brendan, we are in the finals.
I am so excited for the finals right now. We got 2 amazing players here today. You've been seeing them on stream so far. We got Alex Ortega and we got Brady Smith. We got an amazing bracket here today. Both of them went 2-0 in their top 4 right now. Very impressive work right there.
And also, every matchup except for our matchup between Riley Factura and Chris Dawson was a 2-0 in top cut. That is actually really impressive and shows how good our trainers have been in this tournament.
Especially, yeah, both Alex and Brady were like that, just 2-0. That's been some very good, some very aggressive gameplay right there. I am so excited for this finals right here and right now.
And honestly, after what happened today over the weekend in Monterey and in Frankfurt, I mean, we have regionals back, and we got Pittsburgh coming up next weekend.
I'm so excited for Pittsburgh. I'm going to Pittsburgh next week. I'm going to see how well I can do. But
I am not going to Pittsburgh next weekend. I have work because I have a day job.
See, that's the thing. I went to school this past spring. That's why I wasn't playing as much. I got a night job. And it's like I can go to leave. It's only Monday through Thursday, right? So I can leave on Friday morning, go play Pokemon, and then I can come back Monday morning and I still make it to work. Nothing lost.
No, nothing lost at all. And again, like when we were just talking about with the regionals that happened, we do want to send a shout out and a congratulations to Stefan Mott. He won the Monterey Regional Championships.
You were telling me about that. He brought a Garganacl?
He brought a Garganacl, he brought a Sylveon, and he brought a Scyther.
I really want to see that team right there.
Somebody tell me the last time Scyther won anything.
I can't ever recall seeing Scyther get a trophy. I mean, I've seen it on stream a couple of times, and it does do good work. I mean, it's got the Technician boosted dual wing beat, and that's really something a lot of players don't expect. It goes through sashes. It can just knock out any Sneasler really quick like that.
But there's just one small problem about dual wing beat. It's got the scale shot treatment. 90% accurate.
It can still miss, and it's like, oh, that 10% you miss is just so frustrating.
But when we look at our teams for the finals here, we do have Alex Ortega. Once again, he is rocking that Terrafire, O, the Electabuzz, the Primarina. We got a Talonflame sighting, Rillaboom, and Sneasler.
It's a really strong core right there. You got their main offense with the Como-O with the Klinger Scales and Klinger Soul. Funny, I see in the background we got Raymond. He's actually his team building partner. They've been working on his team together for the past few weeks right now.
Ah, that's actually very interesting that he is back there. But at the same time, it just showcases how good Alex is at team building alongside some of his friends in the local scene, and showcases why Florida has the best competitors.
Absolutely. Florida is just so creative. We got so many amazing players. I love seeing all of our Florida players. They go out to regionals, and they just do so well every single time, I tell you.
Except for me. I'm still looking for that day 2.
Now, you know what? It's okay. So am I. I've been pretty close a couple of times, but you know what? I'm just not there yet. But you know what? With the rest of Florida backing us up, I think that's a strong possibility.
It definitely is. And when we look at Brady's team, we just saw how he played against Matthew Laughlin, utilizing the Blood Moon Ursaluna with a Maushold, and then having Annihilate in game 2 just go to town on Matthew's team. And also, I mean, that was partially because of a Defiant boost.
Yeah, you know, I tell you, with the Ursaluna Blood Moon, it hasn't been until this second era of the Regulation H that I've been seeing a lot of Assault-vested Ursaluna lately. It's like no one's using Life Orb anymore.
Nobody really is. I've been seeing Assault Vest a lot. I honestly did see one Silk Scarf in the Global Challenge where I knocked it off. It was a Silk Scarf Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Huh. Get a little extra damage on your Hyper Voices and your Blood Moon attacks right there. I mean, that is viable, but yeah, it's just been very interesting seeing how different this Regulation H has been so far compared to last year's.
It definitely has been a lot different from this regulation to last regulation, and we're going to find out who's going to be the first Cup champion in Florida, Brendan. Is it going to be Alex Ortega or is it going to be Brady Smith?
It's all up in the air. I tell you, these two players, they are just amazing right now. I can tell, you just look at Brady, look at him right there. He is just brainstorming. He is really strategizing what he wants to do for this final game right now.
We're going to get into it. Game number 1, Alex Ortega, Brady Smith. Who is going to be our Video Game Cup champion? Let's get into game number 1. It is Maushold and Blood Moon Ursaluna versus the Como-O and Electabuzz.
You know, I really like this lead from Alex's side. You know, it might be a little tricky with Blood Moon on the other side. He might be susceptible to any potential Earth powers. But even then, gotta consider at the same time, this is still just regular Ursaluna with no Life Orb or anything. So we're going to have to see how much damage a Earth Power can actually do into this Electabuzz right now. Going for the Follow Me, Super Fang misses.
Oh no, the Super Fang misses as the Clangorous Soul comes out, allowing Alex's Kommo-o to get that Omni Boost with the +1 through the Throat Spray, and it's only costing 33% of its health.
It seemed pretty free for Alex right there, just being able to get off that Clangorous Soul right there. And in his Throat Spray boost, we're going to see how much that Earth Power is going to do into the Electabuzz. It does almost enough to knock it out in one hit, but it's still around for one more turn, which is going to make it really tricky for Brady, because now he's got to really adapt to this Kommo-o that's got all of its boosts up right now.
Exactly, because the Kommo-o does have that +2, so it will be doing good damage into the Blood Moon Ursaluna here, even though it has that Assault Vest and the Friend Guard to really help out with its defenses.
It's got all these boosts up. It's going to probably stick around for a little bit. I can't imagine one Clangor Scale is going to knock it out, but it will do a lot of damage. And Alex is just going to go for another Follow Me. He just does not want any direct damage on his Kommo-o at all.
We're going to see the Clanging Scales come out here. How much will this do to the Assault Vest? And it just bounces off of this Blood Moon Ursaluna with that Friend Guard.
It only does about like 35% damage to it. It's going to be very tricky to be able to break this Ursaluna down. But Electabuzz is out now. We're going to take a peek at Alex's Pokemon in his party. He's got the Primarina and he's got his Sneasler out. So it's got a few options right there to really break that Ursaluna.
But what's important to note here, Brennan, is that with that Primarina, it has access to Life Orb, Hyper Voice, and it's spread damage to the Maushold and to the Blood Moon Ursaluna. I'm pretty sure Blood Moon Ursaluna does not want to take double spread move here, even with the Assault Vest and the Friend Guard.
Exactly. You know, you got both two spread moves right there that can easily knock out this Maushold, especially with the Kommo-o with those two special attack boosts right there.
You are absolutely right, because the Primarina has access to that Liquid Voice to turn Hyper Voice into a Water-type move, making it super effective into the Blood Moon Ursaluna if it does not Terrastallize, which Brady has identified here, as he's going to Terrastallize his Blood Moon Ursaluna out of its weakness and make it a pure Normal type.
Pure Normal type is going to be able to get some extra damage with its Hyper Voices or its Blood Moon attacks. We're going to see what it targets into. Follow Me. I don't know if that really matters right now when you got both Primarina and Kommo-o just doing big damage spreading between both targets right there.
We see the Clanging Scales do big damage into the Maushold and the Ursaluna. Here's the Life Orb, Hyper Voice. Ursaluna survives, and that was a critical hit too!
It just barely survived with just a fragment of its HP left.
That just showcases how powerful the Assault Vest was there. But in comes the Terra Normal Blood Moon into the Kommo-o. And Kommo-o survives!
At 8 HP, this Blood Moon, or this Kommo-o is sticking around for just a little bit longer. At the same time, though, Alex is going to be really careful, because I know that Ursaluna does have the Vacuum Wave in the back, so it can go for any quick knockouts just like that.
It definitely can go for any knockouts here, but also we have to keep in mind that there are two Protects on the side of Alex's Pokemon here. He could go for the Protector and try to stall out a Fake Out here, but that Ursaluna still has access to Earth Power.
Exactly, so he's going to be very careful with what he wants to do. Alex is going to go for a Terrasalization into his Primarina. I believe he's going to turn it into a Poison type right now.
It is very poisonous right now, that Primarina. Instead of being Water and Fairy, it is now pure Poison, which turns it actually weak to the Ursaluna with its Earth powers here. We do see the Vacuum Wave come out from Brady into the Kommo-o and knocks it out. But in comes the Wood Hammer into this resisted Primarina, and it does big damage.
That is so much damage right there. It helped it a lot be able to survive this one turn, but it's going to be very tricky for Alex to pick it up in this last game. Now he's lost two of his Pokemon. He's only got one left in the back. It is that Sneasler, so it's not like he's out of the count right now. Sneasler is very strong into that Ursaluna. He still has a few more other Pokemon, I believe so.
He definitely has the one Pokemon left for Brady on his side of the field, which we haven't seen yet. It's going to be Sneasler as the fourth and final Pokemon for Alex in this game number 1. And the fourth Pokemon for Brady is that Dragonite.
Dragonite is here. That Dragonite is pretty scary. It's going to be unfortunate right now because in a good scenario right now, Alex was really pinned because he did go for the Wood Hammer or the Terra Poison into his Primarina.
And we see Grassy Glide. It will do enough to knock out the Primarina through this resist.
That's very impressive. Even out of resist, it's still just enough damage to knock it out. Right
and
there.
that showcases the power of the Miracle Seed with the grassy terrain as the Dire Claw comes out and knocks out this Rillaboom. So now it is just a Sneasler versus a Dragonite, but this Dragonite has Scale Shot. It hits 1, 2, 3. Will it be
4? And it knocks it out.
And Sneasler is down. Brady Smith takes game 1 with the Scale Shot Dragonite.
No, I tell you, that was a really good game right there. They were neck and neck, constantly trading Pokemon back and forth like that. Very good work between both of them.
It was an incredible game 1 from both our trainers here. But how about that Blood Moon Ursaluna? And I didn't even think about this at first because the Maushold was still on the field. I think if Maushold was down before Primarina got that Hyper Voice off, that allowed the Assault Vest and the Friend Guard to really help out even with that critical hit. If the Maushold wasn't there, I think that critical hit would have knocked out Ursaluna.
Honestly, you're absolutely right. All of those defense stacks right there just keep Ursaluna around just a little bit longer to take any hits from that Primarina. We're going to have to see if Alex can make any good adjustments right there because I can't imagine he'd be able to get that same critical hit twice.
I definitely don't think he can make that same mistake twice here because Alex is in a very interesting position. He has the tools and the resources to handle Brady's team. He just has to figure out the proper way to set up the board and make it into his advantage.
I think you're right, because one of the things I noticed is that he had his Primarina. It could have been really useful in that endgame scenario if it hadn't Terra Poison, but he had to do it with Rillaboom in front of it at the time.
And we're going to get into game number 2 here. We have a little bit of a switch up here on Brady's side. He is leading with a Dragonite and Rillaboom here. Meanwhile, on the side of Alex Ortega, he is leading Primarina and Electabuzz.
Primarina and Electabuzz, it's going to be a very interesting change-up right there. Grassy Surge is setting up, everyone's going to get their HP back at the end of the turns. And we're going to see, we are just going straight into a big switch right there from Alex right there. He knows exactly that he just cannot survive in this scenario right here there.
He definitely cannot survive with the Primarina here as he's going to switch out Primarina and he's going to switch in his Talonflame. Talonflame making an appearance in this battle.
Talonflame, the Rise of the Bird, is here right now. We're going to get a safe protect from the Electabuzz just to make sure that just in case anything happens, especially with that Dragonite right there, it's got its only attack move being Scale Shot. It's a good idea that, he was protecting it right there just to make sure that he didn't get, especially any defense drops or speed boosts on that Dragonite right there.
And it's important to note here that the Rillaboom went Fake Out into the Primarina slot here, and the Dragonite went Scale Shot into Electabuzz. Scale Shot going into the Talonflame right now probably would knock it out here.
Absolutely. At that range, Talonflame just does not have a lot of defenses, so you got to be really careful about that. But we're going to see going to switch it up, bring in his Goldango.
Ooh, a little bit of a switch up here as Talonflame going for the Will-O-Wisp, and it hits the Dragonite. That is big for Alex here by getting the burn on this Dragonite. Dragonite's attack power has just been halved.
Dragonite's attack power, with its only attacking move being Scale Shot, it is very hard to see for it to recover in any scenarios. It's just going to go for Scale Shot into Electabuzz. It just does barely a lot of damage.
I mean, look at how minuscule that damage output is right there, Brendan.
Burning the Dragonite, every time I've had my own Dragonite or just seen one get burned, it's always just really difficult for Dragonite to be able to do anything at that point in the game because, yeah, your Scale Shots just barely do anything. The most you can do at that point is just play support. Maybe set up a Tailwind, or maybe if you need something like the Haze for different scenarios. But yeah, when your Dragonite is burned, it's just not going to be able to do hardly any damage for the rest of the battle.
It definitely won't be doing anything for the remainder of this battle here as long as it just has the Scale Shot. But we're going to see Talonflame switch out and Primarina returning onto the field. A very interesting situation here because Goldengo still has a favorable matchup here by virtue of the fairy type with the steel type Make It Rain.
Absolutely. You know, he was able to stop that one tailwind coming from the Dragonite. The Make It Rain only does just about half to the Primarina right there, so maybe Alex was really onto something right there, just identifying the situation, saying, you know what, he actually might be able to pull it off, especially with the grassy terrain still up. You know, it's just that chip held back will let Primarina stick around possibly for one more turn.
And what's also important to note here is that the Dragonite was taunted. It can only go for that Scale Shot here. And Scale Shot, as we saw, it did little damage to that Electabuzz, but it won't do anything to Primarina.
Not anything to Primarina. That poor Dragonite just is up against the wall. He's probably going to be forced to switch out at this point because he just can't do anything. He can maybe, if he really wants to keep trying to poke at that Electabuzz at this point in the game, but it's just going to be very difficult. But he's just going to switch out his Goldango instead, go back into Rillaboom right now.
I'm bringing out the Rillaboom once again here. Here comes the Electro Web, lowers the speed of this Dragonite, but also lowers the speed of Rillaboom outside of the priority Grassy Glide here. And the Primarina goes for Life Orb Hyper Voice. It's not very effective on either target.
It's going to be very tricky right there because now Brady is in a good position, and he just misses the Scale Shot anyways.
And Scale Shot misses that 90% accuracy.
They tell you it's 90%. I don't think that's 90% sometimes, you know. It just misses, and then it's just so darning that you just can't land your moves, and it's like, oh, come on.
I definitely don't think it is 90%. It's probably like 60%.
I'd take 60% of that any day, you know. It's so inconsistent, but you know what? At this rate, I'm not sure how much of a difference it really makes when your Dragonite is burned.
Definitely makes a little difference here because of that. I don't know why that...
But we gotta switch out from the Electabuzz into the Talonflame right now. We're gonna see and we got a Protect from the Primarina, you know? Just play it safe, you know? He's probably risking it with the Scale... Oh, the Scale Shot going straight into the Talonflame. You know, even despite being burned, it is still doing some damage to that Talonflame right there. That's, like I was saying before, you know, Talonflame just does not have the greatest defenses, so even Talonflame is at the risk of being knocked out from another Scale Shot if it hits 5 times.
And there's the Wood Hammer, and it will go into the Primarina here, who takes no damage here due to it protecting itself.
You know, I think I see what Alex is trying to do. I think he identifies the situation, you know. That Rillaboom is really a thorn in Alex's side right now because he can't just keep going for moves. But, you know, we do have the Dragonite finally shook off its taunt, so it might just go for the Tailwind. Absolutely, Tailwind. And then you're going to have a really scary Rillaboom that can just go and attack into any of Alex's Pokemon right there.
It definitely could go into any of Alex's Pokemon here because that Protect is a possibility on Brady's side now with the Dragonite because the taunt is gone. And even you could switch in the Goldango here, potentially calling a Will-O-Wisp into that Rillaboom slot.
That's the thing. Like, that between the switching out, you can keep going between the Rillaboom or the Goldango, and that Talonflame is just going to have a really hard time nailing in any strong damage. But
and that's actually Maushold is the 4th Pokemon for Brady.
He's going to change it up, and Alex is going to Terastallize one of his Pokemon right now. It's probably just, yep, it's the Primarina again. You know, I think he sees it that the Dragonite is probably, you know, just good enough HP that he can maybe knock it out with his own. Oh, he's just going to go for a Tailwind right now. We're going to see how much damage this Primarina can do.
And it's going to be the Moonblast into the Dragonite slot, and even with the Friend Guard, it goes down.
Dragonite is down. That is one less Pokemon for Alex to ever have to worry about. You know, I think at this rate with the Primarina's health, it might be very risky, dicey, especially with the Rillaboom still in the back. We saw how much damage it was able to do even with the Wood Hammer and the Grassy Glide. So we're going to see what happens. But even then, Alex is just going to bring or not Alex, Brady's just going to bring back in his Goldango, which is going to make it a lot harder for the Talonflame to be able to knock in any solid damage against that Goldango, potentially knock it out. So we're just going to see how he can adapt to that situation.
We're going to see a Brave Bird here to break the Focus Sash on the Maushold here. That is a smart play on Brady's side. Super Fang coming out and doing just a little bit of damage to the Talonflame, but In comes that Make It Rain. It's Life Orb boosted, and Talonflame, unfortunately, will be going down.
Talonflame does go down, but at this range for the Maushold, it already lost over half of its HP. I'm willing to bet that, that Primarina still has a lot of strong moves in the back. And even then, Alex still has his Sneasler with the Throat Chop, so that can still do major damage into that Goldango right there.
But what's also important to note here, though, is that the Sneasler can be redirected by the Follow Me on this Maushold here.
That's exactly right. You can't just go for Throat Chops free willy-nilly right there. You gotta play it safe. You gotta get rid of that Maushold first before you can really do any big damage into that Goldango.
You definitely can, and it's going to remain to be seen what this Goldango goes for here. It could go for like a nasty plot here, just try to set up, but also with the threat of that Hyper Voice, it will do damage by virtue of it being a water type move now and not a normal type.
Exactly, and with Alex, he still, I believe, has some Tailwind on his side of the field, so he can just go for Hyper Voices. He can try to do as much damage as he can as he's still outspeeding the rest of Brady's Pokemon right now.
We're going to see a Terastallization actually come out on the side of Goldango here, and it's going to Terastallize into a normal type, not normal type, a water type, sorry, but Maushold going for a Protect here instead.
That's very impressive work right there. Alex is unable to get the Dire Claw off into the Maushold right there. We're just going to see how much damage can this Primarina do into Brady's single Goldango at this point.
And we're going to see it does a decent amount of damage. You're bringing it under 50% with a critical hit.
All right, I stand corrected. He was able to get another critical hit in this final game.
And there's the Make It Rain, and it will knock out the Primarina. A critical hit, too.
I'm not sure how much that critical hit mattered, but at the same time, Brady's got to be very careful right now because he just lost. He's at -1 on his special attack from the Goldango. He can't be all go clicking Make It Rain left and right, but he still has his Electabuzz in the back, so he might actually be able to do some solid damage to the rest of Brady's Pokemon from this endgame scenario. Especially, he did Terastallize into that water type. Maybe the Electro Web can knock it out from this range.
I'm actually curious if it can because the Maushold is still on the field, so Friend Guard is active. I would think the smart play here, you would have to get rid of the Maushold here. However, the Goldango with that Water Terror and the Friend Guard here.
He's just going to switch it out. You know what? Play it safe. That's a good idea right there. Bring back in the Rillaboom. It's going to be tricky, especially, I'm seeing Brady, he still has his Rillaboom, and it's going to be able... It still had a lot of HP, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, we're going to see what Brady can do. But the scary thing is that Brady's Rillaboom has the high horsepower, so it can still hit major damage into either of Alex's remaining Pokemon from this state of the game.
And we're going to see the Electro Word come out. It will miss the Maushold, though. That is big.
That is very tough right there, but you know what? I think it's going to be okay for a little bit. The main thing that you really want is that you want to get rid of that Rillaboom, but it's going to be a lot harder, especially since Alex already just gave it up a Protect, so it'd be very risky if he were to do it again. So we're going to see what Alex has up his sleeve to really pick it up for this endgame state.
He definitely will. There's the Follow Me from the Maushold, trying to get the center of attention. A Follow Me comes out from the Electabuzz, so 2 Follow Me's. What did this Rillaboom end up going for? It's just going to be a Dire Claw into the Maushold here, knocks it out.
Maushold is finally out of game. No more Friend Boost. So we're going to see... He's just going to go for the Wood Hammer into the Electabuzz, and it
will knock out the Electabuzz, and it is now the Goldango and Rillaboom versus the Sneasler.
That poor Sneasler, it's going to have to do a lot of work to be able to make it. There is the one chance, I believe it right now, because I believe High Horsepower has a small chance to miss. If Alex is able to get lucky right there with a potential miss from the Rillaboom, he might be able to close out this game.
He very well could. It all comes down to if that High Horsepower misses. Here's the Dire Claw into the Goldango. It will knock out the Goldango. And will it get the High Horsepower miss here, or will Brady Smith just go for that Wood Hammer and knock it out?
Wood Hammer is still very safe. Does a lot of damage. Grassy Terrain boosted. It just knocks it out.
It knocks it out. And with that, Brady Smith is your Versus Games Oviedo Cup champion for September.
Our first Oviedo Cup champion for this season. Both players played it very well today. I'm very proud of both of them. That was very good matches right there.
That was an incredible set by Brady and Alex there. Alex barely came close to forcing a game 3.
You know, it was just that 1 inch. If he had just maybe had one more turn, you know, I believe Alex might have been able to pull it off, but you know what? He still did very well today.
He definitely had an opportunity there, but at the end of the day, it just came down to what the final Pokemon was going to be. And how about that Rillaboom? Grassy terrain, Miracle Seed, Woodhammer. Through the resist, it did enough to knock out the Sneasler. And Brady also identified not to go for the high horsepower and risk that 5% miss like you were identifying, Brendan.
Exactly. You know what? You got to play it safe. I think between Grassy Terrain, Miracle Seed, you know, and even then, you know, Sneasler does not have the greatest defense. Maybe you get a Grassy Seed, but yeah, it's just not going to be able to take a lot of hits.
No, it definitely would not take a lot of hits. It could have taken maybe 1 with the resist, but that just showcases how good Miracle Seed is.
Yeah, you know what? It's very uncommon to even see Miracle Seed on a Rillaboom because most of them, you know, they just have their Assault Vest, but you know what? He already gave that to his Blood Moon Ursaluna right there.
And what's also impressive is that we saw the Assault Vest Rillaboom, we saw the Miracle Seed Rillaboom, we also saw the Meadow Plate. I believe there was a Meadow Plate Rillaboom today.
Really? I have to find out who was using that. That sounds very interesting to me. They got like the Iron Head or something?
I'm not 100% sure.
I have to find out for myself later on that day. See who was bringing Metal Coat Rillaboom. That's wow. Okay.
No, not Metal Coat. Meadow Plate, like the Arceus Plate.
Oh, but I mean, they still do the same thing. You know, boost up a Steel type attack. So it's like I really have to figure that out. I wonder what scenario. What would you need Steel type moves for your Rillaboom?
Terra Blast Steel?
Yeah, you know, terrible. You know, maybe if you got like some good Tailwind boost or something like that, you go for Iron Head, get some flinches right there. You know what? I'd be liking that a little bit.
I'm not even sure that Rillaboom gets Iron Head.
Oh, man.
Now that I think about it, I don't think it does.
If it did, I'd be perfect. But you know what? That's okay. Terra Blast, Iron Head, you know what? It's all good steel damage. Maybe, you know what? They identify, you know what, I'm having a real problem with fairy types against me. Or maybe, you know what, maybe it's that darn Alolan Ninetales that keeps popping up every now and then. You just say, you know what, I'm going to turn this disadvantage, I'm going to turn it into a big advantage right now, you know? I'm going to get my Tailwind boost, I'm going to get go for Terra Blast, Steel type, and I'm just going to get rid of that Ninetales because it's just a big thorn in the side.
It makes sense. And with Pittsburgh right around the corner, we are done with our first ever Cup here for the 2026 season. Brendan, congratulations again to Brady Smith, and congratulations to all of our trainers.
All of our players did so amazing today. I'm proud to see each and every one of them battling here today. You know, it just tells you a lot. Florida has just some of the best players around.
They really do have some of the best players here, and it just showcased it. We had 34 trainers today, and out of the 34, one stands above the rest, and that is Brady Smith.
Brady Smith, you know, he is, honestly, he's just one of the Florida GOATs at this point. He's always doing so well. He's made so many amazing appearances at many of the regionals and internationals, and I know he's also done well at a few Worlds events before, too.
He has done well at a couple of Worlds, and I think he actually just came back from Anaheim recently.
Anaheim, I tell you, Anaheim, I didn't go myself. I saw the live streams. I saw the productions they were doing right there. You saw, like, the productions they were doing on the stage and everything.
That was incredible.
Like, oh my goodness, it's like a real esports arena, and it's so amazing to see all the different games that we're doing, utilizing that. Like, you would see for the VGC, they're doing, like, the different terrains or Trick Room, or if a Pokemon gets status or not. It's like, wow, I want this at every event.
And that's just a small arena that they did in Anaheim. I shudder to think what we're going to see at the Chase Center next year in San Francisco.
You know, that's right, because, you know, Anaheim, it's just a little small. I wouldn't call it small town, but you know what? Compared to San Francisco, we're going to see some really big production values over in San Francisco. I am so excited. I tell you, I'm going to doing whatever I can. I'm going to make it to San Francisco. As a competitor, as a spectator, I have to go.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we want to say congratulations to our top 8 players here. Brady Smith as our winner, Alex Ortega the runner-up, top 4 Riley Factura and Matthew Laughlin, and top 8 Albert Larson, Adrian Herdia, Dylan Stone, and Chris Dawson.
All these players, they did amazing today. I battled most of these players before. They're all just such talent in this Florida scene right here now.
They are definitely. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to end it here for the Versus Games Cup in Oviedo, Florida. Thank you guys so much for joining us. For Brendan Nasir, for TJ DiGiacomo, I'm Joe Carlino. I'm signing off. Thank you guys. We will see you in Pittsburgh.
Have a good day.